Welcome, everyone. This is your friend, the DN What If, here with another exciting fanfiction. Today, we're diving into the story of what if Deku was adopted by Nezu and had duplicate quirks? If you enjoy this video, don't forget to hit that like button and subscribe for more fanfiction content just like this. Now, let's get started with the fanfic. It all began in China. A baby was born radiating light. The first of many meta abilities, now more commonly known as quirks. In the aftermath, more and more kids across the globe were discovered to have similar abilities. Abilities that, at one point in time, were only found in comics or a child's imagination. Nobody quite knows the cause. Some attribute it to a virus. Others evolution. But what is clear to everyone is that the supernatural invaded reality and the world has never been the same. As society began to collapse due to the outbreak of quirk use for illicit activities and a massive increase in crime, vigilante groups arose to keep the peace. And slowly, the heroes once found solely in comic books sprung off the pages and became ordinary. And after the chaos came law. Quirk use became highly regulated, and governments worldwide began authorizing ex-vigilantes to work as a professional police force against criminal quirk users. And from this, the profession that everyone once dreamed of and admired came into the limelight. Now, heroes have become modern-day celebrities, gaining renown among the masses for defending against evil. Heroes have ads. Heroes have brands. Heroes have products. And the villains keep coming out of the woodwork. With the quirkless majority from the dawn of this era of heroism finding themselves the minority, a quickly dwindling 20% of the population, there is no question. The society you were born into, it was a superhuman one. Orphan. What does it mean to be an orphan? You know firsthand. After all, you're among many in an age of rampant crime. It means 30 kids to a room. It means you don't sleep well, fearing waking up with rats chewing on your fingers and toes. It means you watch one of the babies die every winter because it's so cold. And your only ticket out of this place is being born with a strong quirk. This is your life. And today is your 4th birthday. It starts off like any other. Children. Time to wake up. You stir, hearing Aika's sweet voice. She's the closest thing you've had to a mother since the villain attack that took your family from you. Luckily, the mice didn't get to you today. That's probably only because you wore socks to bed. Seeing all the other kids slowly trickle out of the room, you stretch your arms. As you get to your feet, putting on your slippers, you grab your prized possession, Mr. Fluffless. The teddy bear was gifted to you by Aika when you first arrived here at the orphanage. Even though his white fur has turned to a shade between black and brown, and his arm was torn off by a bully, you can't resist carrying him around with you everywhere. He's your security blanket, after all. Getting up, you trudge through the rundown apartment complex, heading to the bathroom. A lot of other kids are already finishing up with brushing their teeth. None of them wish you a happy birthday. You wonder if they even learned it to begin with. Looking in the mirror of the one unoccupied sink, its mirror previously cracked, you see yourself. In the mirror is a 4-year-old girl. Your name? Kazuha Chiba. Placing Mr. Fluffless on the counter, you quickly wash your hands and face in the sink before jumping to the floor from your stepping stool. Feeling refreshed, you head to the staircase, descend into the foyer, and make a right toward the dining room. A building that would otherwise feel like a mansion to a family of 3 or 4 feels ever so crowded when there are nearly 50 kids and only 3 adults. And yet, the most defining trait of this room is its division. Which table to sit at is unofficially broken up entirely by age bracket, and where is further separated by the kids who have developed their quirks and those that haven't. That is, with a few exceptions. Kazuha. At the far end, or rather, the quirk end, you see one of your best friends and bunkmate, Hori-kun, waving for you to join her. And the first rule of being an orphan, you don't turn down a chance to sit with the quirky kids, especially when you've yet to develop a quirk of your own. Hori beams at you as you take the open seat and bowl of oatmeal she's been saving for you. Good morning. Hi, you tiredly say with a yawn. How are you tired? It's 6 in the morning. Switch bunks and you'll find out, you tease. Hori hesitates. I'm good. I'd probably just hit my head on the top bunk. More like you want to avoid the creepy crawlies on the ground, not that I blame you. As you take a bite of your frankly rather bland breakfast, Hori gasps. Oh, I almost forgot. For a moment, you're hoping someone might have remembered your birthday. Hori quickly develops a case of the sniffles. I'm really sorry about not getting you any milk. It's okay, Hori, console. Oatmeal without milk isn't totally gross. You mean it? Hori says through her tears. Yep. 1 second, Hori is crying, and the next, she's smiling. Thanks, Kazu. Known by most in the orphanage as a winner or sissy, Hori's ability to flip her emotions on a dime was half the reason that she was a social outcast before developing her quirk. Still, you've known her basically your whole life, and as annoying and confusing as it can be to navigate social interactions with Hori-kun, especially at your age, she's still your friend, and you're happy to call her that, most of the time at least. I still can't believe Hori, of all people, forgot my birthday. I didn't forget hers. This sucks. A few minutes later, another of your friends join you. He's a round boy with a big pair of folk glasses. This is Benimaru Michi. Hey Ben. Hori greets. What took you so long? The line for breakfast was massive. I don't know how Wakimoto-senpai can handle all of us. Ben raises an eyebrow at you. Kaz-chan? How'd you get food before me? You're like, always dead last. Oh, that's easy. Hori puffs out her chest proud. I got Kazuha a bowl to save her some time. And you couldn't have done that for me too? Ben says, exasperated. Nope. I only have 2 hands. Benimaru pouts. But why Kaz-chan instead of me? 'Cause, Hori chirps. Fine, Ben relents. I guess it doesn't matter now. No use crying over spilled milk, right? Hori begins to tear up again. I didn't spill the milk, okay? I forgot about it. Don't make fun of me. I didn't mean it. And what are you even talking about? You can't help but giggle at the antics of your friends. I'm so happy to have Ben and Hori in my life. I can't imagine things without them. As you look up from your quickly depleting bowl of oatmeal, you see a stream of water aimed right at the back of Benimaru's head. Ben. Before he can get drenched, a blue sphere encases his body, the water landing on it instead, sliding down the ball's surface. That's Benimaru's quirk, force field. In an instant, Benimaru can summon a barrier that can surround and protect him from outside interference. The barrier is highly taxing on Benimaru's body. He's told you he finds holding it up for more than 6 seconds at a time incredibly exhausting, and he can only do it so many times a day. But it's super tough. You remember when Benimaru got pushed down the staircase and was completely unscathed. Turning around, Benimaru comes face to face with Sado Okura, your arch-nemesis. Hey, Bubble Boy, Sado mocks Benimaru. Seems like the twerps are all together. As Benimaru gulps, the shield disappears, and the few remaining splashes of water drip onto Benimaru's head and clothes. You're only a few months older than us. Hori counters. Her knees shaking as she stands up for her friend. Now, leave Ben alone. Or what? You'll drown me in tears? Sado laughs. I mean, sometimes I wonder if crying up a river is your real quirk, crybaby. Call me a crybaby again, Hori sobs, and I won't patch up your wounds the next time you get hurt. Wow. No thanks. I mean, what type of idiot thinks a healing quirk would work on stuffed animals like Mr. Fluffless? You're even dumber than Kazuha Diet, because you're an idiot. The quirk that Sado refers to is Hori's, also known as lay on hands. According to the quirk examiners, Hori's quirk resembles the famous recovery girls. The primary difference is that lay on hands relies on Hori's energy reserves and stamina rather than the person for who it is being used, but otherwise suffers almost identical drawbacks. Hearing Mr. Fluffless' name, you grip the remains of your teddy bear tighter. Luckily, Aika is here to save the day. Is something the matter here? Sado scoffs. No, not at all. Just saying hello to my bunkmate. He quickly makes his leave. Are you 3 all right? Aika questions, clearly concerned. Yeah, you speak up. Thank you. Anytime. Just remember you gotta get ready for preschool. Aika continues her rounds of the dining room, leaving you alone. I hate that guy, Hori complains. He just thinks he's better than us, 'cause he's good at sports. And it's only due to his quirk, too, Benimaru agrees. I can't believe I got stuck with him. Sado's quirk is known as Action Surge. It allows Sado to control his adrenaline and go beyond his usual limitations, increasing his physical abilities, stamina, and pain tolerance to peak human levels, and potentially beyond them. He tried using my shield as the baseball during Little League practice once, Benimaru fearfully remembers. He's scary. Just forget about him, you recommend. If you don't show fear, he won't bother us. But you're just as scared of him as we are, Benimaru counters. I'm not. Too. I'm not. Too. I'm not. Not. Too. Benimaru gasps as he realizes you tricked him. Got ya. You brag in victory. No. Hori blinks, her eyes puffy and red. So, is Kazuha scared of Sado or not? I'm confused. More tears. I don't like being confused. Preschool is preschool. It's long. It's boring. And it's not fun. Except for recess, which you spend with Hori and Benimaru. Nobody wished me a happy birthday either. I hate today. As the final bell rings, dismissing you for the day, you reunite with your two closest friends by the sandbox, waiting for Akiya to pick you up. You, Benimaru, and Hori are the only 3 preschoolers in the orphanage, most of the kids being older, considering the decrease in severe crimes since All Might debuted. Can you help me with my homework? Hori begs. I still don't know why 1 plus 1 doesn't equal 11. You just add them, and you get 2 ones. That's the point, you deadpan. You have 2 numbers. Oh, it's that easy? Hori's eyes sparkle in excitement. Thanks, Kazuha. You're the bestest friend ever. I can help you too, Benimaru comes in. Like with reading? But I'm good at reading. Hori laughs haughtily. In fact, I taught you to read, remember? And I taught you, you interrupt, utterly destroying Hori's self-confidence. She begins to sniffle. What? You complain. It's the truth. I know, Hori cheekily smiles. I just wanted to trick you. You stick out your tongue, causing Benimaru and Hori to laugh. At that moment, Akiya arrives, with a balloon. Happy birthday, Kazuha. Hori and Benimaru scream into your ears, catching you off guard. You mean, you all didn't forget? Nope, Hori confirms. Why did you think that? It's your turn to tear up. Because nobody said anything? We thought you'd enjoy the surprise, Benimaru clarifies. We're really sorry. You wipe your eyes, smiling brightly. Don't be. I'm too happy right now to care about it. Akiya pets you on the head, ruffling your hair a bit. Why don't I take the 3 of you out for ice cream? My treat? The idea of getting ice cream makes your mouth drool a little. I'll take that as a yes, Akiya smiles. Come on. Arriving at the ice cream parlor, ordering a double scoop of vanilla and chocolate ice cream, Akiya places a small candle on top and lights it with her quirk. A few moments later, your 2 best friends and caretaker are singing happy birthday, which warms your heart. It's not the big extravagant parties other kids might get, but you never expected that. You are pleased to spend time with the only people you care about. And call you dumb, but the most exciting thing isn't the ice cream, but the candle. Seeing Akiyo using her quirk reminds you of the wish you've been thinking about for the entire week. The only thing a kid like you has wished for on their birthday for the last century is a quirk. Regardless of whether you want to get adopted by another, you can't deny that having a quirk, especially a powerful or versatile quirk, can get you a lot of places in the world you've been born into. You can't help but think about the people whose quirks you've grown up with. Sado, Ben, and Hori's quirks are all really different and awesome in their own ways. Sado's quirk makes him super strong. And sure, he uses that power to bully those he perceives as weak, but Sado's quirk makes him not only a great fighter but great at athletics. Sure, traditional sports are dying out, but he's so cocky because he's set for life with that kind of quirk. And I can't help but say it would be really cool to have a quirk like that, to get back up on my feet repeatedly and fight like All Might. It's probably why Wakimoto-senpai forced Sado to bunk with Ben. With a quirk like Ben's, he'll never have to worry about actually being threatened by Sado's strengths. He can protect himself from the outside world with an absolute shield. And while he clearly doesn't like Sado and is a bit fearful, Ben is tough-skinned. It's remarkable in its own way. He's able to protect himself and be his own hero. And then there's Hori's quirk. She's just like Recovery Girl. And it's so cool. She's helped me, Sado, and the other kids with minor wounds so often that she's a hero in her own right. Maybe she's not strong like Sado or able to protect herself like Ben, but in the end, she can do things and help her own way. But I couldn't wish to have all their quirks, could I? That would be silly, right? I should just wish for one of them, at least this year. When the singing ends and it's time to blow out the candle, you know exactly what you want to wish for. The best defense is a good offense. Besides, who doesn't want to punch bad guys so hard that they go flying? I want to be strong, stronger than Sado. That's why I wish to be able to fight people like he can. With your birthday wish firm in your heart, you breathe over the tiny flame, smiling as the smell of the burnt-out candle fills your nose. What are you waiting for? Akia asked as she picked the half-melted stick out of your ice cream. Go on, dig in. And that you do, sharing the rest of the afternoon with Akia, Benimaru, and Hori. You couldn't be happier. It's deja vu. Like every other day, Sado comes to bug your friends, this time over dinner. Except for today, the target isn't Benimaru or Hori. It's you. Well, that's different, Sado comments, gazing at the newly repaired Mr. Fluffless, a new arm sewn on by Akia as part of your birthday gift from her. Why don't I tear that one off? Like I did the last one. You wouldn't dare, Benimaru gasps. I did it once and got away with it. Why wouldn't I this time? I'm Mr. Wakimoto's favorite, after all. I'm the only person at this stupid orphanage bound for greatness. The rest of you losers should be happy just to be alive and, even better, a stepping stool for me to stand on. You hand Mr. Fluffless to Hori before standing up, fury in your eyes. You're not better than us. Sado chuckles. Finally developed a backbone, have you? Wow, I'm impressed. You really do care about that stupid bear. His smirky is as cocky as ever. And yet false bravado is just that. You're a cow dash. You don't know what comes over you. You simply act. Before Sado finishes, you get him by surprise, punching him square in the jaw. Sado stumbles backward as a tooth echoes off the tile floor. It is a solid hit. He stares at you in shock. Then he spits his blood in your face. Some of it gets in your mouth. You're gonna regret that, pipsqueak, Sado threatens. In a panic, Hori picks up the tooth. Wait, I can fix this. Instead of accepting the help, Sado uses his quirk to backhand Hori on the back, knocking her to the found. And then he charges. But so does Ben, wrapping his arms around your torso before activating his force field. Sado repeatedly slams his fist into the shield you're trapped within. 6 seconds go by. You're dead, Bubble Boy. Both of you are once I pop this thing. Sado yells in a rage. Another few seconds go by, and you can see Ben getting sicker and sicker. But he isn't the only one who is queasy. You are as well. Your whole body is shaking, like something is trying to eat you from the inside out. Burning even. You shriek in pain. Akia runs over immediately, hearing the commotion. What is going on here? She accuses Sado. Kazuha Diet started it. Sado complains. She knocked my tooth out. Likely story, Akia scoffs, pulling Sado away from you and Benimaru. The boy is in complete shock before grinding the teeth still in his mouth. I'm gonna tell Mr. Wakimoto then. And then I'll get you fired. Go ahead, brat, Akia casually dismisses. Now scram while I clean up your mess. Sado does as he's told, allowing Benimaru to lower his guard, literally, before hurling on the floor next to you. Seeing Benimaru, Hori, and Mr. Fluffless are alright, you black out, the pain becoming too great. Your birthday wish comes true a few short days later. Everything seemed normal when you first woke up in the emergency room. The doctors simply assumed it was some sort of adverse reaction to Benimaru's quirk and sent you back to the orphanage. They were wrong. You realize that on Friday, the day of your physical education class, the coach, Mr. Sugita, asks the class to run 5 laps around the track. He's known by everyone at the preschool as a grumpy old man who could never make it as a hero and seemed to be taking it out on his students. The last time you attempted this, you were barely on your feet by the time you finished. But this time? You feel like the wind. Your senses are dulled. You're focused. It's like you could do anything. An action surge. You test that theory on various other sports over the next few days. Both Hori and Benimaru are confused by your sudden interest in physical activity and even more confused about the fact you're so good at it all of a sudden. As you're playing basketball, you're approached by Sado. "I've heard rumors you unlocked your quirk," Sado reveals. You give him a cheeky smile. "Maybe." Sado growls. "Well then, why don't we put it to the test?" You take a defensive stance. "You want to fight? More like a race." "And why should Kazuha agree?" Hori argues. "You're mean." Sado brings out his hands from behind his back, revealing Mr. Fluffless. "Because if not, I'm gonna make good on my promise to destroy this stupid little bear." The boy turns around, ready to run. "Catch me if you can." Sado sprints away, and you can feel your blood boil. "Get back here with Mr. Fluffless." If you weren't convinced that you found your quirk before, you are now. You spend over an hour chasing after Sado, and while you're slower than him, you're not yet out of breath. The adrenaline pushes your body to the limit, just like it would Sado's. Eventually, Aika catches Sado off guard, grabbing him by the collar and ending the chase, taking back Mr. Fluffles. And as you come down from your adrenaline high, you collapse, your body is thoroughly worn out, and your legs cannot support the rest of your body. Sado is in a similar state but seems angrier than anything. The drawbacks of his quirk are noticeable but far more under his control. "Why are you copying me?" "That's my quirk." Give me my quirk back." "It's mine and only mine." "You can't have it." "But I didn't take it." "Lie. You're just a bootleg me." "That's your villain name, Kazuha. Boot?" "Shut up," you scream. "Just face it, Sado. You're not special. You never were. Just because you have a powerful quirk doesn't give you free rein to be a jerk. Now leave my friends alone." Big words coming from the loser on the ground. Sado struggles against Akia, but she holds true. "Are you done with your temper tantrum?" The bully, furious, punches Akia in the gut. Even though it's coming from a 5-year-old, Sado's quirk causes Akia to stumble, loosening her grip on Sado just enough for him to run and kick you while you're down. "That was for my tooth," Sado says as he kicks you again. "And that was for being a copycat." With that, the boy walks away, and Hori immediately moves to heal you. Hori doesn't know what to say, her cheeks stained with dried tears. "That is a really cool quirk. Way better than Sado's." "Yeah." Benimaru adds, clearly out of breath. "You're gonna be an awesome hero someday." "Thanks," you smile as the pain leaves your body, thanks to Hori. "I'm just glad to have an excellent quirk." What you didn't realize then was quite how extraordinary your quirk really was. The next day, Akia takes you to the pediatric quirk specialist for your first quirk diagnosis test. Dr. Tsubasa begins the exam with an X-ray of your foot. As expected, you only have one joint in your pinky toe rather than two, a ubiquitous sign of whether the user is born with a quirk. Confirming you have a quirk, the doctor takes you into the back room. He questioned you on a variety of topics. When did you first discover your quirk? How does it feel to use the quirk? Did anything weird happen in the days leading up to the discovery of your quirk? In your own words, what does your quirk do? The list goes on, and you answer each of them honestly before being taken to a small gym to test your new quirk, pushing your adrenaline rush ability to the limit as you understand it. You are invited back to the office a few days later, curious to hear the results. On Dr. Tsubasa's face is a broad smile that doesn't quite reach his eyes. The bald man's eyes are obscured by the shine of his glasses. You don't entirely trust the man, he makes you uneasy as do most adults. "I'll cut straight to the point," Dr. Tsubasa tells Akia. "Our analysis was interesting." "How so?" "Kazuha's quirk seems to be a weaker version of another boy from your orphanage, Sado Okura. If these differences are attributable to sex, age, or the nature of Kazuha's quirk, I cannot tell you. But how is that possible? Sado and Kazuha aren't related. I believe Kazuha may have a copy-type quirk." "Copy?" "There was another child who..." "News to your friends. They should hear it from you." You nod and make a quick exit, curious to see how your life will change in the coming weeks. The next time you're in Akia's office, Nezu is there. You still have absolutely no idea what animal Nezu might be. For a man who is less than 3 feet tall, he's relatively stout. It probably doesn't help you're basically the same height. His head is most reminiscent of a mouse, with a large scar over his right eye. Yet his ears are small and rectangular like a bear's, his paws most like a dog's, and his tail that of a cat's. He appears bipedal, wearing a thick set of thick orange sneakers, contrasting with the business attire of the rest of his ensemble. The white of his fur blends into his dress shirt, hidden under a red tie and dark dress coat. Nice to meet you again. Nezu shook your hand as he entered the office. You accepted it before bowing in curtsy as Akiya taught you to do. Same here, sir. Please, Nezu is just fine, the chimera insists. After all, we might be family soon. Nezu, you say hesitantly, causing the man to smile before turning to your current caretaker. Ms. Kuzunoha, was it? I'm sure you have questions for me. Of course, Akiya confirms. But I know that you must have questions of Kazuha and vice versa. Indeed. Why don't we get this interview started then? As everyone gets seated, both of the adults turn to you. Why do you get us started? Akiya encourages you. After all, if you're uncomfortable with Nezu for any reason, then we have no reason to continue. This interview is, first and foremost, for you. You ask the first question on your mind. What are you? Well, I could be a mouse, dog, or bear, but I prefer to define myself by what I do. So to answer your question, I am the principal of Yui Academy. But you look like Mr. Fluffless, you counter, holding up the teddy bear and comparing the two. Kazuha, Akiya scolds. Please, don't be rude to our guest. Oh, it's quite all right, Nezu interrupts. Even my university students fuss over my species. My professors have a betting pool on it. I know Kazuha here means no harm from it. She's merely a curious child. I suppose you're right, Akiya relents. Though, please avoid any more questions on this topic, Kazuha. You decide it's probably best to consider this a losing battle and move on to your question. One that's far more serious. Why do you want to adopt me? Nezu pauses before grabbing the cup of tea Akiya had so graciously laid out for him. Do you remember our first interview? You nod. I'd asked to ask you some of those questions again. Can you do that? But you already know the answers? Yes, but maybe the answer has changed. Maybe you remember something that you didn't before. You don't want to anger Nezu, and the request seems reasonable. Okay, but my memory is really fuzzy. That's quite all right, dear. I appreciate your efforts. He beings with the first question. Your quirk is a copy-type quirk, correct? I think so. And specifically, you can permanently absorb the quirks of others? But I don't, take them? Sado still has his quirk. Yes, my bad. I should have been clearer, Nezu apologized. But you do copy them? Yep. Nezu writes something down on a notepad. And what do you know of your parents? Well, according to Akiya, I didn't have a father. Before she died, I was raised by a single mother. She was killed in a villain attack. That's all we know, Akiya admits, collaborating on the story. Do you know if Kazuha's mother had a quirk? The records are inconsistent, Akiya admits. So no, we don't have an answer on that. Mom didn't have a quirk, you clarify. At least, not that I know of. All I remember is her smile. Nezu closed the notepad. Thank you, both of you. He smiles at you sadly. To be completely honest, when I first came out here, I didn't intend to adopt Kazuha. You mean you don't like me? You say fearfully. No, I'm referring to my first visit, Nezu course corrected. You see, there was a villain during the golden age of heroes. And that villain is incredibly powerful and influential due to his quirk. That quirk is a copy-type quirk. But there are others with copy-type quirks? Akiya counters. Kazuha's pediatrician mentioned another child recently registered with one. Indeed, Nezu agrees. It is not all unusual to see a copy-type quirk, but the difference is that most copy-type quirks are limited in some way. And almost all of them cannot permanently copy the quirks of others. But the quirk of that villain I mentioned, his quirk allows him to copy other quirks, but his copy destroys the original in the process. So, like stealing, you guess? Exactly, Nezu praises. You're very smart for a child your age. Thank you. Well, I cannot deny that the practice of quirk adoption, while deplorable, is rather common, especially among heroes who have lost their ability to have kids. And as such, I've heard of quite a few orphan children with interesting quirks over the years. Sir, I don't mean to be rude, but what does that have to do with me and the villain's quirks? Ah, right, Nezu ends his tangent. The point is, your copy quirk is unique in its duration and more similar to the villain's than other copy quirks because you can hold on to the copied Quirk for a long time. And when we could find no record of your father and the circumstances of your mother's deaths, many made assumptions. That this villain is my father? Possibly, Nezu surmises. I wouldn't put too much stock in that idea, though. While there is a history of quirks being somewhat hereditary. Hereditary? Passed down through the bloodline. Anyway, there is no evidence your quirk is a mutated version of All for One. There are many single mothers and, unfortunately, many orphan children. I find the hypothesis to be nothing more than built upon coincidence. Then why come to see Kazuha? Akiya questioned. A few reasons. Part of it was curiosity. Another part was as a sort of favor to my dear friend. And yet another was I simply wanted to do some good in the world. Nezu took another sip of tea. My physiology prevents me from having children, at least with an intelligent life form. And in my early years, I was apprehensive about how my quirk would affect my lifespan. Much of my motivation for taking a teaching position initially was to make up for my inability to have a family. But meeting Kazuha and playing with her and her friends brought about a longing in me I hadn't had in a long time. She's such a sweet girl, and I know she'll likely find a good home, but I can't help but be fearful, especially if this outrageous hypothesis is somehow true. And I know I'm probably not the ideal candidate to be a father, but I would like to try my hand at it, so to say. The Chimera spoke with such conviction that you can't help but believe him. His words also remind Akiya of the second purpose of this interview. Well, we have no concerns about your occupation, Akiya begins. And as a former pro-hero, we have no concerns about your background check. But as you mentioned, our concern is your, to be frank, lifespan. You don't want to send a child to a home they may lose once again due to medical reasons. I totally understand, Nezu sympathized. Though I'd like to make some addendums to my recent application. The Chimera reached into his bag and pulled out 2 new copies of the paperwork before handing it to Akiya. What is this for? Akiya said. What? Akiya's jaw dropped. What's wrong? You questioned, making Nezu chuckle mischievously. You see, Kazuha, since I filed my application to adopt you a little over a week ago, I got engaged. To a woman named Chio Shizenji. Recovery girl, you say, eyes lit up in excitement. That's Hori's favorite hero. Akiya couldn't help but be suspicious. Why so sudden? You know, Nezu dismissively claimed. Chio and I go way back. We've been working together for decades, and neither of us has tied the knot, purse. So we got to talking one night, and we realized how special our connection was. And when I told her about Kazuha and her bunkmate, she was so enthusiastic about the idea that she asked me to file the paperwork for Hori-kun as well. Does that mean Hori and I will be actual sisters instead of secret sisters? You scream ecstatically. And Hori's mom will be recovery girl. That's like a dream come true for her. Assuming the adoption goes through, yes, Nezu confirmed. I can't wait to tell her. You nearly sprint out of the room, but Akio grabs your arm. Hold your horses, Kazu. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. You sit back down, pouting. I want to be sisters with Hori. I want to go with Nezu and recovery girl. Why don't you want us to be a family? Akiya grimaces. I know it's rude to ask a lady her age, but recovery girl is in her 50s, correct? And yet she's more healthy than most people in their 30s. Her hero name begins with the youthful heroine for a reason. Your caretaker looks down at the paperwork one more time. You're actually engaged? Absolutely. Akiya bites her lip. Can you find a godparent? You know, just in case? Of course. I'll take every precaution with Kazuha and Hori as I would my own. Akiya sighs. You know what? If child services have a problem with this, they can deal with it. You're okay in my books. Yay, you cheer. I thank you, Nezu smiles. Don't thank me yet, Akiya smirks bittersweetly. You're gonna be a father. I've steered many young adults toward their destinies. But you've never had to deal with 4-year-olds? How hard can it be? Akiya leans in menacingly. How old do you think I am? It's rude to ask a lady her age. Answer the question. Around your early to mid-30s? I'm 24. Oh. You're woken up by an excited Hori a few days later. You can't exactly blame her, though, considering today is moving day. Come on, Kazuha. We have to get ready. Like right now. They'll be here any minute. Hori, it's 6 in the morning. It's still dark out. They won't be here until 10. Get out of bed, slowpoke. But it's a Saturday. Or I'm gonna cry. You'll cry even if I don't get up. Hori sniffles. Meanie. You roll your eyes. You're the only meanie here. Deciding it's not worth fighting Hori on a day like this, you get up, not that you have much to do, with the few belongings you have already packed into a tiny suitcase. As you head to the bathroom to get presentable for the big day, you make small talk with Hori. You seem excited. Oh, of course, I'm excited. We're getting a family today. Yeah, you smile. It's kinda weird to think about, though. I guess it is, sis. Hori tackles you into a bear hug. This is so cool. I can't wait. You can't help but share Hori's enthusiasm. And yet, things feel so bittersweet too. But you figure that out by breakfast. Benimaru is slumped. He's refusing to eat. Really leaving? He says lifelessly. We've got a family now, you console. I know, and that's great, but... Benimaru doesn't finish his sentence. He doesn't need to. We'll miss you too, you say, grabbing his hand. I'm scared, Benimaru admits. To face Sado alone. And the other kids don't like me at all. Hori begins to tear up. I'm sorry, Ben. Don't be sorry. This is your special day. Don't let me ruin it. But I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to be a bad friend. Hearing your conversation, Akiya comes over and sits at the table. This isn't a wound that your quirk can heal, Hori. The caretaker looks at Benimaru. I know I'm mostly in charge of the girls, but I promise to keep an eye on you so long as I'm here. Thanks, he mutters, clearly terrified. You'll find new friends, Hori insists through the tears strolling her face. Friends even better than us. You're a bad liar. I'm totes not and you totes will. That's not how you say it's totally. It isn't. The four of you share a small laugh, but it's not enough to break the oppressive atmosphere. Akiya bears the bad news. I hate to do this, but Hori and Kazuha, some final preparations must be done before the Shizenjis arrive. Can't we have more time to say goodbye? Hori begs. My parents used to say there was no such thing as a goodbye, Akiya reveals. Instead, there was just see you later. Because while it might be a long time before you see each other again, that doesn't mean you stop being friends. You ponder Akiya's words in your head. If there's something else you want to say to one another, this is probably the last chance you'll have for a while, she prefaces. Take a minute, but I really don't want to get behind schedule. You've got a big day ahead of you. What should I say? You glance down at Mr. Fluffless and back up at Benimaru. Actions speak louder than words. So does that mean physical reminders are the same? Mr. Fluffless means a lot to me, but he might mean more to Benimaru as a friendship token. With your mind made up, you hand off the stuffed bear to your friend. Take care of Mr. Fluffless for me. Everyone is incredibly shocked by the gesture, but Benimaru more than anyone. Are you sure? You'll need him more than me. But he's your most prized possession. I know, but I don't want you to be alone. Hori breaks out into full-on tears, even more than before. This isn't fair. I want Benimaru to come with us. Akiya grabs Hori's shoulders, hoping to soothe the girl, but says nothing. Benimaru looks between you and Mr. Fluffless before eventually taking the bear. Thank you, Kazu. I promise I won't let anyone lay a scratch on him. That's all I could ask. You sniffle, the emotions of losing two of your best friends catching up with you. I feel bad, Benimaru admits. I wish I had something else to give you. The boy blinks before his eyes widen. Benimaru bites down on his thumb, causing a small trickle of blood to come out of it. You're able to copy quirks with blood, right? Then take mine. That's my gift to you. Kazuha, Tao warns. The last time you took in a quirk, you ended up in the hospital. I don't dash. You quickly suck on Benimaru's thumb, ignoring Akiya's words. Part of me wanted to ask Benimaru for his quirk anyway. Besides, what's the worst that could happen? As you pull your mouth off his hand, you feel a bit queasy, but your reaction is not quite as severe as the first time. Are you okay? Benimaru questions. Yeah? You console. I'm awesome. We already knew that. Benimaru laughs before it turns back into a frown. See you later? Yeah. See you later. Hori gives Benimaru the biggest smile she can muster, unable to speak. Come on, kids, Akia leads. It's time to get the two of you ready. Being dragged away by your caretaker, you leave Benimaru at the breakfast table. As you walk out, all eyes, including Sado's, are on you. Your bully says nothing. There are so many emotions behind those dark eyes of his. As you round the corner, you realize, for the first time, that you've closed the book on the first chapter of your life. And it's time to enter the next. After being lectured by Akia for what feels like an eternity and being forced to promise her that you'll be on your best behavior, it's finally time to meet your new parents. And as you descend the orphanage staircase for the final time, you find them waiting for you at the bottom. Nezu is dressed relatively similar to how he was when you met him for your interview nearly a week ago, but this is your first time seeing the youthful heroine in person. Already in her mid-50s, Recovery Girl, or rather, Chiyo Shizenji, doesn't quite live up to her hero title, but when Nezu claimed she was the pinnacle of health, he wasn't kidding. Miss Shinzenji looks to be in her late 30s, early 40s at most, despite the noticeable wear and tear of hero work, such as her already graying hair tied into a bun. Chiyoko is wearing a muumuu covered by a shawl. But the most noticeable thing she has on is a warm, gentle smile. The nurse leans down to meet your eyes, holding out her hand. You must be Kazuha. It's very nice to meet you. You shake her hand. It's really nice to meet you too. Hori is even more nervous. Ditto. I'm so sorry, Recovery Girl. Hori bows, stiff as a statue. Please take care of me. Miss Shinzenji covered her mouth to hide a slight chuckle. Oh dearie, I have a name, you know. Please use it? Thank you, Miss Shinzenji. No, the pro-hero shakes her head. The other name. Mamami? The woman freezes for a moment. Well, I was more thinking Chiyoko, but if you're comfortable calling me your mother already, I'll happily accept it. Hori begins to sniffle. Really? Your best friend runs up, hugging your new mother's leg. Thank you, Mommy. I'm thrilled to meet you. Nezu smiles, standing next to you. This is worth it. It is, you question. This is what being a hero is all about, isn't it? How so? We saved you. Yeah, I guess you did, you cheekily reply. But I saved you too. Nezu scoffs. We'll see about that, won't we? I guess so. Nezu immediately knows why you can't look him in the eyes. It's okay, the principal consoles. Everyone goes at their own pace. You don't have to call me Dad if you're not ready. You nod before looking up at Akia one last time. Seeing her like this. It hurts. Ooh, you live a good life, okay? Don't waste this, okay? Now, I'm going to go before I change my mind. I'm going to walk away and I might not look back, but not 'cause I don't want to. Akia takes a deep breath. I'm happy to have met you, Kazuha. See you later, you say hopefully. Yeah, Akia forces a smile. See you later, brat. As Akia heads up the staircase, your eyes land on Benimaru and Sado, watching the whole scene from atop it. Are you ready, Kazuha? Nezu asks. Yes. Well, Nezu begins. It's a little earlier than most, and quite the unusual circumstances, but welcome to your hero academia. 1 year later. It's the 1-year anniversary of your adoption, but to you, it's just an ordinary day. Sis, wake up. We're gonna be late for school, Hori pouts, tapping you on the nose in the vain hope of waking you up. 5 more minutes, you mumble, rolling back over on your side. But we'll be late for school. Don't care. Need sleep? I'll get Daddy, Hori threatens. That causes you to shoot straight up. I'm up. Please don't get Dad. So you admit you're scared of him? Of course. He's terrifying when he wants to be. And he's sneaky like a rat too. 'Cause he is one? Good morning, children, Nezu interrupts, standing at the door. Hori, did you say something? Nope, Hori quickly denies. Nothing at all, Papa. That's what I thought. he says smugly. Now, please come in for breakfast. Your mother and I need to leave soon. Yes, sir, you both respond, following after the chimera and adoptive father. As you find yourselves in the kitchen, Nezu puts 2 plates, topped with fresh pancakes, butter, and maple syrup, at the dining table. Chiyoko is there too, reading a newspaper. The dynamic between you and your adoptive parents is indeed strange. Nezu and Chiyoko made it no secret that despite their legal marriage, their bond only went as far as old friends, roommates, and co-parents. And yet, they were the best parents you could ever ask for. Are you girls ready for school? Chiyoko asks. Not really, you yawn. Kindergarten is easy. And boring. That's because I'm teaching you curriculum at a 2nd grade level by now, Nezu reminds you. Of course, you're way ahead of the curve. And why can't I skip grades then? Because Chiyoko and I want you to enjoy life. Besides, do you really want to be in a different class than your sister? No, you admit. Fine, kindergarten isn't the worst thing in the world. Well, unlike Kaz, I'm, super ready to learn. I can't wait to attend med school to be a doctor like you, Mommy. Well, dearie, I think you can wait. Being a grown-up isn't all it's cracked up to be. But I just want to help people, Hori pouts, her eyes damp. And you will, Chiyoko says. When I was your age, I didn't know how to use a med kit. But you do. We'll go at your own pace, and when the time comes, you'll be my successor. You really think so? I know so. And when you do that, I'm gonna be the greatest hero ever, you declare. Well, as your parents and teachers, it's our job to see that dream realized, Nezu casually says before handing you his mug. More coffee, please? I'll never get tired of this. I know I made the right decision back then. Sure, I miss Akia and Benimaru, but I'll see them again someday. I know I will. Sis, Hori pokes your arm. I think she's staring at us. You both try your best to not pay attention to the fact that Himiko Toga has been peering at you from afar for the last 10 or so minutes. The blonde had recently transferred into your kindergarten, and basically, everyone was avoiding her. She's weird with a capital W, Hori cringes. Oh, she's coming our way. Himiko beams as she approaches, putting her face right in yours. Hi, can we be friends? You blink. Huh. My parents said I need to act normal, so I need to make friends. Will you be my friend? She's rather direct. They said to be an ideal young girl as expected of society, Himiko clarifies. And society expects young girls to be friends with other young girls. Heard you the first time? Himiko grabs Hori's hands. Will you be my friend too? Every other young girl turned me down. I don't want my parents upset at me again. Only if Kazuha will be your friend, Hori deflects, punting the ball off to you. Himiko turns to you. Will you? She pleads. Himiko is weird, even by the standards of weird. And Hori doesn't seem to like her very much, so I'm pretty sure sis just passed off the giving of bad news to me, as always. In preschool, the kids didn't hang out with me, Hori, and Benimaru because we were from the orphanage. Do I really want to be isolated again by being friends with Himiko? But isn't being a hero about self-sacrifice? What should I do? I really need to talk to Daddy about getting his intelligence-boosting quirk. A hero is always supposed to do the right thing, and the right thing to do here is obvious. Of course I'll be your friend, you respond, giving a bright smile. Hori flinches slightly, surprised by your answer, as does anyone in close enough vicinity to hear you, but Himiko's eyes twinkle. Really? You'll be my friends? Himiko gets right in your face. That means Mama and Papa will be happy because I'll be normal. That's not what friendship means. It's not? Himiko questions. Yeah, friendship is way more than making our parents happy. It's about making ourselves happy by sharing our lives with one another. Himiko nods. Got it. So normal kids make one another happy by hanging out with one another? So to make my parents happy, I have to be happy? Are you sure about this? Hori leans into your ear and whispers. You lean into hers. We want to be heroes, right? She doesn't have anyone else. Just like we used not to have anyone else. We have to return the favor. Why do you have to be so mature for our age? Hori sighs. Like you're not, considering our past together. No, I'm a crybaby, Hori smirks, putting on some fake tears. Himiko pats Hori on the head. Good girls would make sure they don't make babies cry, Himiko whispers, joining the mini huddle. So I won't make the baby cry. Hey! Hori pouts, her tears turning real. I'm not a baby. But you just said you were, Himiko said naively. Did not. Did too. Guess I'm gonna have to get used to this, but I don't regret it. So, I don't mean to interrupt your back and forth, but who exactly are you, Himiko? Himiko blinked. I'm Himiko Toga? How is that a question? Hori screeches. But I already told Kazuha my name. That's not what I meant, you correct. Like, who are you as a person? What do you like? Mommy and Daddy like cheerful and well-behaved girls, so I like being a cheerful and well-behaved girl, whatever that means. What do you like to do when you're not at school? Whatever is ideal for a girl my age. But why, you press? Because my parents told me to. Didn't we just go over this? What's with this obsession with her parents? What did you do before your parents told you to be like that? I'm not supposed to say, Himiko flinches. Why not? Hori asks, genuinely curious. Himiko instead dodges the question. You're sisters, right? Yep, you confirm. But not by blood. Not by blood? Hori and I were adopted into our family. Mama and Papa couldn't have kids of their own. Adopted? My mom was a single mother killed in a villain attack, you clarify. And Hori? I was left on the porch of the orphanage as a baby, Hori continues, not very much fazed. My papa was a villain, and my biological mother died of complications from my birth. After he was arrested, I had nowhere else to go. Wow. Himiko gasps. That's so cool. See cool? Yeah. 'Cause that means your new parents really wanted you. I guess? Did your parents want you? Hori asks, flinching as the words leave her mouth. Himiko giggles. Of course not. That's why I have to do as they say. So that they'll want me. That's really sad. You don't have to say anything. From Hori's expression, you can tell she's thinking the same thing. We want you, you say. That's why we're friends, right? Himiko puffs out her cheeks, frowning. But she doesn't seem angry or even frustrated. It's more that she doesn't know how to handle her emotions. Really want me? You're not just being friends to be nice to me. Yes. Hori insists. We'd be sad if you didn't accept us. Funny how the tables have turned in a matter of minutes. Now we're begging Himiko to stay friends with us, not vice versa. Okay. Himiko chirps. I'd be a big meanie if I didn't accept your friendship. Also a hypocrite. As the bell to end recess rings, the three of you head back to your classroom. You spend most of it thinking about your new friend and wondering how the relationship will progress. You spend many more lunches with your sister and new friend, getting to know Himiko very well. As expected, you went from some of the most popular kids in kindergarten to the least. And yet, you don't really care about that anymore. Sure, she's a complete weirdo, but she's our complete weirdo. During the summer break, you hang out with Hori and Himiko at your apartment at Yui Academy's dorms, where Nezu and Chio have made their residence. But throughout all of it, you were never invited to Himiko's home. That all changes come Himiko's 6th birthday. And you have to say you're surprised. Wow, this house is bigger than the orphanage. You're sure your parents are okay with this? You question Himiko as you walk up to the mansion. Of course, Himiko chirps. They're excited to meet you. As you walk into the hall, Nezu and Chio trailing behind you, Hori and Himiko from a distance, you're met with a rather impressive foyer. You come to face with a butler. Welcome back, Mistress Himiko, the man bows. So these are the friends I've learned so much about? Hi, Akihiko. Himiko runs up to man. This is Hori and Kazu. Nice to meet you, sir, you bow. No, the pleasure is all mine, Akihiko counters before turning to your mom and dad. Mr. and Mrs. Shizenji, if you would, please follow me. Mistress Himiko's parents would like to speak with you in private. Nezu nodded. It would be our honor. As Nezu and Chio follow Akihiko, Himiko grabs your and Hori's hands and guides you to her room. It's exactly as Himiko described, the ideal and stereotypical room a 6-year-old girl would have. Pink walls, pink sheets, and pink everything. There's a dollhouse or 5 and enough stuffed animals to fill an entire toy store. It is very expensive. Mom and Dad do well for themselves too, but they don't flaunt their wealth around like this. Most of these look untouched. Views. Hori starts to sniffle. If we'd known you already had so many, we'd have totally gotten you something different. You elbow your sister. Don't spoil it. It's okay, Himiko insists. Besides, what I really want for my birthday, I doubt I'm gonna get. What's that? You question. Himiko shakes her head. I'll go get us some drinks. You're not getting away that easily. I'll go with you, you volunteer. Sure. As the two of you leave Hori in the room, you can't help but cheekily get in Himiko's face. So, what do you want for your birthday? You don't want to know, Himiko insists. But what if I do? Himiko shrugs. My parents wouldn't let me tell you. Her eyes brighten. Oh, we can pass through the sitting room on the way to the kitchen. That way, you can meet my mommy and daddy. Okay? If you think that's a good idea. Deciding to follow Himiko's whims, the two of you end up outside the sitting room, your friend with a pep in her step. That is until you're about 10 feet away from your destination. Excuse me, you hear a woman nearly scream. What do you mean your daughter has a blood quirk? Himiko freezes, as do you, unable to not listen into the conversation. Kazuha's ability to copy other quirks requires her to take the blood of another willing person, Nezu calmly explains. The 2 quirks she's copied thus far were only done through the blood of another. We don't know if other types of DNA will suffice. You can hear the woman snarl. Get out. Get you and your freakish daughters out of here. And if I find out they're still hanging out with Himiko, you'll hear from our lawyers. I frankly don't see what the problem is, your mother, Chio, says. Nor what you could sue us for. Trespassing if you keep talking. Peeking into the doorway, you see Nezu slightly shaking his head but maintaining a poker face. Good sir, maybe you'd be a bit more understanding on your daughter's birthday to not kick her only friends out of her life. The blonde, firm, and intimidating older gentleman in the room stands proud. I'm not going to take the advice of a rat. My wife's right. My girl doesn't need friends if those friends are no good. She'll find other ones. I'm not. Himiko needs to be the perfect little girl, and your daughters are an obstacle we will not stand for. So I suggest you leave. Nezu and Himiko's father entered a staring contest that Nezu won. Akihiko. Yes, master, the butler obediently responded. Please escort the Shizenjis off the premises immediately. What did I do wrong? Is this to do with my quirk? Turning around, you find Himiko running off in tears. I don't care about Himiko's crummy parents or what they want. I have to help Himiko and find out what is happening here. Using adrenaline rush, it takes minimal effort to follow and catch up with Himiko, who you find running toward a small shed in the backyard behind the mansion. Himiko, wait, you call out, seeing the girl catch her breath as she runs inside. Entering in right after her. All you see is blood. Blood on the floors. Blood on all walls. Himiko casually walks over to a birdcage with a smile. Inside it is a dead bird, which the blonde takes out of its cage before showing you. Isn't she pretty? You can't say any words. You didn't tell me about your quirk, Himiko says, leaning in. You never asked. You force yourself to say, frankly terrified, unconsciously raising one of your shields. Himiko backs up before jumping up on the table, kicking her legs. You know how I said I was quirkless? I lied. I kind of figured you have fangs after all. I do. Himiko cackles. Thank you for noticing. So what? Are you a vampire? No, Himiko casually remarks. Mind giving me a drop of your blood? You feel like you don't really have a choice in the matter. Your fight or flight response tells you to comply, so you do. Handing Himiko your hand, she delicately takes it into her mouth before biting down, taking a small amount of blood. You barely feel a thing besides a small pinch, Himiko treating you like a treasure. Watch this. Very quickly, Himiko's body is covered in a gray slime that eats her alive. Slowly it dissipates, revealing a clone of yourself. Tada! Himiko says in your voice. Pretty cool, right? Your blood tasted delicious, by the way. 10 out of 10 would have again. Himiko snickers. But you know that, you have a blood quirk too? I don't like to drink blood. In fact, I hate the taste of it. You do. But blood is the best thing ever. You have to try some. Himiko shoves or rather her hand in your face. Try some. You gulp, trying to avoid looking at your reflection. Is this what you wanted for your birthday? Yep. Himiko confirms. I wanted my parents to accept me for who I am. It's not like I'm hurting anybody. Only the dummy birds and rats too stupid to come into our backyard. Your fear becomes too overwhelming. Please don't hurt me. Himiko's eyes widen in surprise. Silly, I would never hurt you. You're my friend. I'd only take the blood you offered me. I'm not crazy, I just like blood, and my parents don't like that, so they wanted me to be normal. But real friends share their lives together, right? That's why I'm sharing this with you. Himiko is covered in another slime layer before returning to her standard form. You understand, right? We both have blood-type quirks. Even if you don't like the taste, you must like the power. You back up, making Himiko look sullen. Are you really scared of me? We're still friends, right? Himiko begs. I don't care what Mama and Papa think. I don't want to lose you or Hori. Please don't leave me. Please accept me. Or should I say? Himiko. I think she's misunderstood. Nezu said something like this before. Quirks like to be used. And Himiko's parents have constantly shunned Himiko using her quirk because it requires her to drink blood to activate it. That means Himiko's quirk, wanting to be used, causes Himiko to crave the taste of blood. With her parents refusing to acknowledge Himiko's quirk or get her any help for the addiction it's causing, it's no wonder she's developed like this. So long as Himiko hasn't hurt anyone, there's still a chance I can be her hero. Because that's the right thing to do. But I have to be smart about this. Baby steps. I accept you, Himiko, you say, determined. Himiko's eyes sparkle in a way you've never seen before. You do. You nod. But I don't want you hurting other people. I won't. I won't. Himiko insists. Ooh, and I'll give you. This isn't a trade, you put your foot down. I accept you because you're my friend. You're hurting right now, and I want to end that hurt. Himiko tilts her head. Hurt. Remember what I said about friendship when we first met? As your friend, I want you to be happy. And hiding back here, hiding who you really are, is sad. So smile like you mean it because I won't run away. I'll even give you more of my blood if it helps the hunger, so you don't need to take it from other people. Well, so long as it's safe, you quickly add. Himiko is stunned into silence as you offer her your hand. Be gentle, okay? The blonde does as asked. You don't feel a thing besides a bit of dizziness as Himiko takes more blood from your hand, treasuring every drop. As your legs become too weak to hold you up from the sudden blood loss, Himiko catches you, cradling you like you're the most precious thing in the world to her. Luckily, Himiko has some self-restraint, as your senses return to normal soon enough. Despite being entirely at the blonde's mercy, she doesn't make a move to harm you. Instead, she keeps brushing the hair from your eyes. Thank you. Himiko smiles brightly. I'll make it up to you. You can make it up to me by answering this question. Who are you? Himiko doesn't hesitate for a second. I'm Himiko Toga, Kazuha Chibushizenji's best friend. Anything else? You question. Himiko stutters, unsure what to say, before a splash of realization hits her face. I really like blood, and really don't like my family? Well, that's a start, you encourage. I'm really looking forward to getting to know you, Himiko. And I'm looking forward to being the bestest friend I can be by making you the happiest person you can be. Well, I'm not sure if what I did actually helped Himiko, but as far as I'm concerned, a win is a win. I just have to take my time. Eventually, Himiko will be better than ever. I just hope I don't screw this up. By the way, you say as politely as possible. Do you think you could grab Hori for me? I might need her to replenish the blood you just took. Oh, great idea. Himiko praises. I'll be right back, okay? Don't move. Himiko departs with a skip in her step, leaving you in the shed in a pool of dried rat blood, still unable to get up even if you wanted to, and surrounded by the carcasses of dead birds. On second thought, what exactly did I get myself into? Time has flown by faster than you can blink. Fall to winter. winter to spring, spring to summer, first grade to second, second to third, third to fourth, fourth to fifth. You wouldn't change a second of it. After learning about Himiko's secret, you expected your life to never be the same. And while the dynamic has certainly changed to reflect Himiko being more open and honest with herself around you and Hori, you've fallen into a routine, even despite Hori initially freaking out about the revelation Himiko wasn't quirkless. Convincing Hori to help was challenging, and frankly, you're still paying for it in the form of dessert every now and again, but when the situation was fully explained to her, and after quite a bit of begging, she relented. Himiko, while beyond quirky, is Hori's friend too, and considering Hori would help Sado despite his bullying of her, deep down, you knew Hori wouldn't put up too much of a fight, despite her initial reservations in the form of fake tears. Every day during lunchtime, Himiko, you, and Hori gather in the back corner of the play area, where none of the other kids can disturb you, allowing Himiko to feast on your blood in peace. With Hori's abilities only getting stronger each time she heals you, allowing your blood cells to duplicate the lost liquid faster and faster, you can keep Himiko satiated. There isn't much you can do to help Himiko's home life, considering you've been banned from her house. Still, Himiko expresses daily how appreciative she is of you and Hori, beginning to think of your secret transfusions as a dessert to look forward to. At the very least, you're certain Himiko is happier than ever and more docile than before, especially in taking your blood. And of course, this shared secret and time together only brought your friendship trio closer together than you've ever been before. And the best part is Dad has absolutely no idea. For someone who thinks he's the most intelligent person on the planet, for a child to pull the wool over his eyes is hilarious. Or at least he's led me to believe he doesn't know. Nezu and Chiyoko had initially been very transparent that, much to Akia's concerns, their marriage was solely based on increasing the odds that the adoption agency would let Nezu raise you. And yet, despite the jokes that they would file for divorce any day now, both seemed content to stay together. I'm too young to understand love, yuck. But if Mom and Dad are happy being together, I'd prefer to stay a family anyway. Besides, a custody battle sounds scary. Hero fights are cool, but aren't villains in custody? That's what happens when they are arrested, right? So is it a fight between villains? You and Hori did your best to keep in touch with Benimura over the years, but for better or worse, you lost contact with him after he was adopted about a year after you were. It's great that Benimura has a family now too, but I miss him. At least I have his quirk to remind me of his impact on my life. I wonder if he still has Mr. Fluffless after all this time? As for Sado, you obviously never want to see him again, nor are you sure what exactly happened to him. You know his lousy attitude and seeking out trouble with other kids at the orphanage caused his otherwise incredible chances at a quirk adoption to tumble to near zero. Still, it's not like you have a contact at the orphanage since Akia was let go due to budget cuts. Luckily, Yui's principal had an opening at the brand new live-in secretary position for someone who, coincidentally, matched Akia's description. You were so happy to be reunited with Akia, and when she told you and Hori you were the two kids she'd gotten the closest to in her entire time at the orphanage, you believed it implicitly. You still remember the first words Akia said to you upon reuniting in person again fondly. I told you it was, see you later. Daddy gives the best birthday presents. Besides being your father's secretary, Akia has frankly become your primary caretaker over the last few months. Between school with Himiko and Hori, tutoring with Nezu, and spending the rest of your time with Akia, you barely have time to breathe, in a good way. In the blink of an eye, you complete elementary school and are getting ready to begin middle school. Overall, things are going absolutely fantastic for you. And absolutely nothing can change that. Principal Nezu will see you now. You gulp at Akia's cheeky, formal announcement. While you have been living in Yui Academy's dorms with Hori, Nezu, Chiyoko, and more recently, Akia, never has Nezu called you to his personal office. The fact that he is doing so now is even more confusing. And the worst part is knowing that Akia seems to be in on whatever your dad is up to. Good luck, she whispers as you walk through the door. As you enter the office, you find Nezu standing at the glass window overlooking the entire university. Hey Dad, you greet with a slight wave. What exactly is this about? Ah, Kazuha, Nezu chirpily replies. We're here to talk about your future? My future? Please, sit down. The request is more like an order, and you know not to disobey one of Nezu's orders. The Chimera clears his throat before continuing. I've done my best to raise you as best as possible. Are you dying? You instantly panic. No. Nothing of the sort, your father insists. It's just, you have come an incredibly long way under my guidance. Of course I have. You've insisted on personally tutoring me to stay ahead of the curve. Indeed, though that was merely to see how capable you would be at using my quirk. You blink. I don't remember ever getting your quirk. Nezu rolls his eyes. You've had it nearly the entire time. I dropped a hair of mine into your milk a few years back to study your quirk. So you mean those lessons? Were initially to test by how much my quirk had increased your intelligence, to get a general idea of the extent of your copying abilities by using the quirk I was most intricately familiar with? That makes sense, you begrudgingly realize. And I discovered that while you were well beyond the average for a child your age in both knowledge and maturity, you're simply not as smart as I am. Hey, I'm not trying to insult you, Kazuha. I have other evidence to suggest flaws in the quirks you copy. I've been keeping tabs on Sado, that old bully of yours, to contrast your scores and times in your required physical education classes. But how would that work? A one-to-one comparison just would be full of inaccuracies. Anything is possible with the power of math, my dear. No, not anything is, but I guess that would be using formulas based on the averages for your age and size brackets among quirkless children. I've noticed a pattern. It is not a mere coincidence that when you use the quirk for the first time, you drop to the floor exhausted while Sado was still standing. Your control is lacking. It's an on and off switch with nothing in between. Slowly, the pieces of the puzzle start coming together. That would explain why even after all my practice, I can only hold one of Benimaru's shields up for about 5 seconds compared to Benimaru's 6 seconds, a number that was slowly but surely bound to go up. Exactly, Nezu confirms. Be it due to having a weaker variant or not being born with these quirk factors and instincts to use them ingrained into your very being, for some reason or another, the versions of the quirks you copy are simply not as potent as their original counterparts. You understand what Nezu is saying, but there's still one question to be answered. Okay, but why are you telling me this now? And why here? What's next on your agenda, Dad? Nezu gets up before looking toward his window again. Kazuha, when you think of Yui, what do you think of? The answer comes to you right away. Home. Nezu nods. Of course, it is literally your home, but what does it represent? Home, you insist. Nezu pauses. And what makes it home? The people. And I just don't mean you, Mom. Hori and Akia. At some point in time, almost all the greatest heroes have walked these halls, if not as students or teachers, then for the sports festival, the continuing education panels, or rehabilitation facilities. In many ways, it's the home of hero culture itself. A symbol as strong and bright as All Might. Nezu's tail sways back and forth. But there were heroes before All Might, the heroes of All Might's generation, when All Might was merely a boy your age. And the same goes for before her and before him. That's obviously why hero schools exist, Dad. It's why you have a job. So the current generation of heroes can train the next generation. Again, that is correct. And again, leaves me wondering why we had to talk about this here. You remind your father. Nezu crosses his paws behind his back, standing firm, making you wonder if he practiced this part in front of a mirror. When I first adopted you, I said, "Welcome to your hero academia," Nezu begins. And I think it's time for you to begin the next stage of that academic journey. You blink. Throughout the years, my focus has been building your character and basic knowledge. But there's only so much you can learn from me. And now that you've completed elementary school? Wait a sec. What do you mean? You know everything. No, Nezu admits. Not everything. Some things you can't learn from a textbook, but experience as a hero that I just don't have. But you're a pro hero. You're Mr. Principal. We both know that is merely symbolic, Nezu sighed. I don't think you quite understand your position, Kazuha. I still don't even know why I'm in your office, let alone this metaphorical position you speak of. You remember me telling you quirks like to be used? Yeah, of course. It really helped me understand Himiko's quirk better. Ah yes, the girl you've been donating blood to? You know about that? How? I'm psychic. You scoff. Wow, you're not only the first animal to have a quirk but the first to have two? How revolutionary. I'm kidding, I just have excellent intuition. AKA, you're not telling me your secrets and hiding them with a poor joke. The point is, most people are controlled by their quirks somehow. Chiyoko and Hori both have healing quirks and wanted to explore medicine from a young age. It's why Chiyoko had such an affinity to Hori and why Hori becoming the next recovery girl is already written in history books. From quirks relating to the ocean leading those people to take up sailing or the quirks of many support gear creators naturally assisting them in the creation process, the quirk factor has quickly overridden humanity's ability to choose for themselves. And in some ways, I've fallen victim to my quirk by becoming an educator, even if I love my job, as do many others who satisfy their quirk's desire. You are stunned into silence by Nezu's words. And most quirks are just that, quirky. They might contribute slightly toward a person's success in a particular field of labor. Still, they aren't comparable to All Might, Endeavor, or any other notable pro-hero in terms of strength. And with our society valuing heroism more than anything else, it is no wonder that heroes have become the equivalent of modern-day celebrities. Artists and performers just can't get the attention that pro-heroes do. And with heroes always using their quirks, it's no wonder children want to become almost exclusively heroes. It's a vicious cycle you breathe. Indeed, children want to become heroes, and they do if their quirks are strong enough. Otherwise, they turn to a field they'd be proficient in, and if there's no place for them, they'll turn to villainy. It's why our society has become stagnant, and scientists and inventors seem more obsessed with exploring quirks than the moon. You do your best to process Nezu's words, but there's one thing still bugging you about it. But how does this relate to me? Because you have a choice, Nezu reveals. Your quirk could theoretically become anything. You're a jack of all trades. And you have the resources of the entire hero society backing you from a frankly blessed position. You become the next #1 hero. You could become the principal of Yui Academy. You could become part of the Hero Public Safety Commission, a support gear designer, anything. Because your quirk doesn't have to be used a specific way, and you have grown up so drenched in hero culture that you have a perspective most kids can't dream of having. And that's why you can't teach me everything. Because you can't teach me who to become. Nezu nods. You live in the presence of many future heroes, and even when young, these students and professors can teach you what it means to them to be heroes. Why they do what they do, their mentality and philosophy on why they do it. And through the perspective of multiple mentors, you can achieve your peak. That is what I believe. Nezu hands you a pass. Try not to disrupt classes, but the school is just as much your home as our dorm. Don't be a stranger. The students and staff adore you and Hori. She's chosen her path in life, and it's time to choose yours. You take it. But I'll make you proud, Dad. I know you will. After that day with your dad in his office, you officially begin what you later dubbed Operation Find a Mentor. With the help of a Kia, you start narrowing down the list, deciding to focus on the students rather than the teachers, knowing that the students of today will be the ones teaching your classes by the time you are officially a student here. Besides, it's way easier to have an actual friendship with people closer to my age than people who would only ever view me as the principal's daughter. Throughout middle school, you find a few people who would be suitable candidates for a mentor. The first is Rumi Usajiyama, her quirk granting Rumi rabbit-like anatomy and abilities, including enhanced senses of smell and hearing. Watching Rumi on the track field, putting her powerful legs and jumps to good use, is like watching the replays of Olympic athletes before the dawn of quirks trivialized the event. And yet, the way she works alone, refusing to work in a team, makes you curious. The way she always speaks her mind contrasts your parents, who, while you love them, always seem to be holding all the cards. If you want to be a hero who is solely reliant on themselves, she's probably the best pick. The second is Ryuko Tatsuma. Her quirk, known as Dragon, allows Ryuko to turn into its namesake, claws, wings, scales, tail, and all. Seeing her grow into something from a fairy tale is like the world's hidden ninth wonder. And yet compared to the greedy dragons of legend, Ryuko is kind, humble, and composed. It doesn't hurt that she seems to have a soft spot for children, including yourself, making her the most approachable of the candidates as a mentor. The versatility of her quirk and her personality would give you the most variety of options. The third is Takayama, known for her quirk, gigantification, which, much like its name suggests, allows the woman to go from over 5 feet tall to over 10 times that size. What caught your attention about her was how unhero-like Takayama is. She's vain, attention-seeking, and represents many qualities encompassing the worst parts of hero culture. She's the type of mentor who you should do the opposite of everything you learn from them. Emi Fukukado catches your eye because she wants to be a pro-hero and a teacher to the next generation of heroes. The woman is a ball of energy and a teacher to her very core. Much like her quirk, which requires her to make others laugh, Emi brightens the room anywhere she goes. Her quirk isn't all that useful in a more general situation, but her teachings, you believe, would likely be the most valuable when not including the quirk situation, especially if you don't necessarily want to be a hero and would rather explore other parts of hero culture. The final one you are considering is Ainin Kuro's, primarily because of how cool her quirk seems. She can literally make black holes from her hands. At first, you mistook Ainin for a boy due to her androgynous appearance, but she took it very well. While you have some concerns about controlling such a dangerous quirk in the scenario that you took it and its consequences, you can't deny how passionate Ainin is about the art of search and rescue. It makes Ainin a more appealing option if you want to be a different hero than the norm. In the end, with Himiko and school still being important, you really only have time to build a deep connection with one of these future heroes. The question is, which one? Spoiled for choice, it's challenging for you to decide on a single mentor. You rack your brain for a solution before the realization dawns on your face. Picking a single mentor isn't what Nezu meant at all. Because just like how I just graduated from elementary school, the students at UA will also graduate in a few years. Even if I can maintain a close relationship with my first mentor, why only limit myself to one class? Sighing in relief, you go to Akiya, asking for the records of all the current students and their quirks just to familiarize yourself with your current options. While initially reluctant to give you such documents, you can convince her to provide you with their scouting reports. Emi Fukukado, her quirk forces her to be charismatic and approachable, and the fact that she wants to be a teacher means that I could be doing Dad a favor by encouraging her to return to UA after she's gotten her hero license and teaching degree. Still, her quirk isn't all that practical. It just isn't compatible with the 2 other quirks I have right now. I'm sure she'd be a great teacher one day. I'm just not sure I'm fit to be her first real student. Turning the page, you find Rumi Usajiyama, the rabbit hero in training. Rumi is probably the strongest student in the school. Her quirk is just that impressive. And while it would pair incredibly well with Action Surge, Rumi's attitude toward working alone kinda scares me away from picking her. I mean, Himiko has made it clear that if I'm to become a pro-hero, she wants to be my sidekick or teammate or whatever it would mean for the 2 of us to work together. And there's a reason that hero teams are becoming more and more commonplace. I just don't want her mentality rubbing off on me at this stage until I experience the pros and cons for myself. Flipping to the backside of the report, you see Ainin Kurosa's bio, and instantly look to see other options. Ainin's quirk is too volatile, and I'm not even sure I'm all that interested in being a rescue hero. She is just a bad match all around, even if she and her quirk are pretty cool. It takes you all the way to the end of the pile of documents to find someone who piques your interest. Ryukyu Tatsuma? A powerful quirk that could pair well with mine? I think she's even stopped to talk to me once or twice around the dorms, despite my being less than half her age. None of the other students have done that. You review Akiya's folder again just in case you find more suitable candidates, but you don't see anyone else among the current student body. At least among the current student body, she's the best pick. With new resolve, you return Akiya the records and immediately make your way to the lunch area, knowing that Ryukyu is attending the summer special session for Class 1A. You find Ryukyu sitting with Rumi. From what little you've heard from the dorm gossip, you aren't overly surprised to see the two together, considering they're apparently best friends. As you approach the pair, your nerves start getting the best of you, considering their status as the two strongest students in the school, even when factoring in the second and third years. These were the only two in either Class 1A or 1B to get their provisional hero licenses a year early, and the only reason Rumi wasn't at the podium at the first year's sports festival was that she and Ryukyu were forced to face off in the quarterfinals instead. Against anyone else, Rumi would have destroyed that tournament. But the nature of Ryukyu's quirk prevented anyone from really standing a chance. There's a reason Rumi is considered the ace of Class 1. Even if Ryukyu is way more likely to be valedictorian. Coughing into your fist, you draw the attention of the two stars of the hero course. Ah, if it isn't Pipsqueak, Rumi teases. Stop calling me that, you grumble. But you're the daughter of a mouse. And you're the daughter of a rabbit? Touché, Rumi smirks. But it doesn't change that you're shorter than me. Only because you're older than me. Got any proof you'll end up being taller than me one day? Great, because even if you did, I wasn't planning on stopping. You groan, basically accepting your defeat. Somehow, finds time to silently gloat over beating a child at snarking before raising an eyebrow, genuinely confused as to why you're talking to them. So what business does Pipsqueak have with us today? You try to ignore Rumi's comment and turn instead to Ryukyu, trying to keep up the brave face that Rumi had inevitably put a crack in. You pause, unable to find the words. Ryukyu puts a comforting hand on your shoulder. It's okay, Kazuha. You can tell us what's bothering you. Know my name, you say, genuinely surprised. Of course. But because I'm the principal's daughter? Are you just like those general course people who thought they could leverage being nice to me as a ticket into the hero or support courses? No, Ryukyu counters gently. It's because we live down the hall from one another. Oh, you reply, embarrassed by your assumptions, realizing quickly how misguided they were. I'm sorry. There's nothing to apologize for, Ryuko insists. Besides, you weren't interrupting anything important. Rumi coughs into her fist, but you can make out a muffled liar. Please, Kazuha, Ryukyu says, deflecting the attention back from Rumi. If you need something, just tell us. Feeling comforted by Ryukyu's encouragement, you muster up the courage to ask your question. Then, Taibi the apprentice? Ryukyu and Rumi stare at you for a moment. Before Rumi bursts out laughing. You shy away from the rabbit, feeling incredibly embarrassed. Wait, Rumi realizes, sensing your body language. You're serious? You nod. Rumi gives Ryukyu a questioning look as if waiting for her response, whom you can tell is deep in thought. What is really seconds feels like minutes before Ryukyu finally gives her response. Of course. Your eyes light up with sparkles. Wait, really? Rumi, on the other hand, wait, really, she asks, a look of bewilderment on her face. Why not? Ryukyu shrugs. Our job as heroes is partially to be role models. But we're not heroes yet, Rumi observes. We have our provisional hero licenses. That's different. It's only different when convenient to you, Ms. Teen Vigilante. Or should I call you Yusako? That was... Reasons matter if I'm saving people and junk? Wow. How honorable, you mock. I really don't care what you think. Is it so bad that I want compensation for doing a good deed? I'm sticking my neck out on the line, and I can't want a little love and affirmation? I'm not saying that. Then what are you saying, kiddo? You open your mouth, planning to retort, but you don't have the energy or argument to do so effectively, instead deciding to hold your breath. Nothing. You looks at you, surprised. Guess you see things my way. You unlocks the door to her dorm room using your master key. Wanna come inside? You're utterly confused. Seriously? I still owe you some answers about the birds and the bees, right? I don't like having debts. Alright then, you accept. Don't forget the soda other. We never talked about a soda, you protests. Well, I'm thirsty. You faintly smiles. Alright then. You realize you never told her your name. It's Kazuha. So I owe you soda and a sex talk. You blush. What? After that enlightening night, you occasionally see you on campus, but you never get anything more than a courtesy nod or wink from the blonde. You assume it's due to her not wanting to attract your father's attention. Instead, you spend most of your time as you always have, such as trying to convince Ryukyu to give you proper training besides basic conditioning. Ryukyu is initially resistant on training you, focusing instead on privately tutoring you on the lectures she already received on heroism, hero law, and hero history at UA. That changes, however, on your 12th birthday, just under 3 years into your apprenticeship. Where are we going? You question Ryukyu, who's leading you around by a blindfold. It's a surprise. You hear the hint of amusement in your master's voice but don't find the same humor in this situation. Can I please take it off? But it would ruin the surprise. I hate surprises. Rumi said the same thing until she learned about my surprises. Your surprises? Yeah. They're the bestest, most awesome surprises in the world, Ryukyu hypes. Really, really? Really, really? Despite being smarter than the average newly 12-year-old, you can't help but let your childlike wonder get the best of you. Can we at least move faster? I don't want to wait any longer. Faster we can do, Ryukyu relents. Oh, look at that, we're here. Seriously? Ryukyu laughs. Deadly. Wow, you laugh. That really was fast. Like really, really fast? More like really, really, really fast? Can you two please stop saying really? Rumi screeches. It's getting on my damn nerves. Swear, you comment. Damn is not a fucking swear. No, but that is, Ryukyu points out, causing both of you to laugh again, this time at Rumi's expense. Can I please take this off now? You beg as things calm down. You're not entirely sure, but knowing Rumi, you assume that she's smirking right now. Go ahead. Taking off the blindfold. You're right in front of the UA training facility. I don't get it, you admit. What's the surprise? Rumi holds up her entry pass. Seniors can reserve this place for an hour a day, and as the top 2 students in our class, we get first pick on reservations. So Ryukyu and I coordinated it where we'll have 2 hours a day, this place all to ourselves. An area where the ban on quirk usage is officially lifted. Do you mean? We're inviting you to train with us, officially, Ryukyu reveals. You hug Ryukyu. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Why are you thanking us now? Ryukyu smiles. That's not your entire gift. It isn't? Rumi ruffles your hair a bit. No, pipsqueak, it's not. Ryukyu crosses her arms behind her back, stretching idly. Your father called us into his office. Told us some stuff. Like how you're not actually quirkless, Rumi reveals. You gasp. It's okay, Kazuha, Ryukyu insists. We know why Nezu wants people to keep it a secret. He only brought it up because he figured the people closest to you should know the truth. We don't blame you for hiding it. Then, what, you question? What does my quirk have to do with? Ryukyu bites her hand, drawing a bit of blood from her fangs. Your quirks don't really line up with mine, so if I'm going to train you, then we'll have to have a similar, or in this case, the exact same quirk. You're shell-shocked. You'd really give me a copy of your quirk? I'm not in it for the rankings, Kazuha. With your abilities, you could be the next All Might. I want to cultivate your strength. Besides, there's nobody else I'd rather share a quirk with. Thank you, is all you can muster as Ryukyu cups her hand to preserve the bit of blood. Well, dig in, Ryukyu orders. You gulp, now on the receiving end of the exact exchange you've shared with Himiko countless times over the last half-decade. Copying your best friend's technique as much as you can remember from memory, you quickly drink Ryukyu's blood. As you finish the salty concoction, you take a step back. How long should it take to take effect? Rumi questions. I don't know, you admit. This is my 4. At that moment, you feel a searing pain in your stomach that quickly spreads across your entire body. What's happening? You ask before the pain overwhelms your senses, forcing you to drop to your knees. Kazuha. Ryukyu screams, voice drenched with concern. What's wrong? I don't know. You don't know how to describe the sensation that overwhelms you, only that you would never wish it on another person. Your whole body feels like a furnace, and like jello. The pain is the worst on your head, but feet and back. Looking down on yourself, your skin flakes as if peeling off. It cracks, hardening. In one of your few conscious thoughts, you realize it's becoming scales. Rumi picks up on things immediately. I thought you said your transformation wasn't painful. And why is it so slow? I don't know, Ryukyu panics. It was never like this. I swear. You shriek as the scales overtake your arms and legs more and more. The 5 toes on each of your feet merge into 3 digits, your feet completely changing shape into something distinctly inhuman. A small bump emerges from your little human tailbone before extending into an extra limb longer than your legs. From your back, you feel the forming of 2 draconic wings, which quickly grow to full size, and another 2 new limbs in addition to your tail. The rest of your body undergoes numerous changes, including 2 horns sprouting from your forehead and a shuffling feeling inside your mouth. Unable to stay conscious due to your agony, you pass out as the gym door bursts open, a terrified you on the other side. When you next wake up, everything feels so very, very wrong. Papa! Hori happily cheers. Kaz is awake. Kaz is awake. You immediately feel someone hug you. Those different against your those scales. It's Himiko. Hori says you look scary now, but don't listen to her. Himiko snitches. I said no such thing. Hori counters, flustered by clearly getting caught in a lie. But you did, Himiko smiles obliviously. Oh, don't worry, you still have some patches of skin I can drink blood from. That is, not even remotely one of my biggest concerns right now. Thanks, you comment. You're welcome. You hear the door to your hospital room open. Tilting your head, you discover Nezu and Chiyoko both pacing their way to your bedside, Chiyoko using her quirk to give you a pick-me-up. A healing sensation spreads throughout your body, including your new tail and wings. What happened to me? You interrogate your parents, who you quickly realize aren't smiling. Your quirk had a severe reaction to the copying, and not as intended, Nezu reveals. To our understanding, Ryukyu's quirk is a transformation quirk that she can trigger at will. But your version of her quirk was weaker, and instead presented itself as a mutation quirk. You quickly realize the implications. Am I even human anymore? Chiyoko quickly hands you a hand mirror, allowing you to get a good look at your new body. Much to your relief, you're still mostly human, with a few new draconic additions. Even your hands still have 5 digits, much to your comfort. So I'm basically a dragon girl? Well, it could be worse, I guess. Still, I look like what happens when a dragon decides to fuck the princess. Hori gasps at your use of a curse. Kazuha, Chiyoko scolds. We didn't teach you to talk like that. No, you did? I don't have ears anymore, Mom, you point out. And I'm partially smelling out of my tongue. I don't think this is normal. I understand your anger, Nezu prefaces. But there are plenty of mutation quirks like yours. It's nothing abnormal. But you know what is abnormal, Dad? Being a late bloomer at 12. I've already had to deal with the world thinking I'm quirkless, and now this. We can always transfer you to a new school, Nezu suggested. But then I won't be with Himiko. What do you want us to do? I don't know, you say, tearing up from frustration. I don't know. You all stay silent for a moment. Himiko, oblivious to her surroundings, deprived of her daily dose of blood, looks for a place to sink her fangs before Hori pulls her back. Chiyoko puts a hand on Nezu's shoulder, clearly puzzled about handling your outburst. It'll be a big change, Kazuha. We understand that. Your body is still healing from the metamorphosis and learning to use your new limbs. You'll have to attend physical therapy. Tell me something I don't know. You let her have it, completely frustrated. We'll be here for you every step of the way. Sometimes we forget you're a child. But it's okay to be one. So, do what you have to do, child. You take your mother's words to heart and begin to sob. The next day, still bedridden, you meet another 2 visitors, both blonde. Ryukyu and you. With the way the latter talks about Ryukyu, I never expected them to be in the same room together. How do I look? You instantly question them, causing Ryukyu's frown to become even deeper. I'm sorry, Ryukyu apologizes. I'm so sorry. Oh really? You bites. Because all I've heard you talk about is how you want to make Kazuha your sidekick. But she's not the Robin to your Batman. Who are Batman and Robin? I know there were some superhero comics before the era of Quirks. Are they heroes from that time? If Ryukyu got the reference, you're unsure, not that it mattered to her. I haven't said anything of the sort and you know it. Ryukyu retorts. I just want to make things right. Wow, Yu rolls her eyes. We came here to comfort dear Kazuha, and now you wanna argue, even though it's totally your fault this happened? Ryukyu's eyebrows narrow, but she holds her tongue for now. Are you doing okay, Kazuha? About as good as can be expected? Honestly, I'm not even sure anymore. I've been working on my quirk, Ryukyu reveals. Trying to create a form similar to yours. I know it's not much, but I want to help fix things. Don't you think you've done enough damage? Yu scoffs. I mean, seriously, you're such a bitch. I thought we agreed not to do this now? Ryukyu cedes. And you start doing this? I didn't start shit. I don't know what you're talking about. I'm just protecting Kazuha from you. Ryukyu loses her patience. The only reason you're here is because you're jealous of me. Do you really think so low of me? I might have selfish ends, but I'm a hero too. There's nothing heroic about you. So I'm a villain then? No, but dash. You don't need to be a good person to be a hero, Yu snaps. And don't pretend to be all noble and shit. I overheard you talking with Rumi. I know you think of Kazuha as your little sister. When she became like you, all you could see was how it would strengthen your bond, not how you fucking destroyed her life. Ryukyu's fingernails lengthened into claws. You won't take her from me. Kazuha isn't something to be owned. She's not your treasure hoard to relentlessly shine into a perfect copy of yourself. She's a person too. No amount of delusions you have will change that. That's not what I'm doing. Stop mischaracterizing my love. Then you're committing adultery? You fakes shock. That's even worse. Shut up. Only after you dump that stupid training regime. Kazuha might be half lizard brain now, but that doesn't mean she's your pet to demand obsolete obedience from. She should grow on her own. With the power of her quirk at her fingertips, the possibilities are endless. She can be more than Ryukyu 2.0. And Kazuha will. But discipline and hard work are necessary. When will you realize she doesn't need you? She does. Yu smirks. Did you hear that, Kazuha? Ryukyu here thinks that you need her. Everyone else doesn't need kid gloves to deal with their quirk, but you do? That's what Ryukyu thinks. There are plenty of children who learn from their predecessors, especially those with similar quirks. Your characterization of this world is plain wrong. Because the best heroes learn from the previous generation. Yu sneers. That's what I hate about you the most. Heroes do this, heroes do that. I'm sick of people telling me what type of hero I should be. I'll be my own damn hero. This society is a disease, a place where the might of your quirk makes right. That's the talk of a villain. Or a concerned citizen who wants to see society go beyond one man. And I agree. But the principles of heroism, of leading by example, shouldn't be abandoned. That's what All Might represents. People love him for that, not his strength. That's naive. Coming from a slut. Have you seen your hero costume? That's the point. Yu comments. I have a great body, and if flaunting it will give me more fame and fortune, why shouldn't I use it? As long as I'm heroic, why shouldn't I abuse the flaws in our society to better my position? If I could never beat you in power, then I can at least beat you in popularity and sex appeal. Your income as a hero should come from your good deeds. Everything else is secondary and should arise from that. Instead, you plan to swoop in and steal the credit while shaking your ass. How is that worth anything? You can't tell me as a senior you don't have brand deals lined up. And look at all the All Might merchandise. You're telling me he doesn't use his image and goodwill to his advantage? Feeling the conversation has gotten off track, Ryukyu changes the topic back to you. So, even if you were right, everyone is free to act on their principles. You can't force someone to follow your ideology. That's rich, coming from you, control freak. I'm nothing of the sort. We've been over this. I'm doing this for Kazuha. I planned to train her even before I learned about her quirk. We've been working together for years. Does that mean nothing to you? Am I wrong to think of Kazuha as family and want nothing but the best for her? Why is my love so wrong to you? That was a mistake. This whole thing is a mistake. It never should have happened. She's better off without you. So she shouldn't have a mentor? Now that she's stuck with that body, you want to leave her to fend for herself. That's what I'm here for, you declares. I'll teach her to make that power her own. Unless Kazuha can turn into a full dragon like me, then I'm pretty sure you can do nothing to help her. Your quirks aren't anything alike. There's more to teach her than just being a hero. Kazuha has a gift. It's time someone treated that power as just that, a superpower among superpowers. I won't let her be like you, Ryukyu threatens. You won't hurt her. I won't let anything happen to her. I don't think that's for you to decide. Who's it going to be, Kazuha? You can't have the both of us. Of all the times you come in to swoop up the credit, you choose to do it over her? Do you hate me that much? This isn't about us, is it? It's about Kazuha. Please don't do this, Ryukyu begs. Because you're scared she'll pick me over you? No, I just. Then stay out of it and let her fucking pick. The person who turned her into a monster, or me. She's not a monster. You don't know anything about her. I know enough to know you're not right for her. You're the problem here, not me. Let's hear it from her own damn mouth, then. Both you and Ryukyu turn to you expectantly. You couldn't get out of this if you wanted, you're in no condition to move quite yet, and the argument is too heated for you to have ended it before this point. Both heroes in training are set in their ideals. Both heroes have different images of who you can be. One believes in the path of order, the other in chaos. One wants to nurture you, the other wants to cultivate you. One wants you to be a symbol of hero culture, the other wants you to stand in the face of it. One loves you, one sees an opportunity. One can give your strength and willpower, the other can provide you charisma. Both can change you. But who will you pick? As Ryukyu and you argue, you're not thinking about how you is forcing you to choose between her and Ryukyu. Nor are you thinking about the microaggressions you made toward your new form. You initially consider how your new dragon-like body makes picking to side with Ryukyu the obvious choice. But that thought is quickly put aside. Not only did Ryukyu turn me into this, but I'm more than her sidekick. You's right, Ryukyu has been incredibly manipulative. I bet she's ecstatic that I'm a dragon now. I don't need someone overbearing like that as a mentor anymore. I need a freethinker. Who cares if Ryukyu can better teach me how to use my new body if she's just going to be so overprotective? I don't just need one mentor, and if Ryukyu can't understand that, then I'm going to spread my wings. You take a breath before revealing the answer. I pick you, you state plainly. You seems a bit shocked to have gotten this far, but that is quickly replaced by a wide, Cheshire smirk. And Ryukyu? She drops to her knees, tears welling up in her eyes. Kazuha, please. Don't listen to her. I love you. We're family. You turn away, unable to look Ryukyu in the eyes. Just please get out. We're done here. You heard her, you smugly taunts. She doesn't want you here. You're just a washed-up pile of human trash. Go find a cave to rot in and find another treasure trove to polish up. This one wasn't yours, to begin with. I merely saved poor Kazuha from you. I'm her knight in shining armor. Through the tears, Ryukyu glares at you with absolute fury. If you hurt her, I'll kill you. You giggles manically. That's not the talk of a hero, is it? Now get out. Or will I have to get a wagon for the dragon? Ryukyu drags herself off the floor, bumping into Yu's shoulder rather purposefully on the way out. You aren't sorry to see her go. Yu's grin goes from having a sinister edge to a far more soft and gentle smile as she moves to your bed. She sits next to you, propping you up against her shoulder. You're beautiful, Yu comments. I'm sorry about the whole ugly and monster comments. Those were totally just to get under Ryukyu's scales. I'd never call you that. I believe you, Yu affirmed to you, sensing a kinship between you and her that you hadn't picked up on before. And don't worry. You'll be unstoppable by the time I'm done with you, Yu claims. Aren't you proud to be my personal little pet project? I'm not your pet winged lizard. It's a figure of speech, you deadpanned. I'm not dumb, you scoff. You might have a way with words, but manipulation is manipulation. Especially when you're being so overt about it. You passed the first test? Why am I convinced that's also a lie? Do you really care? You want to be taught, right? I picked you for a reason, didn't I? I might be different, but I haven't lost my drive. Spunky as always. The same girl who threatened to lock me out of my room. I like that. So do I. Good girl, you praises. You'll be a great student. Then let us begin. We don't need Ryukyu. I already have her quirk factor. And there are others. Use charisma, way of words, and force of presence. That's what I need. To secure more quirks, I'll need to succeed in the art of manipulation. Being a goody-goody two-shoes will just limit my potential as a hero. But can you, brush your teeth first? You squeezes her nose. You literally have dragon breath. After you are released from the hospital, Ryukyu makes multiple attempts to get back in contact with you, but you continue to avoid confronting her, avoiding her out in the halls. Yet when it comes to Rumi, the feeling of wanting to avoid confrontation is mutual. While you've realized that Ryukyu blames what happened solely on you, Rumi sees how you hurt her best friend with the decision and clearly has yet to forgive you. Even if you had wanted to forgive and forget with Ryukyu, Rumi would have made that nearly impossible before the time the two of them graduated. After that, they had important hero work that made reconnecting incredibly difficult. Instead, the time you previously spent with Ryukyu is instead dedicated to time with you. Despite you clearly originally only agreeing to become your mentor to spite Ryukyu, you find it ironic that while you complained about Ryukyu treating you like a little sister more than a student, you've fallen into the exact same trappings. In fact, you almost influence her as much as the other way around, unintentionally minimizing any character growth she might have had by attending UA. In fact, most of your time together is less about studying and more about having fun. You still remember when you brought you to that nail salon that would actually properly tend to your new claws? Or that massage parlor that could actually take care of the minor aches and pains that your new wings and tail came with? Of course, to experience those, you had to get out of physical therapy first. Without Ryukyu, you know you haven't adapted to your new body as well as you could have. Your tail is barely within your control, and the extra focus it takes to prevent it from dragging across the ground and how much heavier your body feels slows you down quite a bit. Your wings have much the same effect as your tail, but at least those can function as a paraglider. Without a proper teacher, you've yet to actually master the art of flying, or even really attempt it. To contrast all those drawbacks, there is no question that your durability has greatly increased, your scales protecting the new fleshy layer of skin underneath them. The claws on both your feet and toes, along with your sharp fangs, make attacks with those even more potent. And that's without including the increase in muscle mass required to carry your new body weight, requiring you to stay in shape more than ever. And yet all of that most occurred in physical therapy or your own. Past some elementary initial combat training that you provided you during her 1 hour of practice in the private training hall every few days, she is incredibly hands-off when it comes to using your quirk and fighting. Any real training you gives you is all about how to carry yourself. While you can't deny she's turning you into a mini version of her, quite literally considering her quirk, you can't help but feel the effect of her natural charisma and how it's flowing into you. When your fellow students first saw your new body, you were bullied as a late bloomer. Since beginning your tutelage under you, you've squashed that outright with a looming sense of fear. You're better than them, you know it, and make sure they know it too. Everything down to how you walk, head held high, tail purposefully swaying side to side to keep the eyes of your peers on the ground, so their feet will not get tripped up by your sweeping tail. Your wardrobe choice further highlights the natural physique and curves of your now teenage body, helped by a catwalk that has been carefully planned and practiced. Sure, some would call you a slut, but you don't really care about those people. You stayed within the dress code, it's the school's fault for being so awful. Despite looking half lizard, you make the most of what you have through sheer force of presence alone to rise up the popularity charts upon hitting high school. In class, you no longer hide your intelligence, and those that would dare mock you as a teacher's pet lizard would find themselves quickly socially isolated and begging you for forgiveness. While there are still boundaries you won't cross, by asserting yourself as queen bitch, nobody messes with you or anyone else without your direct say-so, hence the lack of bullying on campus among those in your grade level. Just as your father was the principal of UA, you might as well have been the principal of your high school. All because you were willing to let the ends justify the means and take extra compensation for yourself along the way. You've taken Yu's mentality and sworn to win at high school in every way it mattered. You know how you've been carrying yourself isn't what most would consider inherently heroic, but you don't care. In fact, you've started to embrace a hybrid mentality between Nezu and Yu, which has been working for you for now. Dad mentioned how my quirk and understanding of hero culture from being raised in it gives me the freedom to be whoever I want, and that's exactly what I'm doing. But for now, the only thing you frankly care about is yourself and those closest to you. Because being bad, so long as you're not hurting anyone, to do good, is just so much fun. And yet one day, your order is broken. A kid you recognize as Saito has gotten into a fight with one of the school bullies you thought until now to have under your thumb, Kanji. They're gonna get a firm talking to. Stepping into the makeshift arena, you glare at the two boys with every ounce of intimidation you can muster from Yu's training. Knock it off. Both boys turn to face you, frozen in place, your frown controlled just enough to allow the silver of your fangs to peek out of your mouth. Do I have to repeat myself? And no, Saito says, backing up. Did I ask you to speak? Saito goes to say no, but stops himself. Perfect, you smirk before turning your attention back to Kanji. And what exactly do you think you're doing? He started it, Kanji insisted. We all know that's a load of crap, Kanji. But even if it was true, I think you misunderstand me. I don't give a damn who started it, but you're ending it. Do I make myself clear? Kanji gulps. Crystal? Now drop and give me 20. Kanji stupidly steps right back out of line. You're not the boss of us. You focus on your hand, currently placed on your hip. While you can't change your whole body, you've at least learned that your claws are retractable in the last 4 years, and you put that to good use now. Nobody but Kanji notices the subtle threat, who immediately begins to do push-ups, with Saito quickly joining him, albeit begrudgingly. You tisk, seeing the teachers approaching in the distance and not liking the look that Himiko has in her eye as she stares at Saito. I'm not getting dragged into their pissing match any more than I already have. Hori, patch these two idiots up, will you? Your sister nods obediently, beginning to tend to Saito first. Come on, people, you order the crowd. Don't you have someplace better to be than watching two losers receive punishment? Get out of here. Afraid to disobey your order, everyone begins to disperse with the festivities already dying down. As they do, you grab Himiko by the arm as she attempts to step toward Saito. Come on, you encourage. We're getting you your daily dose. Himiko perks up at that, seeming to dismiss any thoughts of talking with Saito from her mind. You promise? Have I lied to you yet? Now come on. We can talk in our secret spot. Himiko nods, and you two escape using the crowd before you can be questioned by the teachers about your involvement. The two of you quickly find yourselves in the abandoned garden shed. You, Hori, and Himiko picked this spot as your secret hideaway because it was out of the way. Not even the gardeners liked coming out here, and they felt that way before the school built them a closet closer to the main campus for their supplies. It was a nice place to get away from the crowd for a quiet moment between your two closest friends. And for Himiko, this was especially important. Ever since your transformation and scales covered your body, the places from which Himiko could drain blood have become severely limited. Instead of drinking from your wrists, for the past several years, Himiko's been forced to drink from a spot near your stomach, a region where your scales don't reach. According to Chiyoko, having scales on your belly would cause problems with your breathing, digestion, and potentially one day, in the very far future, reproduction. Obviously, such a rendezvous led most of the campus to believe you and Himiko were an item, and frankly, you never go out of your way to dispute it. Neither you nor especially Himiko were ready for a romantic relationship yet, and everyone believing you were doing it was a great cover for what you were actually doing. And yet, you have a feeling that everything could change in the conversation you're about to have. How are things with your family? You question Himiko. Himiko rolls her eyes. They still think I'm some sort of demon child. They don't even pretend to think I'm anything other than an inhuman abomination that never should have been born. They don't understand that a girl like me has certain urges to be filled. But you understand, Kazu. That's why I love you. You're my bestest friend in the whole wide world. You flinch slightly, not because Himiko's affection for you isn't something you have long since been aware of, but because it hits so close to the point of your conversation. Why were you looking at Saito like that? Himiko blushes. I think I have a crush. Seeing all those bruises. What made me feel things. Have you ever talked with him before? No. Himiko admits. Do you share any classes with him? I think one? Maybe. Do you even know his name? Saito. Before I told you about it? Himiko remains silent. You sigh. You sure it wasn't your quirk acting up from seeing the blood? I don't know, Himiko realizes. You don't understand love. Maybe I was so desperate to feel love that Himiko starts to sniffle, and you instinctively hug her. Why is it so hard to be normal? If I was normal, my family wouldn't hate me. If I was normal, I could actually have a boyfriend. But these hunger pains, this desire to drink. I can't function without blood. Without you, Kazuha, I think I'd lose my mind completely. For the first time in a while, you really don't know what to say, so your mouth moves on its own. Love is complicated. Have you ever felt a crush before? Himiko asks. I just want to hear what it's like. I don't know either. But there are more types of love than just the love between two romantic partners. There is also the love between family, both blood and found. Like how I love Hori like a sister. Do you love me the same way? You hesitate. How do I feel about Himiko? I care about you very, very much. Like you do for Hori? Himiko's voice is sprinkled with hope. No, not in the same way, you tell her. But equally as strong. Himiko tilts her head. Do you love me, romantically? You back up slightly. I don't know what you're talking about. Come on, you stupid brain. Figure out what you want already. Himiko starts putting dots together. How I feel about you is different from how I feel about Hori too. At first, I thought it was because I was drinking your blood. It had to be a byproduct of my quirk. But now, just thinking about the idea of us being together, it warms my heart. Is this love? The blonde squeals in delight, leaning into your hub more and more like an excited puppy dog craving attention. I love someone. I think I actually understand it now. Yay. You did not expect today to become a confession, but here you are. And yet Himiko's smile is infectious. Hyped up off the realization, Himiko gets into your face. You like me too, right, Kazuha? Let's become a couple. I want to learn more about love. And yet, you can't help but kill the mood. I'm sorry, Himiko. I don't know what I want. And I don't know if you know either. Can we resume this talk tomorrow? Himiko smiles. I'll always wait for you, Kazuha. Whenever you've found yourself posed with a difficult question you don't quite know the answer to, you always go to you for answers. Even if you had to admit your relationship with you had likely caused her to become emotionally stunted, never really mentally aging past 18, she was still the only person you could trust with these matters. The two of you are curled up on the apartment's couch, watching TV, but you aren't listening to the trashy reality show you had put on as background noise. Instead, you tell you everything that happened today with Hori. And as you finish, you smirks. So when's the wedding? Very funny, you blush. I came to you for advice, not for jokes. It's not a joke if you don't want it to be, you teases. The few times I did meet Blondie, her affection for you was obvious. I'm surprised it took her this long to figure it out, or you for that matter. Yu's smile turns to a frown. I taught you better than that. You were supposed to pick up on these cues ages ago. You've been slacking. You decide against apologizing, mostly to avoid giving you the satisfaction. What do you think I should do? You question. Well, if I were in your shoes and had a best friend since childhood who had a quirk that could make every night in the bedroom a fresh experience and would be utterly submissive to me, I'd have bent her over in the shed on the spot. I mean, even if you weren't into chicks, which you are, just get her a vial of some chump's blood, and she can be a he. Wow, you roll your eyes. How insightful. You do realize you're fetishizing a minor? I said if I were in your shoes, bitch, you bites back. Not that you wear shoes anymore. True, you accept, no longer letting any insults about your body get under your scales. But seriously, Himiko's my best friend. What about me? My best friend beside you, you correct. Happy now? Yes, you sighs. Okay, bedroom shit aside, your pet project is fucking crazy. And I mean crazy. I know. But she can be better, you insist. Kaz, this girl goes to therapy 3 times a week and still relies on you entirely for stability. She's not all right up there in her head. Even if you can keep her from attacking people, or hell, turn her into a hero, she will never be normal. And is being a lizard person normal? You stare her in the eyes. Or a size queen like you. Who decides that? You scoffs. Size queen. That totally should have been my hero name. Why didn't I think of that one? Get your head out of the gutter. Your taste in crazy-ass bitches aside, your favorite little Yandra vampire over there doesn't understand what love is. And she's submissive as fuck to you. That means you're setting the terms of the relationship? Go on. From my perspective, you can have a few different types of relationships with this broad. The first is keeping things strictly platonic as you have been doing. Probably your best if you realize you don't actually feel something for Himiko. I mean, why date her if you hate her? Next, you dismiss. Friends with benefits? And why would I do that? It feels so gross to use Himiko like that. Is it really using though? You get a free fuck every once in a while, Himiko remains docile to you, and it doesn't have to progress into anything more if you don't wanna. You shrugs. Seems like a win-win to me. Not everything is about sex. And it could give Himiko the wrong idea about what friendship actually means. Besides, what's the difference between that and a casual relationship? Even casual relationships are relationships, you warns. Even if it means you aren't necessarily exclusive, you'd still be girlfriend and girlfriend. You'd be a couple and be expected to do couple shit. And even if you were dating other people, Himiko wouldn't. That's her personality. She'd stay committed to you because of her connection. It's all about the label. A relationship carries weight with it, you know? Not in the same way as a friendship. You find a guy you like, and it doesn't complicate things if you are just friends. Even a casual relationship is way less casual than friends with benefits. But if you want to date her, that's your prerogative. You groan, annoyed that you can only see Himiko as a piece of ass rather than a person. And what if I want more? You stops, her tone becoming way more serious. Are you actually considering it? This isn't just a fling? Or shooting the shit about what if? I'm still not sure. I care a lot about Himiko, though. Part of me is afraid to hurt her by taking half steps. You taps her fingers on her thigh. Himiko is attached to you, you know? Relationship or not, you're the most important thing in her life. But as the most important thing in her life right now, Kazuha, increasing your role in it would make you the centerpiece of her life. You'd be her guiding key. And that's a lot of power and trust to give to one person. And with her quirk? You could turn her into anything you wanted. Where are you going with this? If a committed relationship is what you want, I just want my little sister to know what she's getting into. Because you could turn Himiko into anything. You could help her with her issues, make you dependent on you. Maybe you could mold her into the perfect life partner with some time. But in exchange, breaking up with her? Those Yandra jokes might not be a joke anymore. Because this girl craves love more than she does blood. Are you telling me don't date her? I'm telling you, if you really love her, go for it. Don't even fucking hesitate. Because if you love her even a fraction of what she does you, and can respect the relationship, then you don't need anyone else. But this will not have a happy ending if you're unwilling to do the work, are looking for a more equal partnership, or will cheat on her the first sign of things going wrong. Go for something more in your comfort zone without as high a level of commitment. Or just don't date her at all. So what you're saying is? However you define the relationship, it's just like any other. The more serious, the more committed you must be to make it work. And with a girl like Himiko, you must know how she'll react if it doesn't work out. I won't deny if your main objective is to help her. The closer your bond, the more open her heart will be, more open to accepting that change. And heck, if you don't want her, maybe push her onto that Saito guy anyway. You take a deep breath and begin to go through the options with Yu's advice given. The first thing I can do is remain friends with Himiko. It'd keep the status quo unless she decides she should give dating Saito a chance. But what if the status quo isn't enough to sate her anymore? And this could be my best chance if I want to be anything more than friends with Himiko. Otherwise, I risk losing her or the very at least falling into the friend zone. Should I really hesitate, assuming that's what my heart wants? Maybe you is right about a friendship with benefits? It's super casual, allows us to have some fun, and probably takes Himiko's thoughts about Saito out of her head and puts them to bed. It wouldn't prevent me from dating anyone else in the future, either. It offers me so many benefits without pressure, but what would it do to Himiko? It could change her definition of friendship in the worst-case scenario or even leave her in limbo. This relationship can only last so long once I also have another lover in the picture. It's a good short-term option, but what are the long-term consequences? On the opposite side of the spectrum is a committed relationship. And once again, what you said makes sense. Himiko is incredibly impressionable. If I was in a committed relationship with her, maybe I could change her? Himiko's already been a great friend to me, and she's improved so much over the years. As my girlfriend, maybe one day my wife, she might be even more comfortable to open up and change. But the responsibility for Himiko would be on my shoulders. If I wanted to make her my yes woman, I'd have the power to do so. And it's a bit scary to have that much power over Himiko, especially if I don't use that power responsibly and end up hurting her in the process. As you said, if I'm willing to commit, Himiko could be an amazing person to spend my life with. I just have to put in the work. But is that what I'm willing to do? A casual relationship is sort of the middle ground between all of these. It could progress into a committed relationship when Himiko and I are older. But it also wouldn't stop us from inviting other people into our relationship or experimenting with dating others. It would offer freedom, so long as I was transparent. And yet, use correct Himiko would probably treat it like a committed relationship. She wouldn't date anyone else unless I brought them into our lives, but she wouldn't of her own initiative. And she'd still take a breakup incredibly hard. I'd be trading a greater capacity to help Himiko grow in exchange for the ability to sleep around. I guess, what do I want with Himiko? Come on, heart. Tell me what you want. I'm open to anything. You go back and forth in your mind for several minutes. It feels like you're at war with yourself, like a choir of voices all out of harmony. Some say Himiko needs you. Others scream their love and admiration for Himiko. And others want to keep their options open, fearing commitment. But in the end you realize the consensus, and you blush. I want Himiko to be mine, you admit to you. Love her. I think I'm ready for this. A committed relationship. Because Himiko doesn't deserve anything less. You peers at you from the corner of her eye. She shrugs, a small smile on her face. Well, I personally think you're insane, but I hope you'll be, happy together. Thank you, you smirk back. And hey, if it's any consolation, I'm pretty sure my relationship with Himiko is already more stable than anything you've ever had. Ouch, you Jess. That hurts. Excuse me for not being able to hold down a man. Or a woman. That was one time. Sure it was. Unless you count the various 3. Bitch, please. Do you want me to kick you out? You questions. You're the one open and honest about your sex life, you retort. Touché, you comments. Maybe I'm a bad influence. You never realized that? Wow. That's actually sad. You scoffs. Fuck you. And you think I'm giving you my quirk someday? Please. You roll your eyes. You literally said the only way I'm getting your quirk is if I figure out the secret to eternal youth? Yeah, and I haven't seen you make any progress on that. Well, you better hope I do, 'cause have you seen your wrinkles? You looks horrified. I have wrinkles? Why don't you check in a mirror and find out? You wrinkles her eyebrows in frustration, causing you to laugh. See? You're doing it now. Not funny. You continue to laugh despite her protests before quieting down a minute later. I'm not gonna stop you from doing this relationship thing, you prefaces. But you're absolutely sure you want this? You're not mistaken? Yes. I love Himiko. I'll say it again and again. Even to her face? You teases. Yeah, you gulp. Totally. You're cute when you're flustered. Sorry, I'm taken. Unlike you. You groans, unable to keep up with your wordplay, you now know how to press her buttons too well. I hope to find the right words and press the right buttons with Himiko tomorrow. Well, what are we waiting for? You says, jumping off the couch. Why don't we spend your daddy's money and get you a nice outfit? I don't think that's necessary, you insist. Are you kidding? This is a special occasion. You tugs at your arm, excited like a kid in a candy store. Come on. Let's get matching shoes. Turning this from about me to about us? Always the cheapskate. Never change. The next day, you return to your secret spot at the abandoned garden shed, dressed to the nines in the most expensive dress that you could find and would fit you. This may be a little much. You pace back and forth, the nerves really starting to get to you. You've been here for a while, since sunrise, to be exact. You're not sure how you could have expected Himiko to meet you here that early when you haven't even texted her since yesterday, but you were here anyway. Himiko is about to be the most important thing in your life. Your heart is beating out of your chest. It's not like when you got adopted or turned into a half-dragon or anything you've experienced. And as your thoughts continue to linger on Himiko's blonde locks and beautiful smile, you become increasingly smitten. Your scales might as well be pink with how flushed your face is. I can't take it anymore. Where the hell is she? Luckily, you don't have to wait too much longer. Himiko skips along, and you realize Himiko has the same idea as you. While she's still wearing the school sweater vest, poorly hidden underneath is an outfit nearly as fancy as yours. And Himiko, a girl who rarely wears makeup, has on blood-red lipstick, highlighting the fangs poking ever so slightly out of her mouth. There's an air of confidence to her that you've rarely seen. Is she mimicking me? As far as you can tell, in a desperate attempt to maintain her composure, Himiko is putting her natural affinity for acting to good use, particularly the few times she has pretended to be you using her quirk. You know Himiko well enough to sense the nervousness radiating off of her. Both you and Himiko have come dressed to impress, intending to make the other yours. And you are not going to be outdone in that department. You couldn't help but lick your lips, starting to see the benefits of dating your childhood best friend. The only person to know you better than Himiko is yourself, and maybe Hori. It's probably Hori. Seeing Himiko's approach, you allowed your body language to relax. You couldn't let Himiko beat you at your own game. And yet the anticipation, you have to hide how giddy you are and how much your heart wants to melt at the effort Himiko put in. How did I never notice how lovesick I was? Hi, Kazuha, Himiko greets. Yo, you look nice. Thank you, Himiko, you blush. You do too. Really? You nod. Beautiful. Himiko's smile brightens, pink rising on her cheeks to match yours. I'm glad. The blonde begins playing with her bangs, which you notice she styled. She's so shy. So self-conscious. Is it for my sake? Is she that afraid I'll say no? Kazuha. About what I said yesterday. The whole... I couldn't exactly forget it, you state. Himiko tenses up. I still feel that way. Bye. Himiko hesitates for only a moment before bowing her head. I love you. Please be my girlfriend. Hearing that validation, you can't help but giggle. You don't need to be so formal, Himiko. We have to work on some things, but I love you for who you are. Himiko lifts her head, hope sparkling in her eyes. Love? You grab Himiko's wrists before tenderly pulling her close with your tail. You're my greatest treasure, you tell Himiko. Girlfriend? Does that mean? You choose that moment to strike, kissing Himiko on the lips, inserting your tongue into her mouth to explore the edges of her fangs for yourself. You caress them with it, pulling Himiko in even closer as the girl goes limp in the knees, losing all her strength as if you were a succubus. You catch her, never planning on letting her go. Himiko's just that important to you, you know that now. You brush her hair with your hands as Himiko remains starstruck, her brain short-circuiting from happiness. But as Himiko's girlfriend, you know better than anyone. It's because love tastes so much sweeter than blood. In the blink of an eye, you're an adult. 18 years of age and filling out college applications. Or, in your case, just one application. Your admittance into UE University is a near guarantee, considering your connections to the school. There's nowhere else you'd want to go. And yet, due to your father's insistence on protocol, he hands you a stack of papers and tells you he wants it back on his desk by morning, before the application deadline. Most of it is pure busy work, asking for things like age, gender, Quirk registration forms, and transcripts. That is the easy part. But the thing that has had you stumped for hours is the resume and essay. The topic of your essay is simple: describe something you love. For you, only one thing comes to mind. Himiko, your girlfriend for the last 2 years, and still going just as strong as ever. And the resume, in concept, is self-explanatory but obnoxious in execution. And for both, you want to get the wording right and satisfy your father. As you write your resume and essay, you start thinking about all the opportunities you were presented in high school and fantasize about what-ifs. The first daydream that comes to mind is the various sports teams who offered you to join them in high school. While sports and hero work don't necessarily go hand in hand, plenty of heroes in training started off as athletes on their school teams. You imagine a world where you did the same, spending much of your time pumping up in the gym or running out on the track, improving your strength, speed, and stamina without the need for action surge, considering the ban on using most quirks in regulated sports. You even see a world where you were the captain, leading your team to victory, scouted not just as a hero but as an athlete. But you don't just see yourself on the field, but on the sidelines. You see yourself dressed in a skimpy cheerleading uniform, shaking your ass and tail for the entire school, dancing during the rallies as you claim center stage. You imagine getting off on the lustful eyes of your peers, knowing you're saving yourself for an extraordinary girl. You consider how joining the team would have certainly improved your acrobatics and charisma, cementing your archetypical status of prom queen, especially by taking the position of captain. And yet part of you had inklings of instead going into the theater, performing every few months on stage in front of interested peers and parents in art that, while had fallen out of favor in recent decades, is still an important centerpiece of your culture and allowed you to descend into roles you never thought possible, slipping one mask on for another. You envision a world where you're center stage, the lead role in the school's biggest production to date. As a daddy's girl, you always wanted to impress your father, who prides himself on his intelligence and position. Part of you considers a version of yourself, desperately trying to impress him, who follows in his footsteps by becoming valedictorian and/or student council president. For the latter, it doesn't just require the brain power to run the ship efficiently or the grades to earn your peers' respect, but the charisma to garner their vote and to maintain your position as you climb for such esteem. This is especially true in such a competitive college culture as the hero schools have created compared to past generations. That competition is even fiercer for the position of valedictorian, you not being the only person in the school with a quirk enhancing their academic prowess. Getting either job and doing it well would have required a lot of hard work, and the perfectionist side of you wouldn't have let you take a half step, especially as one of the main faces of the school. During your time in high school, you were offered various electives. Some were more fun, and others more practical. And yet one that caught your attention was the support course, an introduction to support gear, and the closest thing you had to a workshop class. While you weren't often exposed to the students in the support course, your apartment is in the first-year hero student dorms. Part of you is interested to see how support gear creation works and how it could affect your combat style and strategy. You see a world where you explored that little interest, tinkering occasionally, stuck between becoming a hero and a support gear designer. But you didn't just receive opportunities from your high school. In the years after Ryukyu graduated, while it certainly became less frequent, Ryukyu continued attempting to reach out to you, desperate to reconnect with her little sister. In particular was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to intern at Dragwar, Ryukyu's hero agency, named after the clothing line. You can picture a world where you forgave and forgot with Ryukyu, becoming her sidekick until you could get your hero license. You see yourself flying, Ryukyu making good on her promises that you didn't let her fill those years ago. You figure in that world, things would have become more casual with you, your training sessions turning more into shopping sprees and drinking games, not that she usually did much else with you, to begin with, in recent years. You snicker, daydreaming of you, convincing you to pick up the slack in your training and her own. Your older sister has become content with the model business, focused more on maintaining her image than saving lives, and becoming the centerfold in not-so-well-respected magazines. Treating heroism as a part-time job, you can't deny how happy you is, even if her rank on the billboards is a literal tenth of what it could be with more effort. You image those training sessions where you'd likely served as a punching bag for you to build up her strength and, in turn, increase the efficiency of your shields, assuming that getting stepped on wouldn't destroy them. The amount of Hori or Chiyoko's healing capabilities you'd need certainly doesn't go unnoticed in your visions. That brings you to another possibility, joining Hori's intensive training with your mother. While you certainly care about Chiyoko, it is no secret that you're Nezu's daughter in the same way that Hori is Chiyoko's, and that doesn't necessarily extend both ways. Without a similar quirk and passion as your mother, it made it more difficult for you two to connect in your youth. But you consider a world where you take a more active role, wanting to learn how to be a field medic for heroes and developing that connection with Recovery Girl. And imagining getting their quirks isn't all that bad a prize, either. But the opportunity that forces you to daydream the most arrived at your doorstep in junior year. Your father, the principal of a prestigious hero university, had learned about a foreign exchange program in the United States for high school students. At first, you weren't interested in going because you had no place to stay and were content with your life in Japan. But then your friend Melissa, who you'd still been able to keep in touch with through your parents, coincidentally attended the same hero and support prep school. She offered you and Himiko to stay with her in the States, attend the prep school under the student exchange program, and spend the summer at one of the world's most recognized hero camps. 6 months out of the country, but your daydreaming tells you it would have been a fun 6 months with a bunch of new people. As you finish up with your resume, you move on to the essay, focusing on your time with Himiko. You're proud to say you've done plenty of things to help her integrate better into society. But there are plenty of things you didn't yet find time for or outright decided against. You take the time to reminisce on your thoughts right after you first got with Himiko. Many options available to you were open to Himiko: sports, cheer, and theater. Convincing Himiko to join any of the ones you entered would have been easy than pie. Just as easy as convincing her to give you her quirk if you were honest. And while you certainly see benefits in Himiko joining such activities, you recognize that her doing it with you would have further increased her dependence on you, regardless of the other benefits they would provide her physically, mentally, and emotionally, not to discredit those benefits as a fair trade-off. Another option presented to you was training Himiko's quirk in secret. While you knew Himiko could transform into other people, she had turned into a copy of you more times than you can count, and how long she can change depends on how much of a person's blood she consumes. There was much else you didn't know. For example, Himiko had never used animal blood to turn into an animal. You didn't know if it was possible. Nor were you clear on how mutation quirks affected her biology, since other quirk types didn't seem to manifest while Himiko was transformed. Part of you wondered if by helping Himiko learn how to use her quirk, not only could she become a better hero someday, but she could start learning how to deal with the impulses her quirk brought her. But the little things could add up. Himiko has always been very reserved. Even as you rose to popularity in high school, Himiko's only went up by association. She had never put much effort into talking with others, content to call you and Hori her only friends. But you knew socializing with others and finding friends outside of you could have done her some good. And yet you also had the power to do the opposite. If Himiko wanted to be antisocial, you could have encouraged her clinginess, valuing her happiness over her independence. The fact you have such power over Himiko is something you never take for granted. You couldn't think about helping Himiko without considering how to deal with her family. While being a lesbian is widely accepted in the era of quirks, particularly in the year 2178, it merely gives Himiko's parents more reasons to demonize her. Part of you wanted so badly to tell Himiko to disown the family that causes her so much pain and come live at the UA dorms. You know that Nezu would have allowed it. He's a hero. And yet another part of you wondered at the time if there was anything you could do to repair the relationship or at least stabilize it. And yet the ways you considered to help Himiko didn't end there. You recall one day you and Himiko were out on a date, and Himiko impulsively entered a dog rescue, something catching her eye in the window. The next thing you knew, a yellow lab, maybe only a few weeks old, was playfully licking Himiko's face, giving her a big smile. She was a beautiful dog that easily could have been adopted in the last century. But owning pets had become less and less popular, particularly in Japan, becoming largely niche, especially for animals like this one, who, while adorable, wasn't from a breeder. The responsibility for caring for such a pet, you realized, would have brought Himiko great happiness and forced her to learn how to care for it. And yet maybe you were scared off by the fact that this puppy would equally have been yours, considering how close you are to Himiko. The talk of animals reminds you of the times you nearly considered asking Nezu for advice on how to help Himiko's problems. You know he knew about some of your more unsavory actions with Himiko, but he never seemed to stop you or even confront you about it. You were always confused by Nezu's choice, but eventually, you figured he just wanted you to come to him first rather than insert himself into his daughter's love life without her permission. And yet part of you also had considered trying to see what you could do for Himiko yourself, at least in figuring out if there was a substitute for Himiko's addiction. In retrospect, you recognize that one is only fully effective when combined with one another, but that doesn't mean they couldn't have helped in smaller ways should you have found that Himiko's addiction was her biggest problem. Back then, the final options you considered were finding things outside of school for Himiko to sink her time into, such as a job, internship, or hobby. You figured that if Himiko could see her own interests when she'd naturally be spending less time with you, it could help her grow independence and grow as a person. You'd read somewhere that hobbies could help with recovering addicts, and you figure a part-time job or internship is much the same. You even considered having Himiko join you if you took up Ryukyu on her offer, even if that would lower her independence, just from the uses it could provide. All these are inroads, both for Himiko and yourself. Considering all these opportunities you were presented with is almost crazy, but you only had so much time. You couldn't do most of them, let alone all of them. While some of these opportunities you'd get to experience again throughout college, some of these you could have only helped Himiko or yourself within the moment. And that was without considering if you had asked Himiko for her quirk or your future. Your heart beats faster just thinking about it and how in love you were. Part of you wonders if, by marrying Himiko, she'd open up even more and be willing to let you steer things even more in her development as a person. These last 2 years have been the happiest in your life. Maybe it's too soon, but that's for you to decide. The question is, what have the last 2 years looked like for you? So much has happened in these last few years, hasn't it? I became student council president, joined the cheer squad with Himiko, and did a semester abroad in the States. And when it came to my relationship with Himiko, lots of amazing things happened. We adopted a beautiful puppy. I trained Himiko in her quirk and encouraged Himiko to socialize and join the theater club. As you fill out the resume and essay for your application to UE Academy, you forget about the daydreaming of what could have been and, instead, focus on the things that actually happened, looking back with a smile on your face as you head down memory lane, recalling the events of the last 2 years in vivid detail. It's the day after you and Himiko officially became a couple, and you're still riding on the high of the new relationship. Hori and you teased you quite a bit about it the night before, but that didn't matter to you at all. I'm in love. I'm in love and I don't care who knows it. Skipping through the halls of the high school, your eyes are drawn to numerous posters scattered about. Curious, you look at one of them. My name is Natsumi Okumura, and I am running to be your new student council representative, you read. Please vote for me? Guess the elections are coming up. Would you? Turning your head, you notice the young woman on the posters standing directly behind you. I'll think about it, you quickly write off, ready to leave before her campaign could possibly ruin your good mood. That's it? Natsumi asks, completely shocked. Yeah, you raise your eyebrow. I don't have to bribe you or anything. Like with candy? Bribing is for people utterly incompetent or unconfident in their abilities as a candidate, you snide. So if I even see you with a candy box, I won't even consider it? How could you be so confident? Natsumi asks. There are so many incredible people in this school, way more incredible than me. Why do you want to be on the council? You question Natsumi. I don't know, Natsumi admits. I know many of the candidates running are doing it to improve their resumes. They think having leadership skills will help them to get into hero schools or politics. That's your reason? Pretty shallow if you ask me. Oh. Natsumi looks around. You won't laugh? Of course not, you insist. Probably. Natsumi takes a deep breath. I'm quirkless, she reveals. I guess I just want to prove to everyone that I'm not worthless. You nod. Getting a great idea. Then let me show you how a campaign is really done. Ha! Natsumi blinks as you walk up to the small staging area. Attention, everyone, you scream. Your queen is speaking. Most of the students nearby turn their heads. Firstly, I just wanted everyone to know you can put the rumors to bed. Himiko Toga is my girlfriend. You're welcome for your front page story, Mari. The school newspaper editor looks at you sheepishly as she immediately begins to shamelessly take photos of your stunt. And secondly, I am announcing my candidacy for student council president. Most people look at you with a mix of confusion and amusement. I know that in the history of this school, a freshman has never become student council president, but I am here to make history, you declare. I am the daughter of the hero Mr. Principal. And despite only being my first year here, bullying in my grade is at an all-time low. Age is merely a number, it alone doesn't determine competence. And I promise that under my rule, our school will thrive. Because who represents us should not be determined by who spends the most amount of money on sweets. Instead, our representative should be the person who can step up and do the job the best. And that's exactly what I am, the person who can do the job better than any of the second years could ever hope to achieve. So instead of voting for the person who can give you the immediate satisfaction of candy, why not think about the long term and what a strong president, one that could last 2 years rather than one, can do for you? With your impassioned speech complete, you exit the stage, leaving Natsumi in awe. Wow, she says. You really know how to get their attention. I've learned from the best, you reveal. So, alliance? Natsumi is puzzled. Come again. Maybe bribing with candy is beneath me, but that doesn't mean other methods aren't practical. You scratch my back by supporting my campaign, and I'll scratch yours. Oh, okay, Natsumi squeaks, before scratching your wings. I didn't mean it literally, you deadpan. God, you're almost as socially awkward as my girlfriend. You sure you aren't Himiko playing a prank on me? So sorry. You giggle, holding out your hand, which Natsumi accepts. Great. We're gonna make this election our bitch. Figuring out a plan of attack for the election is child's play. Your grades are already top of the class, in the upper range of all the first years, but you need to be competitive with the second year's top students, many of whom are running, meaning you need to be extra sure you stay ahead of the curve. In addition to that is figuring out the best way to market yourself without devolving into handing out candy. And for that, you realize you need people to bat for you. It's for that exact reason you've found yourself at the school gymnasium, watching the cheerleaders practice. Watching the squad, you cannot help but find yourself enamored with their routine. The dances, the flips, and the coordination combine into a stunning show. It's more like an excuse for the girls to practice gymnastics in a short enough skirt that people might actually come to watch them than traditional cheerleading. Not all that surprising, considering your school eliminated the gymnastics program a few years back due to the demand for more hero-based electives. It makes you really sad to realize how sidelined these girls are, even if the world had adopted American football and cheerleading by association as more recognized sports. As the routine ends, and the coach dismisses the girls to the locker room for a day, you notice many girls gather around one. Sayaka Tamaki, the youngest but clearly most talented of the squad. While becoming a cheerleader was traditionally something that wasn't allowed until the end of the first year, Sayaka's natural talent in gymnastics had propelled the school to make an exception. A first year with strong connections to some of the school's most popular second and third years? Now that was someone that you needed on your side. Hey, Sayaka, you greet. Can we talk for a minute? The girl gives a broad smile before turning to the other cheerleaders. I'll see you girls in a few minutes. Your seniors don't respond, continuing their mindless debate about who the hottest active hero is. So, what does Queen Bitch want with me? I'll get right to the point. The student council election is coming up, and Natsumi Okumura and I need your help. What's even in it for me anyway? Sayaka complains. How do I benefit from Queen Bitch getting more power? You decide it's best to ignore the question. I'm willing to negotiate. Oh, Sayaka giggles. That sounds like a big favor. Wanna know what it's gonna, cost ya? Hopefully, not an arm and a leg? Nah, I'm more interested in your tail, personally, Sayaka says, openly leering at your rear. Do you wrap Himiko up in that at night? The bond between Himiko and I is deeper than sex, you scoff. So you're a virgin? You blush. Bitch, you gotta, get some of those night moves going on in your life, Sayaka insists. Know what I'm saying? Please, leave my love life out of the negotiations. Why? She naively asks. It's funny. Sayaka begins poking and prodding at your scales. You'd make a good squad mascot. I'm not an animal. You aren't. Sayaka questions, genuinely surprised. But isn't your dad an animal who developed a quirk? I'm adopted, you grunt, trying not to show anger. Besides, there are plenty of people with mutation quirks. True, Sayaka shrugs. I think my quirk is like a mutation quirk. It's why I'm so good at gymnastics and shit. My hands aren't the only thing that's double-jointed. Good for you, you roll your eyes. Anyway, if you're just gonna insult me instead of giving me an offer, then I'm just wasting my time. Sayaka taps her chin, in deep thought. Ooh, I got it. Well, I'm waiting, princess. Next week isn't just election week, it's club week. And that means the cheer squad is finally, accepting new members. So join up, so I don't gotta be the runt of the litter anymore. Won't the cheer team have plenty of new recruits? But not as many as cute as you and your girl toy, duh, Sayaka sticks out her tongue. You ponder it for a moment. Considering your desire to be a hero, getting into some physical activity would be nice. And while you initially thought about joining the swim team to fix your weakness in the water ever since growing your wings, the cheer squad you realize could be another solution to your whole mobility problem, which is what your primary weakness as a hero would be right now. Maybe by becoming a filer, I'll literally learn to fly. I'll agree to your terms on one condition, you preface. If I convince Himiko to join the squad, you gotta be her friend. Oh, Sayaka cries. That's so sad. You have to ask people to be Himiko's friend. Sayaka laughs at Himiko's expense, not that the blonde is here to see it. What? Sayaka rhetorically asks. It's not like the cheerleaders aren't already a family of sorts. So long as nobody is fucking anybody else's significant other, we get along great. You sigh. Don't make me regret this. Sayaka shakes your hand. Now, she says sinisterly, licking her lips. Let me see what type of blackmail our seniors have on one another. I can't wait to hashtag over the current council with a scandal. The look on Akihiko's face is gonna be priceless. Not quite what I had in mind, but if it's based on factual information, not like they didn't have it coming. I made the correct decision, right? Hearing Sayaka cackle maniacally, you're starting to wonder otherwise. With Sayaka's help, you're not only able to get the other cheerleaders on your side to help take the nerds out of power, but you've also knocked one or two prime candidates out of the race due to the squad's blackmail materials. If you were merely going for class representative, with your natural charisma, it would be no trouble at all. But instead, you're going up against the upperclassmen for president. The start of Club Week also signifies when all the candidates must give a proper speech. You prepare your words carefully, but with how your very presence, at least in comparison to other teenagers, exudes an aura of charisma, the speech is child's play for you. In the span of a few minutes, you impressively lay out your concerns, bullying and allocation of funding being chief among them, and plan of attack to address said issues, all while telling the student body why they should elect you over anyone else, this time toning back the air of superiority that had been in your tone during your first speech. You can even spin a few negatives that other candidates attacked you on previously and turn them into a positive, reinforcing your position as the best public speaker in the school. Knowing you've done your job, you smirk. I've won over the majority of my fellow first-year students, and the cheerleader's influence among the second-year students should give me the bump I'll need to get over the 50% mark. So long as I keep up this momentum, I should be able to easily take home the votes I need to secure the win. So on the second day of Club Week, you decide to kill two birds with one stone. Hence, you bring Himiko with you. What are we doing, Kazuha? Your girlfriend questions. Why can't we spend lunch together like we normally do? This is for your own good, you insist. With the student council, I won't be able to spend as much time with you as I used to. But we're girlfriends. And that won't change, you affirm with a kiss. But we need to have lives outside of each other. You may have joined the cheer squad with me, but student council work is just not your type of thing. So what? Himiko questions. You just want me to go up to these booths and talk to people? Yep. But I don't talk to people. You're talking to me right now. You're not people to me. Wow, you roll your eyes playfully. Do you think of me as a lizard brain now? I'm hurt. I'm sorry, Kazuha. I didn't mean it that way. Please forgive me. Himiko says, grabbing your arm, tears threatening to fall from her eyes at the mere thought of hurting the thing she cares about in this world more than blood. It's fine, Himiko, you say, not wanting to make a more significant scene out of this than you already have. I was kidding. I know what you meant. It's just this is what being social is all about. You talk to people, discover what works, learn from your mistakes, and try again. It won't matter what these kids think of us in a few years, we'll be long gone. But if you never talk to anyone else out of fear of making a bad impression, you'll never make a good one. A good one that could turn into a friendship. And I know how much you care about your friends. Because I was one of them before we became something more. Himiko seems to understand where you're coming from. So I shouldn't worry about embarrassing myself because if I don't try, I won't make friends? Exactly. And always remember that you'll always have Hori and me. Himiko's eyes sparkle with love. Right? Just use those tips I told you, and you'll be fine. Okay. Himiko screams with renewed vigor, walking right up to the anime club. I don't think she'll have any problems making friends at that table. By the time you've finished making the rounds, you've visited nearly every table, telling every club what you intend to do to them budgetary-wise should you get into office, which for the most part, is excellent news for everyone around. You're about to call it a day when you realize there's one club you and Himiko have yet to visit, the theater club. And honestly, you can't help but feel bad for them. While film and television had technically survived the era of Quirks, theater had not been so lucky. Despite there being so many talented actors out there, without the level of special effects that made cinema stand out, theaters simply lost their luster. Nowadays, the only people making a living as stage actors are those on Broadway, which had remained a hub for many of the shows from the last century due to the movement for artistic preservation that arose just before the dawn of Quirks. The only places you'd find stage performances in Japan are student productions like your schools. And yet, you notice Himiko's attention is drawn to their table more than most clubs she's already visited today. And when you see who is manning it, you get an immediate idea of why. Saruha? The boy Himiko thought she had a crush on before realizing she'd been in love with me the entire time? I'm not worried about a nobody like him stealing Himiko from me, but now that I think about it, this might be a sign. Himiko's quirk is transformation, allowing her to become anyone she wants. The better she gets at acting, the easier for her to impersonate people, which is precisely what Himiko must do. Her quirk simply isn't built to be an upfront fighter if she's to become a hero. She'll have to make do with subterfuge. This is a perfect place for someone with a quirk like hers to hone the skills necessary for her to use her quirk. And the added bonus of giving her someplace to be and people to talk to while I'm busy with student council work is the cherry on top. You nudge Himiko on the arm, determined to convince her that joining the theater club would be best for her long-term development. Why don't you talk to him, you tell your girlfriend, pointing subtly to Saito. Maybe your love for him was misplaced, but that doesn't mean you can't be his friend. Wouldn't be mad? Himiko questions. Why would I be mad about you being friends? It's not like you want to date him instead of me. Okay, but why join the theater? Because it would be fun? Oh. Himiko blinks before smiling. Alright then. Himiko skips over to Saito. Where do I sign up? Saito is clearly taken off guard. Right here, he points down to the list. Himiko quickly signs it. So what part am I playing? And what are we performing? Shrek the musical? Saito answers. You burst out in laughter. You can't be serious. I got an idea. Himiko's eyes twinkle. You should play the dragon, Kazuha. And I can be the donkey. But why would you want to be that role? Saito questions. Well, Kaz and I are a thing now. And she always compliments how big Maya's dash. Maybe you should pick another play, you nearly beg Saito. Or give Himiko a role that she'd be more fitting in? Sure? We'll figure something out, Saito reassures you. But thank you for joining up, Himiko. You're welcome. She pauses, trying to think of how to continue the conversation. So, what other plays have you put on in the past? Well, Saito begins. There's our production from last fall, the B movie, a stage play. Smiling, you decide to leave Himiko alone to develop her new friendship. You're in the female locker room 1 week later, getting ready for cheer practice. While many girls had signed up, most hadn't made it through the tryout process, and that nearly included you. Luckily, you had Sayaka to go to bat for you, or else, you probably wouldn't have made it into the squad. All because of my stupid wings. I'm not even sure they're functional. As you get changed into your custom-fitted uniform, Sayaka sneak attacks you from behind, grabbing you in a hug, careful to not prick herself on your scales. Hey Kaz, Sayaka smirks. Wanna shower together after our workout? My girlfriend is literally right behind us, and I'm pretty sure she's thinking about what your blood will taste like when she's done with you. Blood? Sayaka raises an eyebrow. I know your freaky girlfriend looks like a vampire, but now you're just being mean. I'm freaky? Himiko tilts her head, baffled by Sayaka's words and actions. And is that how the cheerleaders greet one another? It's a compliment, Sayaka half lies. And yes, you can do this to me anytime. Himiko nods her head, and naivety copies Sayaka's actions, causing the cheerleading prodigy to blush. Whore, you say under your breath, just loud enough for Sayaka to hear. You're lucky you, got under Himiko's skirt first, Sayaka pouted. And that you have a boyfriend, you remind her. I do. Sayaka questions. When did that happen? You groan. You were literally telling me about him yesterday. Oh, Kanji, Sayaka remembers. Yeah, I broke up with him. When? While I was messing with you. I sent Kanji a text, Sayaka shows you. Not only was he shit in bed, but I'd much rather see if I can insert myself into this mess of a relationship. I'd like to see you try, you challenge. 'Cause it won't work. We'll see, Sayaka shrugs. I mean, unless you find me a hot stud that'll make me bend at the knees, if you get what I'm saying. Is this really what being a cheerleader is about? Is this really what being a cheerleader is about? Himiko questions. Finding love? I guess Himiko and I are on the same wavelength. And sisterhood, Sayaka mentions. We're basically like a teenage sorority. I don't know what that is. Don't worry, we'll have plenty of fun. The things I do because of my giant inflated ego. Thanks a lot. You hear the locker room door burst open before Sayaka can put any more moves on your girlfriend. On the other side is Natsumi. Kazuha. Natsumi yells in excitement. The results came out. Of your pregnancy test? Sayaka jokes. No. Natsumi dismisses. Of the election. Natsumi hands you her phone and in turn, shows you the outcome. I'm looking forward to working with you, Madam President, Natsumi says. Madam President, you smirk. It does have a nice ring to it. How about we, celebrate with my favorite thing, shopping? Sayaka squeals. You mean, for fruits and veggies? Himiko questions. More like clothes, Sayaka deadpans. Who's with me? You shrug. There are worse ways to spend hump day. The rest of the semester sees you struggling to find free time. Between cheer practice, student council meetings, keeping your grades up, hanging out with you, and going on dates with Himiko, every day feels like you don't even have the chance to breathe. And yet you wouldn't change a minute of it. Yet, you can't say you don't sigh in relief as finals finish and you find yourself on winter break. Especially because it gives you the chance to do something you've wanted to do for a while now. So, why'd you invite me to the UA practice field? Himiko questions you. Are we even allowed to be here? Yep. It shouldn't be a problem whatsoever, you confirm. But I called you out here. For something important? And, what is that something? Quirks want to be used, Himiko. And while I'm totally fine with me donating my blood to you, I know that sometimes you struggle on the days I'm not able to give you your daily dose for some reason or another. I figure that by having you learn more about how your quirk works and using it more often, it might help you with those blood cravings. That makes sense, Himiko reasons. So, where are we gonna get started? Well, you continue, a bit nervous. In order for me to understand how to help you better, I think, I'm gonna need to have your quirk? Himiko tilts her head, inquisitive. Oh, is that all? She immediately bites the inside of her cheek before pulling you in for a kiss. As soon as the blood hits your stomach, you feel an immediate change. It's like you develop a sixth sense, one for blood. You can feel it flowing through your veins. There's a tinge of various different blood types in the air, mixing together into an ever-present scent in the background. And yet, it's not just blood, but other types of DNA as well. While blood is naturally the strongest, it's like you've developed a sensor attracting you to sources of DNA. You feel your very biology change, your insides twisting as if you're growing a second stomach, one that you feel is full of goo, as it spreads throughout your body, infecting every pore. And soon, as your fangs become even sharper, to the point of truly becoming a very deadly weapon in the right mouth, you come to a realization about the very nature of Himiko's quirk. Himiko is a living pile of goo that can shapeshift into another fully functional living form based on the DNA she intakes. A goop that gains substance primarily by absorbing the DNA of others. If her own body wasn't constantly producing DNA, then she'd just disintegrate into a pile of slime until someone fed her. I guess that goes for me as well now. Considering how finicky the weaker versions of these quirks can be, I'm surprised but relieved to find that I didn't instantly melt. But this is freaky. Are we even humans? Maybe living antimatter is more appropriate? I don't even know. And what are the practical implications that Himiko never considered before now? Still, no wonder Himiko's obsessed with blood. It's literally like water in Himiko's natural form and just as nutritious. Her natural body was designed to be cannibalistic. Just look at her fangs. It's not just a fetish. She obsesses over blood because she's dehydrated. Thank God our human forms seem, for the most part, perfectly content with regular food and water, or Himiko and I would naturally be a predator species to humans. Himiko catches you as you stumble. Are you all right? Himiko asks, panic clear in her voice. Fine, you insist. It's just when you think about this quirk on a scientific level, it's disconcerting. Try not thinking about it, Himiko suggests. It's always worked for me. That is probably for the best. I have a weaker version of your quirk, and it's already making me feel a certain way about blood. How can you tolerate it? If you ignore it, the feeling goes away. Really? No, Himiko admits. But you get really good at ignoring it? That's disturbing, you note. And probably not healthy. You decide against starting an argument with Himiko about the very nature of your new existence. Anyway, I have an idea. Go on, Himiko encourages. I could feel things about your quirk when I absorbed it, and I think you're thinking too small with it. What does that mean? You stifle a small giggle. Himiko, you're not just attracted to human blood, right? Nope, Himiko confirms. I've had the blood of a few animals once. And I love meat. The more raw, the better. And you've turned into me plenty of times, right? Like that time you needed me to sit in on that boring conference call with that boring teacher with the boring name and the boring sounding voice and the boring agenda and the boring suit and... Are you done? And the boring haircut, Himiko finishes. Now I'm done. You roll your eyes. Himiko, have you ever tried turning into an animal? Himiko realizes. I've never thought about it before. Hori comes trotting along, interrupting the conversation. Sorry I'm late, sis. I just had to take care of some things. No worries, you tell her. We understand perfectly. So what did I miss with your totally secret training? Himiko questions, hoping to be brought back up to speed. I have Himiko's quirk now, and we just realized we might be able to turn into animals. Oh, cool, Hori responds before she can actually process the meaning of what you just said. Wait, excuse me? Did I stutter? No. I'm just surprised you waited this long to take Himiko's quirk. Honestly, also surprised you haven't asked for mine. It just hasn't come up, you shrug. Besides, healing is your thing. If I took it, I'd just get dragged into your time with Mom. That's actually pretty fair, Hori accepts. What are we waiting for? Himiko asks, clearly excited by the potential new discovery of her quirk. Let's find something to turn into. A few minutes later, you find your victim. It's a blue jay, alive but injured, presumably from the elements or getting away from another predator. Assuming that getting healed after by Hori's quirk is a pretty fair trade-off for the amount of blood you'll be taking, you get 2 medium-sized doses of blood, one for each of you and Himiko. So, who is going first, you question? I'll go since if it's gonna work for either of us, it would for me more than you, Himiko volunteers. Down the hatch. Taking it like a shot of whiskey, Himiko quickly drinks the scarlet concoction. As she sighs at the refreshment of the blood hitting her throat, she begins to concentrate. Slowly, you see Himiko's human form turn into a gray goop. The goo compounds itself into a smaller and smaller sphere before reshaping itself into that of a tiny bird. The slime turns from liquid to solid, as the gray is replaced with shades of blue, feathers, and bone emerging as what is left of Himiko is a small blue jay. Chirp once if you can still understand us, Himiko, you order. The bird, or rather, Himiko, chirps as commanded. Chirp twice if you're not feeling any pain. Himiko does so, making you sigh in relief. Alright, I'm going to join her, you tell Hori. If this doesn't work, I leave everything to Sayaka. Hey! Hori protests, sticking out her tongue. But seriously, don't joke like that. Drinking the blood. You instantly can tell why Himiko loves the stuff. Before, it wasn't displeasing, but with both your original quirk and new quirk amplifying the taste, it's better than an ice cream shake and feels like an instant boost from an energy drink. I will have to keep this in check, or else we will have some problems. And yet, you can feel the bird's blood trickling down your throat, heading not to your natural stomach but that metaphysical one you felt earlier, the home to your slime. You've asked Himiko enough times about how it feels to transform to just focus on the image of who you want to become. Closing your eyes, you can feel your legs dissolve, turning into literal mush. Do not become a puddle. You are not a pile of goo. Just use the bird DNA to take that form. It's not that hard. Do not get stuck as some mindless paste. You keep focusing on the bird while focusing on your breathing, trying not to think about the fact that soon you will be a puddle, at least until the moment before you transform entirely. You keep repeating these thoughts and soon, you feel nothing. Opening your eyes, you realize you can't move. The sight you have is over a wide area. You instantly know you've become the very puddle you were so afraid of becoming in the first place. And when you try thinking about being human again, it doesn't work. Oh my God. Why am I not transforming? Am I stuck like this? I can't be a liquid for the rest of my life. How am I even thinking? The panic on Hori's face is evident. Kazuha? Come on, this is funny. Luckily, you can quickly regain your composure as you realize nothing else is happening. Your consciousness isn't fading away, you've just returned to your new natural state. Come on, Kazuha. Calm down, girl. Not all hope is lost. So you're a puddle. You can still feel the DNA. There's just something I'm missing. Maybe this is a difference between Himiko's version and my own. She just needs to think about being the person, and I need to visualize it? Okay, let's try this again. I am a bird. I am a blue jay. I'm small. I don't have hands. I have wings. I can fly. I have a beak. Worms. I am a bird. I am a blue jay. This time, you feel something. You aren't growing per se, but as you focus on individual parts of the bird, you can feel those things forming. With all of your concentration on the task of developing your new body, you regain control of the goo. Quickly, you realize you have real eyes again. And while the world is a heck of a lot smaller, you, indeed, are an exact replica of Himiko, who flutters and jumps over to you, concerned. Chirp, chirp, chirp. A note to self. Just because you've become a bird brain does not mean you instantly understand birds automatically. Still, better than being stuck with a brain smaller than a pea for a bit in exchange. Thank you, Quirks, for defying the laws of the natural world as we knew them. And yet, despite that, it doesn't take you too long to adjust. So my arms have become my wings? At least they're as easy to flap as my old arms. And my legs might not be as mobile, but they still function. It's weird and different, but I can make this work. Heck, maybe using these wings will help me learn how to use my dragon wings. Feeling confident, you charge forward, flapping your wings, hoping to gain some altitude like a plane would. And while unconventional for a bird, it ends up working. Soon your feet are off the ground. You're flying. Head first into the side of a tree. You hear Hori laughing and Himiko chirping in such a way that it imitates laughter. I'm never going to hear the end of this, am I? That winter is the most memorable winter break of your life. Almost every day is spent with Himiko, training the limits and expectations of your quirks. After the bird transformation to prove you could do it, you decided to stay away from any animal transformations for the most part. Instead, you spent days taste testing blood samples. Sometimes you and Himiko would spend the day as one another. One or twice, the two of you could even fool Hori into not realizing the difference. You could never fool your father, however, who was simply too keen to ever make a mistake, considering your body language. Other times you became Sayaka's twin, acting as a 3D mirror whenever you and your weirdly new best friend went shopping. Your bestie even allowed you to appropriate her identity in order to get Natsumi to trade in her bookish wardrobe for a more confident one, even if she'd never be caught dead in a cheerleading uniform. Once, you even became you, taking her place at a press conference when she'd gotten too drunk one night and would have had to cancel otherwise. In exchange, she basically let you joyride as a nationally recognized hero and, more importantly, adult whenever you wanted after that. It might not have necessarily been legal, but being able to sneak into bars without anyone questioning the ID you let you borrow was awesome, let alone the numerous free drinks you got from the men who hit on you. Never did you let things go too far, but the freedom of the winter break is something you'd never experienced before and is something that you might never have again. The freedom was so great you didn't even realize there was a weekend Himiko didn't contact you, during which time she'd spent as a stray cat. She found the original dead in an alleyway and couldn't help herself from indulging in its blood before transforming on a whim. She only reverted back when the local seafood restaurant owner refused to give her more free fish for dinner. What you and Himiko quickly realized was that size and weight played an essential role in determining how long you or Himiko could stay in a form before reverting back. One thing you realized during your time with Himiko over the break is in what manner your quirks differ. Specifically, you know that the same amount of blood, regardless of form, lasts Himiko way longer than you at first, slowly becoming more comparable in length with the longer you stay in a state. Additionally, while Himiko's transformations have evolved to the point of seamless, to become anything more than a puddle, yours requires far more concentration and cannot be done rapidly. Despite these limitations, you come to terms with your new quirk and its limitations, which at the very least, has no drawbacks in your everyday life. More importantly, though, you'd figured out a few tips and tricks about how Himiko's quirk worked that, while disgusting and not necessarily sustainable for anyone outside of your relationship, had allowed for DNA transfers that had, while not killing your cravings entirely, had at least kept you from feeling parched. The same, of course, extends to Himiko, who further notices those blood cravings aren't as intense when in a small form, which is half the reason she'd even been a cat, to begin with. Still, now that you understand the reason Himiko is the way she is and are in the same boat, you're incentivized more than ever to ensure your girlfriend's needs are met and she gets the care she needs for her affliction. And you'll be with her every step of the way. On the first day of the spring semester, the school, as is per tradition, celebrates the arrival of the new wave of students with a rally. You have to admit, with everything going on since getting Himiko's quirk, you've been slacking slightly when it came to cheerleading practice, missing a practice or two over the break. Still, by the time you get out onto the field for your routine, you're more than confident you'll be able to handle what Sayaka and the cheer captain, Rise, have been cooking. Despite being slightly out of practice, you put just as much hard work into cheer as you have everything else in your life. You make the twists and turns and twirls relatively easily. While you're not a natural, nor have you put in the time to keep up with Sayaka or some of the third years, it's clear that being part of the squad has given you greater flexibility and coordination than you had before joining it. Himiko, on the other hand, while also doing her best to stick to the routine, takes a trick out of Sayaka's book, covering up any of her minor mistakes with sex appeal. You almost roll your eyes when Himiko catches the pom-pom she nearly dropped, only to pretend to cover up her skirt like someone might have seen something. You know Sayaka influenced her, but you're surprised by how promiscuous Himiko has become since joining the squad, and subservient to stronger personalities such as yourself and Sayaka. As the dance finishes, you have to go from play mode to work mode in an instant. Still gotta fulfill my duties as student council president, after all. You brush aside the fact that you'll be addressing the entire school in your cheer outfit and give the biggest welcome speech you can muster for the first years, Natsumi right by your side alongside the now third-year representative, Daichi. The contrast in your means of dress to the two of your companions truly represents both sides of your personality. And then after this, we have a council meeting? And then, isn't the first performance of the school play this month? Guess school really is back in session. Himiko's performance during the stage play is fantastic. You've heard her talk about all the wonderful friends she's made with your encouragement, both in and out of the theater club, but seeing you gathered around her small crowd of supporters, you can't help but be proud of her. While there's still much growing to be done, Himiko is clearly on the right path. At the very least, you can't deny that she's improved greatly regarding how she holds herself out in public to others. Nobody from first impression would realize the deep psychological issues that she's dealing with due to her quirk. The only reason you're holding on mentally is due to your mutual support of one another. And right as the play finishes, you get an email from someone you haven't heard from since last summer. Melissa? I wonder what she wants. Reading through the email, you're not surprised to see that it's nothing super serious, mostly just a generic life update and letting you know that she'll be coming to Japan for a few days during her spring break. But what catches your attention more than anything else is the name of the school she's attending. Midtown Horizon High? Where have I heard that name before? It takes you a moment to piece it together. Right. My dad mentioned it to Hori and me a few weeks ago. Something about an advertisement for the student exchange program? I think that was one of the options. What a funny coincidence. And then there's that incredible hero camp that's hosted in the States. Heroes of the Future, or something like that. Ranked #1 in the world, many of America's best heroes attended that camp. And it's being hosted in the ruins of Central Park, too. Honestly, I kinda wrote it off before, but it actually could be enjoyable. You know what? Hashtag it. Let's do it. We can broaden our horizons, quite literally. And it'll get Himiko away from her parents. I'll talk to Melissa about maybe staying at her place for the spring and summer. After that, she'll be at I-Island Academy, and there's basically no chance I'll see her as often. This is basically our chance to have a girls' trip. I can take care of most of my student council duties for the remaining weeks of the semester beforehand, and the rest I can manage over the internet. It'll take some extra preparation, but it's totally gonna be worth it. I'll just talk to Himiko and Hori about it. With renewed vigor, you get ready to plan the trip of a lifetime. You and Himiko are coming back from your date at the mall. While admittedly, your tail makes it difficult to find clothes that fit, you find a lovely dress, one you aren't afraid to show off to your girlfriend. Himiko returns the favor, trying on a few tight-fitting tops designed to emphasize her chest, mostly to tease you. And yet Himiko doesn't buy anything besides necessities she needs to replace. Lunch is nice, too, finding a small Italian restaurant on the border of the mall for some peace and quiet. The bath soaps that are supposed to feel magical on quirked individuals with scales like yours are merely a bonus. All in all, it's been a perfect day. Thank you for treating me today, you tell Himiko as you walk down the street to the subway. Himiko hugs your arm tighter as you walk. Anything for you, Kaz? Himiko smiles, a small tinge of pink on her face. Ditto, you blush. I mean right back at you. Stupid word choice. Get your act together, 'cause you're better than this. Himiko doesn't seem to notice your poor word choice. Instead, she stops in place, her eyes drawn elsewhere. What's wrong? You question your girlfriend. Himiko doesn't say anything, instead staring quizzically at a store window. You don't get it at first glance. It seems like a generic rundown shop. But you glimpse something blonde in the slightly dusty window, and it's not Himiko's reflection. Your girlfriend, drawn by whatever she saw in the window, runs into the store, the bell at the top giving a little chime. Confused, you instinctively follow after her, only to find a puppy licking Himiko's face. Stop it, she protests playfully, her giggle giving away the fact she's actually enjoying the dog's antics. That tickles. You smile as a young man, you presume to be in his early 20s, runs out of the back with a grooming apron. He seems incredibly worried and apologetic. I'm sorry, he quickly says, scooping the yellow lab in his arms. I should have been paying better attention. She didn't hurt you, right? No. Himiko insists, getting off her knees and petting the puppy. Not at all. She's a very cute doggy-woggy. That's good, he sighs with relief. She's very young, and I only got her a few days ago, so I'm still trying to figure out her temperament. Looking around the store, you see a few different animals in playpens or cages, mostly other dogs or cats. You also see some pet supplies, including food and other things essential to caring for an animal. What is this place? You question. We're a rescue, the manager explains, a sad expression on his face. Just because owning a pet has become more of a luxury since the dawn of Quirks doesn't mean there aren't plenty of animals needing a home. Now more than ever. Oh right, you realize. Yeah, I was never allowed to have a dog. The one time my sister brought it up as a suggestion, my dad got angry. I take it he's got a mutation quirk like yours? Sure, let's go with that. You shrug, not wanting to reveal your complicated family history to a stranger. Well, how would you feel about someone else owning a reptile, considering your quirk? I'm not sure I'd be too bothered by it, but I totally understand where you are coming from. It might not seem like it, but the world's really changed since the dawn of Quirks. Things commonplace a century ago, like television and pets, just faded into the background. For all the good they've brought, Quirks have taken over everything. It's not just stagnant, but regressive. Personally, I wish I was alive before this era of Quirks. It's just awful to see what has become of so many great animals just because they were born at the wrong time. Still, it was bad before, you reason. Many animals who deserved homes didn't find one and were put down. It's not like that's changed. Yeah, but you don't know the breeders, he hisses before showing you two small patches of discolored fur on the puppy's belly. That's all the excuse they needed to throw an entire litter away. She was found with her siblings at the dumpster. She's the only survivor. And I'm not sure if she was the lucky one. Part of you is hesitant to believe every word he's saying, considering how desperate his family's financial situation must be and his clear desire to guilt-trip you into adopting one of his animals. And yet, you don't sense malice or lies. You can see the heartache on Himiko's face. That's awful. You decide to play along, mostly for Himiko and the puppy's sake. I've been trying my best to keep these animals fed, safe, and healthy, but the government keeps cutting my budget little by little. My friends and I already had to downsize once. Honestly, the worst day of my life, that was. How old is she? Himiko questions, taking the puppy in her arms. A few weeks at most, the owner answers. Why? I'm not sure, Himiko admits as the puppy curls up in her arms, implicitly trusting Himiko. Are you considering adopting her? He asks, hopeful. Please, you don't know how much I'd appreciate it. Himiko turns to you as if waiting for your approval. You sigh. Himiko, we're heading to the States in a few weeks, and it's more than a weekend. Pet sitting is a thing of the past, and I'm not sure how our families would feel about leaving a puppy in training with them, especially my dad and your parents. We could take her with us? Himiko suggests. We're going to Melissa's place in New York. And then there's the hero camp. It's going to be a massive headache. I'm just not sure this is the right time, let alone are you ready for one. Himiko looks at you with resolve. Please, Kazu. This dog deserves a home. You hesitate but, well, they used to say that dogs make excellent companions. I won't always be there for Himiko, and having another creature rely on her could be the incentive Himiko needs to start relying on herself more. And sure, connecting with humans is tough, but connecting with animals should be easier, right? Okay, fine. We can adopt the puppy. An aura of cheerfulness engulfs Himiko. Really? Yes, you reaffirm. But the dog is going to primarily be your responsibility. She's going to be fully dependent on you, and you need to be a good pet owner. I'll do my best. The owner smiles, relieved. I'll get the paperwork and our starter kit. He quickly enters the back as Himiko holds the puppy to her face. I promise to take good care of you, okay girl? The dog licks Himiko in the face again. I'm gonna name you Puppy, Himiko declares. Puppy, you blink. That's not a name, Himiko. That's what she is. So, that makes it a great name, Himiko reasons. You laugh. We'll workshop it? Okay, Himiko beams. It doesn't take the owner to come back with a cart containing a massive bag of dry dog food, a case of wet food, multiple boxes of different treat brands, 2 dog beds, a few different shampoos, a bottle of vitamins, some leashes and collars, and even a few manuals and DVDs on owning and caring for dogs. Alright, for the dog and starter kit, that'll be 488,727 yen. Well, at least that's not in US currency, right? Still, 500,000 yen for a dog? No wonder this is a luxury. What average person could afford this? Himiko, however, is not the average person by any means, handing him her credit card. Keep the change. The owner looks down at the card in his palm. When the transaction is complete, you look back at the giant card of stuff you have no idea what to do with. So, how are we supposed to get this home? Himiko shrugs. We're gonna have a lot of explaining to do. The next day, you're on your phone trying to look up old websites for tips on caring for dogs while going through one of the manuals that Himiko bought. We're way over our heads, aren't we? What were you thinking about allowing Himiko to do this, Kaz? Get it together. You can't refund a living thing. Just because Himiko smiled at you does not mean you bend to her will. You're the queen bitch who wears the pants in this relationship. Now you're gonna go over to Himiko's house, assuming she hasn't gotten kicked out by that damn puppy marking your territory, and do absolutely nothing. Himiko can barely take care of herself. She's been in her shell more than ever lately, especially since joining the cheerleading squad with me. I know I said it was her responsibility, but how is Himiko supposed to figure this out? She's just now learning empathy. How is she supposed to empathize with something that isn't even human? You're broken out of your daze by the sound of the doorbell. I'll get it, Hori says, opening the front door to reveal Himiko, the puppy, and 2 suitcases. Himiko, you begin. We're not leaving for America until next week. I know, Himiko clarifies, giving you a peck on the cheek. But I came up with an idea. Go on, you encourage, though a bit suspicious. Neither of us has any idea what we're doing taking care of a dog, Himiko points out. True, you admit. And we're heading to New York a week from tomorrow, so we need to figure out what we're doing by then. You nod, implying her to continue. Meaning we need a crash course, Himiko declares. Okay, you agree. So we're hiring a dog whisperer? Nope. We're gonna become the dog whisperers. Excuse me? Himiko pulls out her rudimentary support item, a syringe manufactured by your mother so that Himiko can painlessly extract blood. Remember when we were first learning about how the transform quirk works, and we turned into birds? All I remember is immediately crashing into a tree and knocking myself out. Oh right, Himiko laughs. That was funny. It doesn't take you long to piece together what Himiko has planned. We are not doing that. I never said we had to do anything, Himiko smirks. I'm just going to have Hori here help me take some blood from Puppy here safely, drink it, and then let Hori take care of 2 adorable yellow labs for the weekend. That is unless you want to make it 3. Himiko, I mean no offense, but what the hashtag are you thinking? You turn to Hori, exasperated. And please tell me why you thought this was a good idea? Hori shies away from your glare. I just wanted to help you and Himiko. It's perfectly safe too. It's not like Himiko can't turn back if she gets scared or can't handle things. You sigh. And what else does this entail? Hori laughs at your unintentional pun before quickly shutting up. Himiko wanted to be treated the same as Puppy. She planned to guide Puppy into the other room before taking the blood, so I couldn't tell the difference between them. I have trouble with reading other people, Himiko admits. And while you've helped me to expand my horizons and meet new friends, like the girls in the theater club or cheer squad. But at least they're human. Puppy is a dog. When will I know when she's hungry, thirsty, needs to go out, or wants to play? Himiko pauses, trying to read your puzzled expression. If I learned anything from the theater, Himiko continues, it's that sometimes, the best way to understand someone is to put yourself in their shoes. I get it's supposed to be a metaphor, but with my quirk, I can actually do that. When I'm the one who is hungry, thirsty, needs to be let out, or play, then I'll be able to sympathize with her better. And when I've undergone the training, I'll know how to reinforce it with puppy. So you think you'll understand your dog better by turning yourself into a puppy and being forced to act like one? Himiko nods. I tried reading the books I bought, but I just got a headache. And then the DVDs were just as bad. I've never been a good student, especially a self-taught one. I have to have a teacher. That's why I rely on you to tutor me, and even then, my grades are only acceptable. And if I can't find a teacher, then I need to learn from experience. But there has to be another way. Maybe, but I want to do things my way. Like you said, I know it's unconventional, but if puppy is to be my responsibility, I need to do it the only way I know how, Kazuha. Because it's more than about the training. Himiko stares at the lab in her hands. I don't want to just be puppy's owner. I want to be her friend. And being her friend means more than giving her substance and toys. Maybe I can understand her on a deeper level the more time I spend as a dog. You know how crazy this sounds though, you point out. We're on spring break, Hori reasons. It's not like Himiko's not allowed to decide how to spend her free time. That's not the problem though. If Kazuha thinks it's a bad idea, then I guess we can find another way, Himiko says sadly. I guess I'm just incapable of taking care of puppy after all. It's not that, you say. I'm just worried about you, you know? I just don't know why you went to Hori for this instead of me. Because you said puppy is my responsibility. I didn't want to burden you. That's not what I meant. Then what did you mean? I don't know. Then why not help Hori care for puppy and me or join us? It'd be a lot of fun. Besides, you and Hori have your own dorm now. It's not like we'd be disturbing your parents. And I brought everything we'd need for the week and more. Please. Kazuha? Hold up. Am I actually considering this? But this is absolute madness. Don't fall for Himiko's puppy dog eyes. Bet they'll be even cuter when… Focus, Kaz. You got this. You can figure out what is best for Himiko objectively. So the first idea I have is to squash this idea before it gets any further. It might be expensive, but we can maybe find some sort of dog trainer before we head to the United States. It's not like money is our biggest concern right now. It seems like a way more reasonable option than Himiko's plan, but, as Himiko said, it's not just about the training, and we'd be asking a lot of the trainer. Money might not be our biggest concern, but Himiko and I's pockets only run so deep. Do I really want to leave for this trip on a potentially negative note with my parents? Okay, so maybe getting a dog trainer isn't the be-all and all solution I thought it was initially, but is Himiko's idea really a better option? Couldn't we just spend our time doing what we have been doing, looking up online resources and old training books to do it ourselves? Taking care of a dog can't be that complicated, right? But taking care of a dog and training a dog is different. Will puppy really be ready before we go to the States? And even if I can get puppy ready, the only way that's possible is if I go contrary to what I said before about puppy being Himiko's responsibility. And once the imprinting process begins, well, puppy might be my dog more than Himiko's if she's spending all her time with just me. Fine. I'll consider the merits of Himiko's idea. My first option following this path would be to leave Himiko, Hori, and puppy to their own devices. Himiko didn't want me to be in on this, to begin with, if she kept it secret. Puppy is her responsibility, and if she somehow convinced Hori to go along with this insane plan, then maybe I should let her. Himiko's done this type of stuff before, so this really isn't all that different. In fact, it's probably safer. Life is about trying and failing, after all, and from what I understand about the transformation Quirk Himiko and I now share, this shouldn't be dangerous. But this plan is already going to be incredibly difficult for Himiko and Hori. I'm not sure they know what they're getting themselves into. And if this blows up in their face, then we won't be better off than where we started. Do I want to trust in their original idea with no meddling on my end? My second path is to take responsibility for caring for both Himiko and puppy myself. Hori being around to help would make taking care of two dogs manageable and allow me to take the things I learned from the DVDs and books to use. But if Himiko doesn't want me to know which one is her, just like she wouldn't Hori, then I'll have to train both of them. I won't deny this is probably easier than just trying to train Puppy normally, considering that it'll actually give Himiko something to do while I'm studying. But, while changing forms doesn't seem to cause any direct changes to our mental states, Himiko is impressionable. Himiko is already a bit dependent on me. Do I want to risk reinforcing that with dog training, even if it'll probably be easier to reinforce orders she herself has followed? And lastly, turning into a dog alongside Himiko would be so demeaning. And to take orders from Hori? Sis would never let me hear the end of it. And that's not even the worst part? Just think about the smell of dog food. But I'm sure Himiko would feel better knowing I was going through this right alongside her, and it would allow me to keep better track of Himiko since there's no point in hiding it from one another. Plus, while we wouldn't be able to train Puppy in the traditional sense, we'd be able to bond with her. Apparently, that tends to take months, so maybe speeding along the process before such a big trip might do us good. Who knows? Maybe I'll even learn to understand Puppy? And even if Himiko and I end up getting training from Hori, at least it's not directly reinforcing Himiko's dependency on me in the traditional sense. But do I really want to go through something so unpleasant? I mean, spending my last week in Japan being walked around by a leash was not how I planned to spend it, even if Puppies basically quashed all those plans regardless. Still, it's not like I could visit Sayaka like if I was still human. If she found out, then I'd be screwed. In any case, throwing a dog on Sayaka or Natsumi's shoulders at the last minute isn't gonna happen, and there's no way I'd trust you to do it. So, no matter what, I have to choose how I want to spend this week. Do I prioritize training or bonding? Or conventional methods against unconventional ones? You sigh, partially out of a false perception of indignation and partially in disbelief of you actually going along with Himiko's idea in any capacity. And yet, you can't deny that your gut is telling you to support Himiko's wishes out of your limited options. Is this what you truly want? You question Himiko. Being treated like a dog for the next week or so? Himiko nods. It's the best way for me to learn how to take care of Puppy and get her the training she needs. And I trust you and Hori. And you don't want us to know which one you are? You realize that means you aren't getting special treatment. You'll have to do your business outside, eat dog food from a dog bowl, listen to our commands, and otherwise act as a dog would. I know, Himiko presses. I'm a good actor. By the end of the week, you won't even know which one is me. Himiko laughs. Heck, by the end of it, I'm not even sure you'll want to turn me back. Please don't joke about that, you beg. And I don't care about your stupid pride. If things ever go too far for you, just change back. Nobody will hold it against you. Okay, Himiko agrees before picking up Puppy. Well, please take good care of us. I will. Sorry, Hori, but Himiko and Puppy are my responsibility. No, I totally understand, Hori states. To be honest, Himiko and Puppy being solely my responsibility kinda terrified me, so I appreciate you taking them off my hands for me. No offense, Himiko. None was taken, Himiko. I wouldn't want to take care of me either. You give Himiko one final kiss before she heads into the bedroom with her dog and the 2 vials of blood that will be more than enough to sate her appetite in her new form. Hori looks at you, a bit nervous. Are you sure this is what you want? I mean, your girlfriend's gonna be another species. I'm not sure of anything, you admit. But it's our best option in such a short time frame. I just hope Himiko understands what she's getting into. It's just not on my personality to go easy on her. I get it, I didn't expect you to. Though that's why you're better for this stuff than I am. I don't think I could have allowed myself to forget Himiko was one of the dogs and babied them the whole time. Strong cause I know, you smirk. Though, don't tell Dad I let my girlfriend turn into a dog. Or Mom. I supported this idea as well, Hori pouted. Do you really think I'd want to get myself in trouble too? Good point, you shrug. Before you can say another word, you hear some light scratching behind the bedroom door. Hori grimaces. Guess that means the change is done. Are you ready? About as ready as could be expected. I mean, you two kinda threw this on my lap 10 minutes ago. As you approach the door, you hear the scratching stop. And as you open it, you find 2 yellow labs. The first is inquisitive, sniffing at Himiko's discarded clothing, which sits on a pile at the door. She is quickly spooked by your entrance, backing away quite clumsily, clearly wary and on guard, relaxing only when she realizes it's a familiar face. The second is far more energetic and carefree, chasing her tail without a care in the world. As the door opens, she perks her head in your direction but collapses from dizziness. She lets out a small playful bark as she struggles to get to her feet before charging into your arms, giving you a warm greeting. She's soon joined by her twin, who, unlike her energetic counterpart, needs some assistance getting into your arms. As you pick her up, she kisses your cheek. Placing them on your bed, you reach into the bag and pull out 2 collars. One is red, the other is blue. You put the red collar on the energetic dog and the blue one on the more hesitant twin. The prior doesn't resist as you strap the accessory around her neck, though the latter yips and nips at you when you tighten it too much. You don't even feel the bite, considering it couldn't even get past your scales. "I'm sorry," you say apologetically, scratching her head. The blue-collared dog seems to lean into your touch, quickly forgiving you. Not to be outdone, though, the red-collared twin rubs herself against your other hand, demanding her own scratches. As you continue to pet the puppies, Hori smiles. "Well, isn't this a cute sight? Guess dogs are a weakness for you too, 'cause I plead the fifth," you quickly counter. "We're not in the United States yet," Hori giggles. "Anyway, how does it feel to be a dog, Himiko?" Neither dog responds to your sister, causing you to laugh. "Nice try getting Himiko to break character," you tell Hori. "But I don't think it's gonna be that easy." "So, if we don't know which one Himiko is and puppy can refer to both dogs, we'll need to come up with some new names," Hori suggests. "Yeah, you agree. Any ideas?" "Not really," you shrug. "What about you?" "Well, they're biologically twins now, right? Until Himiko turns back. Yeah. They're basically clones. That's how the quirk works." Hori scratches her chin, taking a moment to think before her eyes light up with inspiration. "What about Rosie and Violet? Why'd you pick those names?" "Well," Hori begins. "They're twins, so I figure a similar naming scheme would work. Roses and violets are types of flowers. Coincidentally, red and blue. Red is the color of blood, and roses are typically a symbol of love. Both would make perfect sense for Himiko." "Okay, well, what about Violet?" "Violet is parallel to roses. I think there's a poem about roses, violets, and sugar involving love. Not sure how it goes. And Violet is close to violent. Are you calling my girlfriend violent?" you question. "And your best friend?" "No," Hori insists. "It's just that violence is often associated with blood." You sigh before smirking. "You've been thinking about names ever since Himiko called you with this crazy idea?" Hori blushes. Maybe. "All right," you relent. "The red one is Rosie and the blue one is Violet." Hori smiles, happy to be of service. And yet, there's one burning question on your sister's mind. "So, have they eaten breakfast yet?" Violet's stomach growling gives you all the answers you need. "I'll take that as a no," you deduce. Hori looks a little green in the face. "I think I'm gonna be sick." The idea of a person eating dog food, even if they are a dog, is just blah. Eating dog food is probably a third of the reason you're not caring for 3 dogs right now, you state. "I mean you. What's the other 2/3? "Being manhandled and doing my business outside," you bluntly state. Hori looks down at the 2 dogs sympathetically. "Yeah. I'm starting to think Himiko might have a problem. I blame Sayaka." Hori blinks as if pondering your answer before smirking. "You know what? Fair." Turning your head back to the bed, Violet has spread out, watching you and Hori discuss inquisitively. On the other hand, Rosie isn't paying attention at all, instead more focused on cleaning her paws. Steeling yourself for what comes next, you clap your hands, getting Rosie's attention. "Come." Both dogs keep staring at you, making no moves to get off your bed. That's when realization dawns on you. You probably need to order an extra box of dog treats. By the time you coax Rosie and Violet into the kitchen, it's been 20 minutes. And this is why we need training. As Hori prepares the 2 food bowls, each matching the respective dog's collar, you keep their focus on you, trying out basic commands, hoping to figure out what commands the puppies might already know. Luckily, it seems they know how to sit, stay, and heal. Well, something is better than nothing. I probably could have just called the owner of the rescue, but I'm too stubborn. Besides, I don't want him to talk me into another sale. I've nearly maxed out my monthly allowance, and I haven't even made it to New York yet. It's that exact reason why I didn't get a dog trainer. Hori places the 2 bowls on the ground. From the corner of Violet's mouth comes a little bit of drool. Okay, you say, releasing the 2 dogs from your command. Rosie trots over to the red bowl and immediately digs in without hesitation. Violet, despite drooling, is far more hesitant. She approaches the bowl slowly, sniffing it, before looking back up at you. You pet her on the head. It's okay, girl. You can eat. You're enjoying it, right, Rosie? The red-collared puppy doesn't respond, her snout submerged in the meal. With a bit of additional coaxing, you're able to get Violet to eat it. Soon, she's eating even faster than Rosie, making you wonder if you should find a slow feeder with how fast they're going. And yet, are you hungry? You question Hori. No, Hori admits. Not really. After seeing this? Yeah, I don't blame you. I'm gonna grab some cereal. Want some? Sure. Hori begrudgingly agrees as you leave her on guard duty to make your own breakfast. And yet, she doesn't have to do much guarding, as they finish eating by the time you pour milk into the 2 bowls and place them on the table. As you and Hori sit down, you point to the dog bed a few feet away from your chair. Bed. Both of the dogs comply, curling up together on the dog bed. And yet, as you and Hori begin to chow down, you feel like something is wrong. Turning back to the bed, you find Rosie sound asleep, perfectly content, and probably exhausted from all the running you saw the bundle of energy use up this morning. But Violet? She's at your feet, tail wagging, and her eyes are drawn to the cereal. I think she's begging you for food, Hori notes with a smirk. Yeah, I noticed. You try to move the bowl away from the edge, but Violet's eyes track it. This little one is quite the food hound, isn't she? Hori jokes. Well, better you than me. As the begging eyes come out, you bite the inside of your mouth, which has luckily grown tough enough to merely feel like you're being pinched rather than instantly shredding it to pieces. I must stay strong. I don't know if Violet is Himiko, but even if she is, I need to give her the genuine dog experience she wants. And if Violet is Violet, then I can't risk instilling bad habits in her early, no matter how adorable those literal puppy dog eyes are. Bed, you order again, causing Violet to whine. Giving up, you toss a piece of cereal onto Violet's side of the bed, which she runs over and chews on happily, celebrating her victory. This is going to be a tough week. Shortly after breakfast, you realize that you might need more help than you first thought, especially with Himiko doubling your workload by turning herself into a puppy. For that exact reason, you've ended up at the local park. Specifically, the fenced-in area is still reserved for people with pets. Unfortunately, there doesn't appear to be anyone here at this hour. Dang. And I thought I might actually find somebody because it was spring break. Guess getting free advice isn't gonna happen. And yet, you can't say it's a wasted trip. Reaching into your purse, you pull out a tennis ball. You girls want to play fetch? Both Rosie and Violet are drawn to the ball. It's like you have them in a trance. Go get it, you command as you throw the ball, causing both dogs to instinctively chase it. Violet gets to it first. Good girls, you praise. Now come here. Violet spits the ball out and just stares at you. Heel. Violet stares at you as Rosie plays with the tennis ball at her paws. I don't think they're moving, Hori notes. Wow, what gave you that idea? You sarcastically snap. Wait, Hori says. They are moving. Just away from us. What are they doing by that tree? Oh. Hori quickly puts her finger on her nose. Not it. You groan. Getting these dogs the training they'll need to make the trip to New York in less than a week is going to be tough, but I'll be doing my best. If there's one thing that I don't do, it's back down from a challenge. And these dogs? They've declared war. The following week goes by in a blur. Other than the Friday before the trip, which Hori agreed to dog sit while you go out with Sayaka and Natsumi as a farewell celebration, the entire rest of the week is spent training the dogs with your head buried in a manual. Luckily, your subsequent few visits to the dog park prove to be far more fruitful, and the other dog owners are more than happy to give you a few tips and tricks you could never learn from a book. And with your natural charisma, getting Rosie and Violet to listen to you after a day or two is child's play, even if you had to replace a few pillows they chewed up and a carpet they'd had an accident on. But you have a very important guest to meet the weekend before the trip arrives. As the doorbell rings, you nearly sprint to the door, opening in a single, swift motion. You nearly leap for joy as you see the puff of blonde hair behind it, tackling her to the ground. Melissa? Melissa stifles a groan with a laugh. Someone's excited to see me. It's been 2 years, you pout. You're like my third favorite person in the world. Third? Melissa sarcastically mocks. And to think I'm letting you stay with me for the next few months? At least I'm honest, you stick out your tongue. Like how you look way better with a ponytail and with contacts rather than letting your hair down in glasses. Really? Melissa tilts her head. Huh, I'll keep that in mind. You better. By the end of this exchange program, you'll have a whole new look. I mean, seriously, picnic pattern stockings and short pants? Never dress yourself again. Hey, Melissa protests. It only hurts because you know it's true, girlfriend. Are you sure you should be calling me that? Aren't you afraid of your actual girlfriend getting jealous? Girlfriend? No, I don't have one of those anymore, you dismiss. Unless you Sayaka. She loves getting wrapped up in my tale. And wow, she doesn't just talk a big game. She really knows how to put on those night moves. I don't understand, Melissa says, wholly shaken. I thought you were with Himiko? You and she seemed so happy together. What happened? You smirk. What happened? I'll tell you. You point at the door, where 2 puppies sit inquisitively. Rosie is wagging her tail, whereas Violet is a bit more on guard, defensive and jealous, seeing a new face so close to her owner. Himiko decided to turn herself into a dog for the week, you complain. I've tried everything to get a rise out of her, including threatening to cheat on her with anyone I can think of, but it hasn't worked. Part of me wonders if she actually thinks she's a dog now. Well, they're cute at least. Aren't you girls? Violet lowers her guard, sniffing Melissa, before licking her on the nose. That tickles. Melissa giggles. You're just going along with this? You question. When I told Natsumi, she was so scared she refused to return to my apartment. Not at all, Melissa said, scratching Violet behind the ears. If I had a quirk, I'd always use it. So if I had Himiko's quirk, I'd probably never be myself. Oh, right, you say dejectedly. Sorry for rubbing this in your face. Don't worry about it, Melissa smiles. Besides, there are some advantages to being quirkless. There is. We get free handicap parking, Melissa explains. Quirkless people are so rare in the United States we're considered disabled. That's awful. I don't know, Melissa counters. The wording isn't great, but it's the state's way of giving perks to quirkless. Suicide rates are highest among the quirkless, so they're just trying to give us a consolidation prize. Things are getting worse, aren't they? Yeah, Melissa confirms. Things are certainly different from when our parents' generation. And it'll be up to us to fix it, you as a hero and me as your support. Anyway, you change the subject. We probably shouldn't keep talking on the floor. Huh, Melissa realizes. I guess we are on the floor. You get off Melissa and help her to her feet. So, what do you want to see while you're in Japan? Melissa smirks. I have some ideas. Though first, her stomach growls. Think we can get some breakfast? Both Rosie and Violet yip in agreement. After taking Melissa out for a much-needed breakfast, you take her around Mizudafu. You take Violet while Hori holds onto Rosie as you travel around as a group, eventually meeting with Sayaka and Natsumi again to introduce them to Melissa over dinner. Unfortunately, the day goes by incredibly fast, and with Melissa apparently spending the day with her Uncle All Mights on Sunday, that day is mostly packing. Finalizing your training with Rosie and Violet as much as possible, and the weekly family dinner. Kazuha Hori? Chio asks. Why do we have 2 furry guests tonight? Are they ours? Hori hesitantly responds. I see, Chio accepts before looking to Nezu, who seems incredibly uncomfortable with the 2 dogs. In fact, from the clenching of his eyebrows, you can tell he's absolutely furious. And what gave you the idea to adopt 2 dogs? Your father tries to ask with a straight face. Actually, Hori clarifies, we didn't adopt a dog. Himiko did. You said, I see too. That's because you glare at Hori, agreeing previously to not tell your parents. And yet, the second dog is Himiko, Hori admits. Akia, who has mostly stayed out of the argument to this point, gasps. Seriously? But why? Himiko figured if she was trained like her puppy was, she could use the personal experience to reinforce the training later. Nezu stares at the two puppies, each too thoroughly invested in their meals to pay attention to anything else, before turning his gaze back to the two of you. You, Himiko, and Hori will leave the country for a few months, Nezu reminds you. And you'll be living with Melissa for that entire time, correct? Yes, you respond. But why are you bringing this up? Can we trust you to take care of yourselves? Nezu honestly questions. We've been doing it for the last year, you protest. Oh. You've been living next door. Akia, your mother, and I have a key we can use anytime. I wouldn't call that on your own whatsoever. If that was true, you would have found out about Himiko far sooner. And if I had, I would have stopped this nonsense. What's your problem, Dad? You scoff. That I adopted some animals? I thought a dog would be a good companion for Himiko, all right? What's the problem? I've trained them well. I'm, like, totally a dog whisperer. You whistle, drawing the two dogs to your side immediately. That's the problem. Nezu raises his voice. Himiko's issues are delicate. And you seem to be underestimating them. She's happy. If she wasn't, she would have turned back. We aren't forcing her to do this. Do you want a dog or a girlfriend? Don't you dare question me on that, you protest. I love Himiko. Heck, I only did this because it was her idea. I thought it was complete lunacy. You're just angry I have pets now because you're a rat. Kazuha, Chio scolds. Don't talk to your father like that. Whatever, you roll your eyes. You know Himiko has special circumstances. You mentioned them yourself. So excuse me for trying to play hero and help her. The road to hell is paved with good intentions, Kazuha. It is because of her special circumstances that you don't realize how much this could hurt her. You must stop this before it goes so far you can't take it back. I'm doing the right thing. You're not. Not whatsoever. So if I don't do things your way, I'm a villain? I never said that. Don't put words in my mouth, young lady. But you were thinking it? Akia tries to de-escalate the situation. Kazuha, Mr. Principal, please. This is all just a bit of a misunderstanding. Let's just wait until we finish eating. I'm sure we'll all feel better. Why yeah? Hori supports. We don't need to fight. Chio stays quiet. She intends to turn back before the flight, correct? So long as Kazuha promises not to endorse this in the future, we can put off the issue until a more appropriate time, as our dear Akia has already suggested. These issues are too serious to put off, Nezu declared before turning to the dogs. Himiko Toga, I order you to change back right now. It's for your own good. She'd be naked, Hori clarifies. Then I'll leave the room. You can't take this anymore and decide it's in your best judgment to leave before you say something you can't take back. As Mother said, she'll be back to normal tomorrow. Case closed. I'll see you in a few months. You stand up from the table. Kazuha, Nezu warns. If you leave this room, you won't go to New York. I might not meet your genius level, Dad, but I'm not an idiot. You and Mr. Shield pulled too many favors to make this work out. Me and Hori not going now would reflect poorly on you. You pick up your dogs and make your way to the door. If you want to settle this, then give me a call. Just remember there's a 13-hour time difference. And that is the last time you'll see your parents for several months. The next day, you, Hori, Rosie, and Violet get a ride from you to the private airstream, where David and Melissa Shield's private jet will pick the six of you up. Ugh, you grumbles as she drops you off. I've always wanted to fly in a private jet. You're so lucky. Maybe if you were more focused on hero work rather than whoring yourself out to the highest bidder, you'd actually be worth something, you snark. Yeah, but whoring myself out, as you call it, is so much fun. You chuckle slightly at you's banter. See you later? You better. This place is too boring without you. As you enter the plane, presenting your passport to the captain, you find Melissa sitting inside. Hey girls, she greets before noticing the dogs. Hi, Melissa, you wave. Your dad not joining us? No, he's gonna work in his office. This plane has an office? Hori questions. It has everything, Melissa smirks before looking around. Why is Himiko still a dog? Melissa asks, completely stumped. My best guess is she drank both vials of blood, you surmise. She could probably stay another week like this without needing to refuel. We can't exactly ask her until she shifts back. You decide not to mention the fight from last night during the family dinner that Hori was no doubt privy to. A private rebellion. Fair enough, Melissa shrugs. Though I hope to learn more about you and her relationship. The last time we met, you two weren't a couple. You'll have the next nearly 4 months to see what they're like together, Hori reminds Melissa. It's a strange dynamic, but I don't have any complaints if they're happy. You only think it's strange because you're third-wheeling, you giggle. We really need to find you a boy. Maybe an American boy? Melissa jumps in on the teasing. It's a thing? Melissa sighs. Sorry, I have no idea where I was going with that. Anyway, you begin. You used to live in Las Vegas, right? Why'd you move to New York? When my father took up residence on Island, he wanted me to be where he could easily visit me. Los Angeles and New York were the only real options for major port cities with big airports. Considering New York is the hero hub of America, it just felt fitting. But aren't many support companies based out of California? True, I'll probably have to move out to LA if I don't move to Island. But Midtown Horizon High is a highly recognized school as well. And with less direct competition and plenty of heroes, there are a lot of great opportunities out here as well. You nod. Well, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm especially looking forward to the hero camp. Melissa's eyes brighten. Oh, Central Park Hero Camp? That's it, you confirm. You're going too? They have an incredible support course. It's technically designed for heroes who want to maintain their gear, but it should be fun. One last hurrah before I'm off to university, you know? Melissa peers out the window as the plane begins to move. You know the story about Central Park, right? During the Dark Ages, one of the big villain groups in the United States hid their hideout underneath Central Park Zoo. When the vigilantes discovered this, they planned to stage an attack. But one of the heroes decided to sell the information. He got shot dead for his troubles, and the counterattack, well, destroyed Central Park and the surrounding stretch of the city. A lot of people died, you add somberly. Anyway, the United States government decided to turn the entire scratch of land into a national park to remind everyone of the damage villains can cause. Exactly. It's primarily overgrown forest and the ruins of those buildings. That's how it's been for nearly a century now, Melissa adds. But there's plenty of other great places to go in New York. We just have to go to a Broadway show. I'm sure Himiko would love that. Hori jumps into the conversation, holding the dogs closely, both seemingly frightened by the plane lifting off. Guess we'll know when we get there, you say, watching Japan disappear beneath the clouds. New York, the Big Apple, the city that never sleeps. It's just as beautiful as you imagined it would be. Wanting to give you the genuine New York experience, you, Melissa, and Hori get in a classic yellow cab. You pass skyscraper after skyscraper. The Empire State Building, the Chrysler Building, and so on. You even see the Statue of Liberty, which, ever since the original was taken out in yet another villain attack a few years back, was being remodeled in the image of America's #1 hero, Stars and Stripes. And eventually, the ride comes to a stop in front of yet another skyscraper, the home of Melissa's high-rise apartment. As you enter, you find yourselves staring down at an incredible view of the city. Wow, you gasp. This is incredible, Melissa. Best view of the city, she brags. And it's only a few minutes from school. How many rooms? Hori questions. It's a 3-bedroom, 2-bathroom. 3 bedrooms? But there's 4 of us. 5 technically, you correct. Seriously, when is Himiko turning back? Melissa says. I don't blame her for doing this, but I'd actually like to meet my roommate. Maybe she's waiting for us to guess which is her? Hori brings up. I mean, Himiko did make a joke about making a game out of it. It's probably Violet, Melissa shrugs. Himiko and I got along the few times I've met in the past, and Violet came right over to greet me. She's also so gentle. I think it's Rosie. Because Himiko is so energetic, and Rosie just has the same energy. But I thought being another species would be disorienting. Himiko's probably just been following Rosie's lead. Violet had a very traumatic first few days. It would totally make sense for her to be distant. What do you think? Melissa asks you. Honestly, you interrupt. I'm trying to figure out the rooming situation. We're sisters, so it just makes sense for us to share a room, Hori argues. I don't want to get in the way of your relationship with Himiko if you want to stay in a room with her. I'm sure she was looking forward to, Melissa blushes. Anyway, I was kinda hoping we could catch up this summer, so if you want to stay with me, I'm totally up for sharing the bed. I guess the choice is gonna come down to me. Kind of figured room assignments would be up to Melissa, but here we are. I can stay with my sister, girlfriend, or pen pal. Hori and I haven't been as close in the last year as we used to be before Himiko and I started dating. And yet, it's clear that Melissa really wanted to spend this time with me, and she is the hostess, so maybe I should do what she wants. But then, this is the first time that Himiko and I can really take the next step in our relationship without my parents knowing. It's such a great opportunity. Can I pass that up? I know that if I pick one, the other two will be disappointed. Maybe we can sleep together in the living room as a giant sleepover? Sure, it's big enough, but should we really all be using pillows, blankets, and couches like this? And then I guess there's also my guess on if Himiko is Rosie or Violet. Anyway, I don't want to keep the two of them waiting. Well, I think I know what I want to do about our living situation now. Still, let's take care of one thing at a time. It's probably better for Himiko to be human when determining room assignments. You turn to the two dogs, Rosie and Violet, before smirking, confident you know which one Himiko is. I gotta agree with Hori, you say, ignoring Melissa's lingering question and confession. The future support gear. About Himiko being Rosie, you smile. She might have tricked me early on, but there's no way I wouldn't be able to figure it out. After all, Himiko and Rosie exude the same energy, and Violet is too disoriented and apprehensive. If I know my Himiko as well as I should, when she said she'd jump into being a dog, she'd do it paws first. So, Himiko just has to be Rosie. Melissa doesn't seem to have the energy to play contrarian with the person who knows Himiko the best, accepting your verdict. And Rosie starts leaking gray sludge. Rosie's entire body is absorbed in a few seconds, growing into a more human-sized blob. Himiko materializes from the goo, wearing only her red collar. Getting off the floor, Himiko is wobbly on her feet. Hi, Kazuha. Hi, Hori. Hi, Melissa. The dog-turned human lunges at you, embracing you in a big hug and licking you on the cheek. Oops, Himiko giggles. Sorry, it's a force of habit. It's fine, you smile and kiss her properly this time. I'm so glad to have you back. Hori looks like she's gonna hurl. You do realize she hasn't brushed her teeth in like a week? And she's been a dog. Eating random things off the ground. Trying not to think about it, you counter, though you get a bit queasy. That was fun. Himiko admits. I want to play with Violet again sometime. I loved being Rosie. How about we talk about that later, you advise. And get you some clothes, Melissa adds. Why? Himiko questions. We're all girls. The cheerleading squad sees me naked when I'm changing, and that happens all the time. Just, please put some clothes on. Melissa encourages. And maybe get her some real food. I did have real food. Himiko pouts. I begged from Hori, and she always gave me something off her plate. You and Melissa stare at Hori, disappointed in her. But she and Violet were just so cute. Hori protests. It's not fair to blame me when Himiko mastered the art of begging. That doesn't mean you should feed them from the table. Himiko picks up Violet before bowing. Thank you for taking care of me and my sister. Sister? Melissa questions. Yep, Himiko chirps. I've decided that Violet is my sister. She agreed to it. Like Hori and Kazuha decided they're sisters. And how do you know that? Simple. I asked Violet and she said yes. It's not worth the effort to wrap your head around it, you advise Melissa. Just accept it. If you say so, Melissa agrees, still absolutely boggled by Himiko's increasingly weird behavior. Anyway, put some clothes on. Himiko tilts her head. Does my body make you uncomfortable? I can turn back into a dog if you'd prefer that. No, Melissa says. It's just you're my guest. And it's pretty cold here in New York. Oh yeah, Himiko realizes. I don't have a fur coat anymore. No wonder the temperature dropped. Still, that leaves one crucial question that needs to be answered. Where should I change? Melissa points to the bedroom at the end of the hall. That's the second guest. Bedroom? Is that the one Kazuha and I will share? Your girlfriend, sister, and pen pal look at you as if expecting the answer to the room arrangements. With a sigh, you explain your reasoning. Himiko, I'm really sorry, but Melissa sounds like she was really looking forward to spending time with me. It's not like we won't spend some nights together, but as Melissa is our gracious host, we should honor her wishes. You should stay in the guest bedroom. Your girlfriend nods, accepting the result as if accepting an order. Violet can stay with me, right? If she wants to, you say. I mean, she's your dog. Until I become a dog again, Himiko teases. We'll see. I'm still not sure I will allow that, but that's for future me to figure out. Besides, it's not like I can stop Himiko if I tell her no. I just gotta hope Hori doesn't help her get the blood. And if Hori does help her, then I'm gonna have a talk with them eventually about this. Alright, Melissa said. It's been a pretty long day for most of us, so how about we get settled in for the night and get some rest? Sounds good to me. You agree, though you notice Hori raising an eyebrow. Is something wrong? Nah, sis. Everything's fine. Okay then, you accept, knowing this isn't the time to pry even if she isn't okay. Melissa smiles at you as Himiko and Hori excuse themselves to begin unpacking. Welcome home, she teases. Yeah, you chuckle. I guess it is home. Grabbing your suitcases, you enter the bedroom, ready to spend the summer with your new roommate. The following week goes by in a blur. The same sights you saw on the first day through a car window, you now explore in greater detail, visiting every tourist spot New York offers. And when you aren't sightseeing, you spend your nights going out to dinner with Melissa, Hori, and Himiko, living in the lap of luxury. But the real highlight is the independence. Not only do you sneak away to get some alone time with Himiko, but you also get closer to Melissa than time has ever afforded you prior, especially considering you've been her roommate all but one night. Part of you almost regrets not letting the Shields adopt you, almost. Sure, Mom, Dad, and I left off on a sour note, but they're still my family. And this entire time, I've only seen David once, and he's still in the city. He isn't leaving for Island until a week from now. Unfortunately, the night before school, the doorbell rings with one final surprise. Akia, you question, wholly stunned to see her here. What are you doing here? Akia's smile is something between a smirk and a grimace. Well, you were right about one thing, Kazuha. Nezu and Chio couldn't take you out of school. But she could send you a chaperone. Your face deflates. Seriously? Kazuha, Akia puts a hand on your shoulder. I'm only here because your parents are worried about you. They're worried too much, you protest. I'm almost an adult. I know what I'm doing. I agree with one of those sentiments, Akia soothes. We don't need a babysitter. And I'm not here to do that, Akia insists. You can do whatever you want while here in America. As long as you don't get into serious trouble, I'll stay out of your way. You mean it? Yeah, Akia nods. It'll be our little secret. Are you Himiko in disguise trying to prank me? 'Cause if you are Himiko, it's not funny. Did you say my name? Himiko asks, grabbing you from behind in a sudden hug before peering at the new arrival. Ms. Kuzunoha? Does that answer your question, Kazuha? Akia teases. But why, you plead? You'd let us get away with anything? I mean, no offense to Chiyoko, but mother knows best, and I'm more of a mother to you than she is. Out of the corner of your eye, you notice Hori flinch. It seems like she wants to say something but holds her tongue. At the very least, Akia clarifies, not failing to notice a reaction. I'm more of a mother to you in particular. Maybe Hori would prefer seeing me as an older sister or aunt. The point is, I'm here because of you, not Hori. And we all know that half the reason Nezu struggles with this is because he still sees you as his little girl, not the young woman you've grown into. I encouraged him to give you your independence. Hence you and Hori have your own apartment, and now you two know how to care for yourselves with no issue. Maybe not everyone can have such a hands-off approach, but it's because you haven't violated my trust. I mean, teenage girls will be teenage girls. His problem is with Himiko, Hori grumbles. It's her body. If she wants to be a dog, I say let her. Akiya bites her lip. He's just worried about Himiko. He knows things have been tough for Himiko. He just wants to ensure she doesn't falsely use her quirk for escapism. What would I be escaping from? Himiko tilts her head, confused. I like sleeping doggy style. Violet is really soft and cuddly. You groan. Himiko, firstly, have I said about sleeping as a dog? And secondly, think before you speak? Why would I need to think? Sayaka told me that's what I should call it when I shift forms into being Rosie. What else does doggy style mean? Don't worry about it. But you sound worried about it. Please, Himiko? Not in front of Mom. So I am your mom? Akiya smiles brighter than you've ever seen her. It's complicated, you blush. But seriously, can we not talk about this right now? You have such a funny family, Melissa snarks, coming into the room, dressed for bed and her bag for tomorrow's first day of school. Well, shouldn't you be getting ready too? It's gonna be a long day tomorrow. But, where will Akiya sleep? Hori questions. She can have my room. Himiko volunteers. Violet and I can move the dog bed in here. No, Akiya insists. I'm fine on the couch. I'm the freeloader. You're not a freeloader, Melissa says. You're keeping us from hiring a dog sitter. Dog sitter? Violet sniffs at Akiya's ankles, not very familiar with the woman. Guess I'm a dog sitter now, not that I wasn't before. You laugh, hearing Akiya's mumbling and roasting of your father. Akiya blinks as if realizing something. Wait, Himiko and Kauza don't share a room? Nope, Hori shrugs. Well, unless you count Friday? Hori, you sneer. Akiya narrows her eyes. Okay, you don't have to lie to me. We're not, Melissa insists. Kazuha's suitcase is in my room. We've been staying together. Akiya rolls her eyes. You're teenagers. And a couple. Yeah? Hori reiterated. Again, citing to Friday night. Can you please stop that, you beg Hori? Maybe. You sigh. Hori's been acting weird since we got here. I gotta get to the bottom of this. You yawn. But that's for another day. Look, you interrupt. Make yourself at home. We need to get to bed. You and Himiko? No, you press, getting annoyed with Hori's attitude. Melissa and I. You grab your blonde roommate by the arm. Good night, everyone. But I'm the host, Melissa says. Shouldn't I be the one to, whoa. She doesn't have any time to protest as you pull her into the bedroom, hoping you'll actually get some sleep tonight. Unfortunately, you doubt it will come easy. The next day, you find yourself, alongside Hori and Himiko, standing at the front of the classroom. Good morning, students. Your new homeroom teacher greets your new peers. Today, we have 3 new students joining us all the way from Japan. I hope you give them all a warm American welcome. Nobody is saying anything. The crickets are making more noise, and they should all be asleep at this hour. Your new teacher coughs into her fist. Anyway, why don't you 3 introduce yourselves? Sure, you agree, turning the haughtiness down a tad to set an okay first impression. My name is Kazuha Chiba Shizenji, eldest daughter of Mr. Principal and Recovery Girl. I'm sure you've heard of them. Obviously, like most of us here, I have ambitions to become a pro hero like my parents. My quirk is Dragoon, not Lizard. Don't forget it. Otherwise, I hope we can all have a very productive semester together. You can hear the students murmur amongst themselves, but you pay no attention to them, knowing that it will likely be murmurs about your quirk or, in your professional opinion, very hot bod. Hori Komshizenji is the name, and medicine is my game, your sister greets, trying to act cool. Instead, most of the class laughs at her awkward first impression, making her grow meek. I am Kazuha's sister. And I want to be a doctor. Unfortunately for Hori, most seem more interested in the last member of your trio than her. Himiko tackles you in a hug. My name is Himiko Toga. I like cheerleading, theater, and dogs. I'm also Kazuha's girlfriend. You can barely stop yourself from snickering as many boys in the class, including one with a turtle mutation quirk, sink in their seats. Technically I play for both teams, but there's no way I'd trade Himiko for any of these losers, so they don't need to know that. Why don't you take a seat? Your professor encouraged. Peering around the room, you realize that while 3 seats are reserved for you, none are near one another. Knowing there isn't anything you can do about it, you take the seat closest to the window on the far side of the room, near the back of the class. As you do, the blonde girl in front of you turns around in her seat. Her most noticeable traits are her big Prussian blue eyes and the 2 giant horns atop her head. Konnichiwa. You grimace at your literally metaphorical bleeding eardrums. Hello, you greet back. So you're really from Japan, Kazuha-chan? The girl questions, sparkles in her eyes. That's what I said, you reiterate. And what's your name? The horse girl blinks before bowing. Gomen nasai, Kazuha-chan. My name is Pony Tsunatori. You offer a handshake. Nice to meet you. Pony smiles, accepting it. It's so incredible to meet you too, Kazuha-chan. Why do you talk like that? You ask her bluntly. It's obnoxious. We're in America, talk like it. Pony seems crestfallen at your words. I didn't mean to offend you. You didn't, but, seriously? Honorifics? I mean that's so last century. Heck, English has become the world's main language since the language barrier got Detroit smashed by the dawn of Quirks. I'm spending too much time with Melissa if I'm making all might puns. Pony shies away. I am just a massive fan of anime and manga. Really, you raise your eyebrows? Are you? Yes, Pony confirms, completely obvious to your sarcasm. I'm talking about the golden age. Yeah, I figured. I mean, anime and manga are still a thing but never reached the same peak of popularity. The only successful anime and manga nowadays are hero biographies. It's so frustrating, Pony complains. There are so many incredible artists with wonderful stories to tell, and they just can't. It's basically the same for all types of media. Though we very rarely get one that breaks the mold. Especially shoujo manga and doujinshi. Pony blushes. Yeah, I guess those always would be popular. The horse girl seems a bit awkward. I don't have many people I can discuss this stuff with. You don't even hesitate. Wanna be friends? Pony's smile brightens. Just very much so. Pony seems harmless enough for an otaku. And it's probably better to have someone in class as my guide. If I want to navigate these social circles, I need someone who is actually familiar with them to paint a picture. Glancing around the room, you check in on your other 2 friends. Himiko seems a bit overwhelmed by the attention she's getting, despite the reveal of being into women. Luckily, her sociability from her club activities is carrying her through the new meetings. It seems as though she's getting grilled. As for Hori, despite her initial nervousness, she appears to handle it better, making friends with the turtle quirk boy from before and a blue-haired girl with a ladybug quirk. Good for them. Maybe this school year won't be a disaster after all. By the time lunch comes around, Pony and Himiko have fallen in line behind you. Himiko, I expected, but Pony? She must not have any friends or be just that desperate to talk anime and manga with someone. Or both, probably both. As you enter the cafeteria and get your food, you keep your eye open for Hori and Melissa. Your sister got separated from you during the lunch rush, dragged out by her new desk mates. And Melissa, a grade above you, has her classes on the opposite side of the school. Finding them doesn't take long, leaving you a bit puzzled. I assumed Hori and Melissa would eat together, but they aren't. They're at 2 different tables. You start by eyeing Hori's group, most of whom you recognize from class as the same people who talked with Hori and Himiko when you first talked with Pony. Besides Hori, there's only one girl in the group. It's the blue-haired girl with the ladybug quirk from class. From what you can tell, she seems pretty outgoing, but from her body language, you notice an abundance of self-esteem issues. The other person you recognize is the boy with the turtle quirk. He seems like a wild card. You can't quite nail down his personality from afar. He gives you the vibes of a party dude, yet he also seems like a nerd who keeps quiet under that shell of his. Yet that is contrasted by the hints of muscle you see. Who is he really? The next member of the group is as pale as a ghost, such that part of you is almost convinced he is one, especially with his silver hair. He appears to be a jokester, overhearing him making some puns. And yet you see him watching some brutes from the corner of his eyes. Seems like he likes bullies even less than I do, not that he seems to have done anything about it, unlike me. The dude looks to be a bit too nice for that. His reaction makes you second-guess the ghostly boy, considering the guy beside him. Tall, broad-shouldered, and with a perpetual scowl on his face, the dark-haired bad boy is the definition of a delinquent. How'd he end up in a group like this? He looks like the type to pick on these people rather than hang out with them. Especially the guy on his left. The boy in question is a brunette, and frankly, he has a very punchable face. He screams nerdy, and how he's fanboying about heroes comes off less as endearing and more as a snotty-nosed brat. He's nothing like Izuku. I might not have known the green-haired boy long, but his love of heroes was genuine. This kid seems pretentious about his knowledge of heroes. He just robs me the wrong way. What are they like? You point the table out to Pony. Oh, Pony notes. They're nice. I usually sit with them. Then why aren't you doing so now? Pony shrugs. You're interesting. And to be honest, I've been considering applying to UA after I graduate. So I'd like to learn more about it, no offense. I don't want to sound like I'm using you. You're not, you insist. Anyway, who are those people? Besides being our classmates, of course. Of the ones you don't know? Devin, Manny, Marianne, Ralphie, and Lee. Again, they're good people if you give them a chance. They're all a bit quirky in the traditional sense, but they've been nice to me. Even Devin is a nice guy when you get to know him, even if he might not seem like it at first. And the rest are delightful. You then peek at Melissa's table. The first person to catch your attention is a lanky boy, tall yet so thin you're almost convinced he's starving himself. And yet looking at his face, you swear he's a prince out of a storybook. He has the vibe of royalty, snobbish but reserved, with all the courtly graces needed to survive in a pit of snakes. The next boy is similarly exhausted. He reminds you of the turtle, minus the party boy traits. He seems more of a traditional nerd. You wouldn't be surprised if he was part of the support course. And yet he seems to be wearing quite baggy clothing like he's hiding something underneath. But what catches your eye the most is this air of responsibility that radiates from him. Compared to the other two boys, the next is, without question, a trained martial artist. He seems like a bit of a hothead to you and yet seems like the leader of the trope despite that, carrying an air that even you can't help but respect as a pro hero to be. Surprisingly, the only other girl in that group besides Melissa is a goth. Her head is buried in a book, trying to ignore those around her. To you, it seems she's only there because the others insisted. Yet, despite her brooding, you can't help but be drawn in by her mysterious nature. And the last person. Gary Marcus. I might not know a lot of students here, but it's hard not to take notice of the son of the United States #2 hero, Omniscient. Frankly, he's a lot like me, having a background that all but forces him to become a hero. It's his destiny. And yet I sense a competitive edge from him to be the best. From your experience living in UA, you've become accustomed to discerning the difference between heroes and ordinary people. And everyone at both tables has that heroic spirit, or at least a drive that rises them above the masses. What do you know about those guys? You question Pony. I don't know them very well personally, but they're all seniors, Pony reveals. A lot of them are at the top of the class and or have fascinating quirks. For example, Julius is the student council president. Which one? The one with purple eyes? His dad is a politician and successful businessman, I think. And his mother was Titania. You mean that American heroine who was assassinated a few years ago? Pony nods, and you decide to take note of it. Who are the others? Miles Parker is in the support course. I heard something about him being in the running for valedictorian until his uncle died. Melissa's there too. Yet you add, I'm friends with her already. Oh, cool, Pony states. Jason is the head of the school's martial arts club. From what I understand, he's also probably the most popular kid in his grade. Ray scares me. And then there's Gary, you acknowledge. I've heard of him since our parents run in similar circles. That makes sense, Pony reasons. Do you know Gary personally? No, you admit. Though I did meet Gary's father. He was a guest speaker at UA a few years ago. UA is amazing, isn't it? Pony says with a bit of envy. You get used to it. Trust me, the press makes it out to be way more glamorous than it really is. Pony smiles. Anyways, Himiko interrupts. Where are we sitting? Our food is getting cold. Getting in with both groups could be good, but which one? Do I pick Hori and my classmates or bond with Melissa and the seniors? Both Hori and Melissa will want me to sit with them. And Himiko and Pony will likely follow me wherever. Which group am I more interested in? And between Hori and Melissa, whose relationship do I want to prioritize? Both Melissa and Hori notice your presence and wave you over expectantly, both hoping you'll come to their tables, gathering the attention of both groups. Guess I gotta make a decision and fast. Peering back and forth between the two tables, you eventually find your feet walking toward Melissa and the other seniors. Out of the corner of your eye, you see Hori look completely dejected before turning her attention back to the conversation with her new social circle. Realizing you were joining her, Melissa's smile brightened. You could hear some whispering as Melissa and Gary scooted away from one another to make more room at the table for you, Himiko, and Pony. I'm so glad you could join us, Melissa beams. So, are these the three from Japan? Gary questions. Pony blushes, flustered. I'm actually your underclassman? I mean, obviously, the martial artist, Jason, jumps in. Just because you're from Japan doesn't mean they aren't our underclassmen. I've been here for the last 3 years, Pony clarifies. Her name is Pony Tsunatori, daughter of the retired pro hero, Cow Lady. Julius, the student council president, jumps in, a slight smirk on his face. You should really pay attention to things besides your martial arts, Jason. Idiot, the goth girl mumbles. Technically, Mark forgot too, Melissa teases. Guess I did, he scratches the back of his neck. Though it's not like I often hang out with the underclassmen. No, because you'd much rather hang out with your girlfriend. Most of the table, minus the goth and the one remaining nerdy-looking boy, who you swear has fallen asleep, laugh at Mark's expense. As you, Himiko, and Pony take your seats, Melissa turns to the latter, offering her hand. My name is Melissa Shields. I'm president of the Support Gear Club. It's nice to meet you properly for the first time, Pony. Pony shakes her hand a bit awkwardly. And nice to meet you too. Do you have any hobbies or anything like that? Mark questions. I'm part of the cheerleading squad with Kauza. I'm also in the theater club and have a pretty little doggy. We should introduce her to you all, Melissa encourages with a wink. Violet is such a sweet dog. And her sister is just as adorable. You prevent yourself from scoffing, not appreciating Melissa bringing up that can of worms here and now, but luckily the group seems to move on as Pony goes. I like in anime and manga, Pony admits, flinching back slightly, nervous about how the new group might react. Are we sure she's not from Japan? Jason jokes. Still, at least your head isn't always buried in a book like some people I know. The goth girl elbows the martial artist before returning to her book. See? Jason flinches, subconsciously rubbing his side. Anyway, guess we should continue introductions. My name is Jason Thomas. I'm the president of the school's martial arts team. And that's about it. That's about it? Melissa rolls her eyes. Don't be so modest. You're the national champion for your age bracket 2 years in a row. Wow, that's impressive, you praise. I'm assuming you have an awesome quirk? I'm actually quirkless, Jason explains. Traditional martial arts tournaments don't allow the use of quirks. In fact, people with mutation quirks are considered the same as a different weight or age category. Really? I figured most people who practice martial arts are doing it to become heroes. Jason's brow furrows. Just because I'm quirkless doesn't mean I don't want to become a hero. No offense, Jason, but how do you figure you're gonna do that? Have you ever heard of Terry Sparks and Sparks Industries? Obviously, the nerdy boy, who was previously asleep, jumps in, a twinkle in his eye. He was a prodigy when it came support gear. Using his fortune, he built a prototype armored suit that could replicate Quirks. He even used it to become a hero during the Dark Ages until he was assassinated. Julius flinches at the word, glaring at the boy. Sorry, Julius, he says apologetically. It's fine, Melise, Julius says softly but sternly. Really? From his facial expressions alone, you can tell that Julius is anything but fine. The tension's so thick it could be cut with a knife. And yet I think I'm the only one who noticed. Anyway, after Mr. Sparks was killed, the US military accessed all his research and used it to build the Morphers. The Morphers, you question? They're a team of quirkless individuals who work under the US government and are given power suits derived from Sparks' research. These suits and their weapons increase the wearer's durability and strength and can even replicate the abilities of Quirks to some extent. You can see the determination in Jason's eyes. It's my dream to join the Morphers. But why wouldn't they just pick people with quirks to pilot the suits? Because the suits weren't originally designed for people with quirks in mind, Jason describes. There can be some weird side effects. And more importantly, the Morphers are supposed to symbolize to our people that anyone can be a hero. And that's what I want to be. This coming from the same country that treats its quirkless population as if it's a handicap, you lean back, unconvinced. You sure that's all there is to it? You really think quirkless people can't be heroes? Not once have I seen a quirkless student make their way into the hero course, nor have I heard of a quirkless student getting in at another hero school. I'm not saying they can't be heroes, but they are so disadvantaged. The Japanese government thinks it's more cost-efficient to build support items on heroes with proven quirks that aren't reliant on machinery than the Morphers. Japan is also infamous for the discrimination faced by their quirkless population. The United States isn't perfect, but it hasn't gotten so bad that most of our quirkless population migrated out of the country after the Dark Ages. Besides, what makes you an expert on the topic? Maybe the fact I grew up in an orphanage where the power of your quirk determined your chances of getting adopted? Though he's not wrong. At least I developed a quirk. It's not like I experienced continued discrimination like Izuku or Natsumi had to. You shake off those thoughts, focusing on the main crux of the debate. I've lived at UA for basically my entire life. I think I'd know a thing or two about this. Gary's eyes widen in recognition. I thought you seemed somewhat familiar. You're Kazuha Chibashan Zenji? You slightly bow. At your service. Though I'm surprised that you know who I am. After visiting UA for his presentation a few years back, my dad talked about having me apply there as an international student. And he talked about the dinner with you and your family as a major selling point. You sigh. My dad is quite the salesman, I guess. So will you be my upperclassman again in the future? Gary chuckles, though you can sense a bit of a strain in it. No, I won't be. No offense, but I'd rather go to a hero school in the country where I plan to be a pro hero. Is that what you want to be, or what your dad is forcing you to be? I won't deny my dad is somewhat pressuring me to follow in his footsteps, Gary admits. But it's not like I don't want to be a hero. Becoming one is the only. I don't know what I'd be otherwise. You decided it was best not to pry. What about everyone else? I know Pony has been considering applying to UA. What about the rest of you? Most others don't respond, except for one person who sheepishly raises her hand. I applied, Melissa states, causing your eyes to widen slightly. Really, you say, surprised? I thought you wanted to go to Island Academy? I do. UA has an excellent support course too. I thought I might want to spend more time with you. You and Himiko smile. We'd like that. I'm sure Hori would as well. I'm still deciding, Melissa admits. It's not a sure thing yet. Seeing the conversation derailing, Julius leans forward. So you're both foreign exchange students? Yep, Himiko confirms. I don't think we've been acquainted, Julius points out. My name is Julius LaRouche, student council president. Himiko Toga. Kazuha is my girlfriend. Luckily, nobody at the table gives any second thought to that comment, allowing you to relax your guard a bit. Are you going to be stealing his job? Himiko bluntly asks you aloud. Julius raises an eyebrow at that. Job? Sorry about her, you apologize. I'm the student council president back home. I see, Julius muses. I'm assuming you gave up the position to come out here? Nope. But it's a 13-hour time difference, Gary reasons. Exactly, you counter. Most student council work takes place during the morning anyway, so I'll just work on it after school our time. And I've got that place running like such a well-oiled machine that there's no shot I'll lose the election. I'll probably even have time to join this school's cheerleaders to stay in practice. So dedicated, Julius praises. Maybe we should spend some time together? Exchange notes from one president to another? Wow, Jason smirks. Our school's ladies' man is finally making a move? And on a taken woman? Julius rolls his eyes. Stop trying to make this something it's not, or I will cut your club's budget in half. You threatened to do the same thing last week, so that means little, the goth girl points out. Name's Ray Robbins, by the way. Now leave me alone. The resident ice queen gracing us with her presence, Gary notes. That's probably all you're getting out of her. And I'm Miles Parker, the final boy at the table introduces himself. I'm in the support course with Melissa. Recognizing his name from Pony's description, you decide to play the sympathy card. I'm sorry about your loss. Huh. I heard something about your uncle passing away. Oh, Miles says dejectedly. Yeah. That was about 6 months ago, actually. Doesn't make it better. No, Miles says harshly. It really doesn't. Melissa puts a comforting hand on Miles' shoulder. It's not your fault. You can't help it, letting curiosity get the better of you. What exactly happened, if you don't mind me asking? I was at a convenience store, Miles explains. I was trying to get a carton of milk, but the owner had raised the prices, so I was a few cents short. He was dismissive of me and told me it wasn't his problem, I was broke. So when this guy walked into the store with a gun, threatening to steal the money from the cash register, I didn't do anything. And when the guy got away and the owner looked at me, I told him it wasn't my problem either. What? You scoff. Did the owner expect you to use your quirk? I don't have one, Miles admits, though something about his tone makes you feel like he's lying. Anyway, my uncle was a police officer, and he was coincidentally patrolling the neighborhood. Because I didn't stop that guy, you can probably figure out the rest. You frown. That's awful. I apologize for making you relive it. No, Miles reaffirms. I'll probably wish for the rest of my life that I could relive that day, but it taught me that great power comes with great responsibility. And my power is, it comes from the support items I make. You should see him work, Melissa jumps in. Not only does it have really cool functions, but it's so well designed. You should see his notebook. The art and blueprinting are incredible. None of us could hope to match it. You say that, but then you've cut your workload in half, and your grades have been slipping, Jason interrupts. You're almost as bad as Julius, and at least he has the excuse of not caring about schoolwork outside the council duties. And you call that responsible? Julius doesn't even flinch, almost seeming disinterested in Jason dragging him under the bus, but Miles is clearly more hurt by those words. Lay off, Ray speaks up. The Parkers had financial issues before Davis's death. With it just being his Aunt Rio, he's got a responsibility to his family first and foremost. Big words from the most apathetic person in the school. When did you grow a heart? Maybe I always had one, Ray shrugs. Your head's just too big to notice. That's enough, Miles intervenes. Please don't fight over this. The group seems to settle down, but it makes you wonder. These people don't exactly seem to get along. They're all so different. Why exactly are they drawn to each other? It doesn't take long for Himiko to draw her own conclusion, one you were suspicious about but had the social grace not to ask. So, is everyone at this table quirkless? Gary shakes his head. Ray and I aren't, but the rest? You hit the nail on the head. What are they? My quirk is called Invincible, Gary explains. It grants me truly superhuman durability. Basically, my body just refuses to die. That seems really potent. It's got some drawbacks, Julius clarifies. Just because he is physically impervious doesn't mean he doesn't feel the damage he would have taken. The mental scars remain. Did you have to reveal my big secret to a bunch of strangers? You're the one who offered details on your quirk. My quirk is called astral projection, Ray explains. Effectively, I can channel my, for lack of a better word, consciousness, into a projection. It's an extension of myself and my personality. But if I don't keep my emotions in check, My soul can go on a rampage, acting off my feelings. That seems incredibly versatile, you comment. And incredibly dangerous? Rei shakes her head. What about your quirks? Mine's called transform, Himiko begins. By absorbing the DNA of a living thing, I can become a perfect copy of that person, minus being able to use their quirk? Like blood? Psst. Don't give her any weird ideas, goth girl. Pony goes next. My quirk is a bit quirky. It's called horn cannon. I can shoot the horns from my head as projectiles, and they'll regrow instantly. They also grant me a form of flight if I focus hard enough. You're a dual quirk user, correct? Julius observes. Those are quite rare. You mean my horse biology? Pony notes. Yeah, that's more from my mother's side. I got a quirk based on both my parents. At least I don't shoot eyes like my dad. What about you? Rei questions. Part of me wants to lie, considering it's obvious that at least one person at this table is hiding something about their quirk or lack of one, but considering Melissa might have told them about me and my real quirk, it's not worth the risk of her exposing me. It's duplication, you reveal. If someone willingly gives me their DNA, I can create a weaker copy of their quirk. Though sometimes they mutate in unexpected ways. If you could believe it, Kazuha wasn't always a dragon, Melissa says. It was so weird when we got reunited after that. I felt so bad to not recognize her. I recognized her, Himiko brags, a flirtatious edge on the end of it. How couldn't I? Wow, Rei voices sarcastically. Two people whose quirks require DNA to use effectively? It's so surprising that you two got together. Before you can retort, the bell rings. Oh shoot, you realize, looking down at your now inevitably lukewarm cafeteria food. We haven't eaten. How about we get something after school as a group? Jason suggests. Give us a chance to get to know each other. Pizza, Rei puts her foot down. Nothing is better than New York pizza. You say that until you work at one of those places, Miles groans. I didn't even last a week there. All over a late pizza, right? Jason remembers. Weren't you only 5 minutes late? It was closer to 15. Twice, Rei reminds the jock. And one of them was dropped. Did you have to bring it up? Miles complains. It's an accident. And a sin. Miles shakes his head. Anyway, I can't make it today, but I hope the rest of you have fun. Same here, Julius interrupts. I've got some business to attend to. When have you two ever not been busy? Mark smirks. Granted, most of the rest of us will be busy once the clubs get underway. Enjoy the freedom while it lasts, Rei recommends. Or just quit. I love having a life outside school. And inside a book instead? I like books. As you all dismiss yourselves to get to your next classes, you peer back at your new group of friends. There's something weird about this group, but that just makes me want to get to the bottom of it all. And I do no doubt I will if given a little time. Something tells me that this semester is going to be an interesting one. Island. It's an artificially moving island created as a hub for the world's top scientists, researchers, and support gear developers to study quirks and develop tools to assist pro-heroes. With a defense system nearly as secure as the world's greatest high-security prison, Tartarus, the surfing cities have been proclaimed a utopia and a symbol of peace almost as great as All Might himself. And today, 1 month after you began attending Midtown Horizon High, the junior and senior classes are visiting it on a field trip. I can't believe your dad orchestrated this, Melissa, Jason remarks, wonder in his eyes. Melissa sheepishly smiles. Me too, she admits. But he said he was willing to pull a few strings with Island docked at the New York ports for a few days while they restock supplies. You should see this place during the Expo, Gary brags. It's even more incredible. Melissa and you can't help but nod. Due to your connections to her family and Nezu, you have been invited to the expo several times. Still, while nothing here is necessarily new, Island will always be incredibly welcoming. I still can't believe this place has 4 cities. It's massive. I doubt I'll see every inch of this place in my lifetime. And it's so peaceful here. Heck, if I had an interest in support gear, I wouldn't consider any place else for college. The fact that Melissa is thinking of picking UA over Island Academy simply to spend more time with me is, well, She's the best friend I could ever have. So, Raven jumps in. Any interesting attractions? Huh. Gary blinks. You know, places to eat? Museums? Anything more interesting than one of the multiple books I brought with me? You think museums are interesting? Jason questions. Sometimes, Ray shrugs. Julius seems to think so, at least. Otherwise, he'd be traveling the city with us. Yeah, Miles agrees, a sparkle in his eyes. This island is basically a library on the history of Quirks. The brightest minds of our era all consider this home. Almost all the most significant discoveries of our lifetime were either found here or only realized with the help of resources from the companies that have set up shop here. Being here is like a dream come true. I think I'm more interested in the attractions, Himiko admitted. This place is so massive, picking one thing would be incredibly tough, Pony muttered. Do the people who've been here before have any ideas? You scratch your chin, trying to find a suitable answer to the half-horse question. Oh, you realize before beginning to walk. I think I got a place in mind. Melissa perks her head up, curious. Where? A few minutes later, you and the group arrive at an artificial mountain at the center of an arena. The craggy cliffs weave together with multiple waterfalls. It's a beautiful, if dangerous, battleground. What is this place? Jason questions as he and the others peer around the Colosseum. A zone where there's no restriction on quirk use. Island set this place up for its hero school. It's their training grounds. And during the expo, they host official tournaments. Citizens, students, and pro heroes alike test their mettle out on the course. You explain with a smirk. Are we supposed to be here? I mean, it's open to the public too. You shrug. It's an automated course. What if someone gets hurt? Then I have my sister on speed dial, you groan. Besides, these things shoot light tasers. Serious injuries are a non-issue. Come on. Aren't you all curious how you stack up to the competition? Jason scratches the back of his neck. I'll pass. I might be a great martial artist, but I don't think that's gonna help much against things made of metal. What about the rest of you? Miles takes a step back. He looks like a nervous wreck. Even if he wasn't quirkless, something you've been suspecting may or may not actually be the truth. Still, you decide not to press him on this. Gary scoffs. I need more hero training from my pops before I make a fool of myself trying to take on something like this. Seriously? There's your sense of adventure. Himiko raises her hand. I'll do it. That's the spirit. I just need some bear blood, Himiko grins. Maybe some wolf blood. You don't have that, you point out. Oh, your girlfriend realizes, slightly dejected but smiling nonetheless. I guess I can't do the course after all. You resist the urge to pull your hair out. You know what? Fine. I'll just do it myself. Jumping over the balcony onto the ground below, you land on your feet, thanks to your cheerleading training, walking to the center of the arena to start the course. A robotic voice pops up over the intercom. Ready, steady, go. As a bullhorn sounds off, you charge at the hill. Unfortunately, you're not as fast as you thought you were. While the robot's tasers bounce off your shield and scales, dealing not even a scratch to you, it takes you quite a bit longer to get to them. And with no ranged attacks, your only choice is to strike at the robots with your claws. From robot to robot, you slowly navigate the hill, destroying each with little issue. And soon enough, you learn your final time. What do you mean it took over 2 minutes? You complain, completely dejected. Hey, don't worry about it, Gary says. At least you completed it. None of us could do even half as well as you did. I could, Ray offhandedly mentions as she turns the page of her novel. Oh really, you huff? I'd like to see you try. The loser pays for the other's lunch. Deal, Ray agrees before floating down to the area floor, carried by her astral projection. The horn sounds as the rest of you get situated in the bleachers, and Ray begins her turn. Compared to your run, it's night and day. Ray might be even slower than you at movement, but her ability to attack from the range is vital in this contest. Since Ray only has to worry about hiking up the mountain instead of going to each one of the robots individually, she cuts the distance she needs to travel to dispatch the robots in half. Your only chance is Ray getting stunned by the robot's tasers, But despite getting blasted once or twice, Rei's astral projection can redirect most of the shots away from the heroine-to-be. In the end, you can't help but groan. 1 minute and 39 seconds, Rei reports. So, was that offer to pay for all of us? Jason teases. The glare you send his way is the only answer he needs. About an hour later, you're footing the bill for Rei at a small restaurant that Melissa guided you toward. Considering the excellent quality of food and the incredible view of the city, you have to say it's money well spent. What's keeping Julius? Pony questions, slurping from the smoothie. He said he'd meet us here, but that was 15 minutes ago. Maybe he got lost, Rei shrugs, less interested in the meal you paid for and once again buried in her book. Give him some time. I'm sure he'll be here any minute. Yeah, Miles agrees. This place is massive. Even if we wanted to look for him, the chances of us finding him on our own is slim to none, Jason reasons. Ugh, you complain. And this is why the rest of us agreed to keep the GPS on our phones and not wander off anywhere alone. What could be so damn important that he bails on us like this? He's not picking up his phone either, Melissa voices, showing everyone her phone's screen. Julius is probably just busy, Rei adds. As I said, give him a minute. I agree with the birdie. Himiko interrupts as a small pigeon pecks at her bag of chips. This food is delicious. That's not very helpful, Pony notes, trying to keep herself from giggling at your girlfriend's antics. And should you really be filling up on snacks when we're about to eat lunch proper? Well, I'm not gonna waste my time, Jason and his stomach growl. I'm gonna get some real food. Most of the table agrees with Jason, at least as to the prospect of eating. What do you want, Kazuha? Himiko questions, clearly intent on ordering for the both of you. Realizing you haven't looked at the menu yet and not wanting to hold Himiko up, you hold back a sigh. Surprise me? Really? Himiko's eyes sparkle with mischievous intent. No, you deadpan. You know what I like to eat. Get me something you know I'll like? Oh, Himiko pouts, clearly not having as much fun with the idea as before. I can do that. Don't worry, Melissa whispers into your ear. I'll keep an eye on her. Oh, and if you see Julius, wave him over, Gary suggests as he and everyone else head inside, leaving you to guard the table. With nothing better to do, you allow your mind to wander, specifically reminiscing on your time in the United States. And you can say without a shadow of a doubt that the last month since you arrived at Midtown Horizon High has been one of the best times of your life. It took you a while, but you finally found yourself in a comfortable rhythm. You start your days having breakfast in the morning with Himiko, Hori, Melissa, and Akia. Despite none of you actually being related by blood, every meal feels like a family gathering. You wouldn't want to wake up any other way. It is only ever ruined by Akia ending things to drive the four of you to school on time. During lunch, you and Himiko would sit with Melissa and the other seniors. While you were still cordial with many other juniors you shared classes with, many of whom Hori had become close friends with, you simply gravitated toward the year above you. This, of course, is not at all hurt by the fact that Pony, your only close acquaintance from your class, joins you more often than not. Pony is the closest thing to an otaku still left in this world. She's a member of it. Dying breed as hero culture slowly becomes the only culture that matters. Her perspective is interesting, and how you can relate to her as the daughter of a pro-hero only deepens your bond further. After school, you join the seniors for an afternoon study session at one of your favorite yet affordable New York hangout spots or join the cheerleaders for practice. While you don't find yourself as invested in the team without Sayaka around to lift your spirits, you recognize the need to stay in shape and improve your overall dexterity, charisma, and precision if you plan to be a hero. Something today proved for sure. I can't believe I got completely outclassed by Rei. Heck, would I even pass the entrance exam next year at this rate? That was a downright pathetic showing. I got to be better. Following your afternoon activity of choice, you either head back to the apartment or, assuming you're at a place with good Wi-Fi, set up your laptop to stream the student council meetings. From there, you have dinner with your roommates and work with Hori and Himiko to complete your daily homework assignments. If time permits, you typically spend the night dividing your time between Melissa and Himiko. You begrudgingly can't deny that you and Hori have become more distant as the weeks have passed. While you're still sisters, and nothing in the world would change that at this point, Hori's body language speaks volumes, and you can't help but feel a little guilty. Hori came out to New York for your sake, and since coming out here, you really haven't spent any quality time with her outside of the meals once or twice a day. I just hope that we can get back to what we used to be. I haven't been treating Hori the best since I started dating Himiko. She was always kinda the third wheel in our trio since that point, but at least our sharing a dorm allowed Hori and I to maintain our relationship. Now, we don't even have that right now. There's got to be something I can do, but what? You peer down at your phone. One of the tasers got Ray pretty good, even if she's been somewhat aloof about it to maintain her persona. Guess that was the cost of snatching the win from the jaws of defeat. Would this be a bad time to contact Hori about maybe patching Ray up? It wasn't all that serious, but it couldn't hurt, right? Or am I just continuing to use and abuse Hori's healing abilities, having one of the future best medics in the world on speed dial? Being a good sister is tough. It's almost as tough as being a good girlfriend. Mind if I sit here? Looking up, you notice Gary slide into the spot next to you with a salad. You didn't get anything else? You interrogate. With your build? Nah, I'm supposed to be on a bit of a diet anyway, Gary confirms before blinking in confusion. Wait, was that a dig at my weight? You laugh. Seriously? You're one of the most popular guys in school, and you think I'm calling you fat for not getting anything besides a salad? I mean, when you put it like that, it sounds kinda pathetic. It really does, you concur. Besides Pony and Melissa, Gary is probably the easiest person in the group for you to get along with for similar reasons. His father, Omnipotent, isn't just one of the more notable heroes in the United States like Pony's mom, but one of the most famous worldwide, ranking 5th overall. Like many of your friends looking to become pro-heroes, he had a noble spirit. But you could also tell Gary felt the weight of the world on his shoulders, like there was a destiny of heroism awaiting him he had yet to realize. I'm honestly surprised you didn't bail on us. Julius did, you admit? What are you talking about? I thought you would have wanted some alone time with Ember. You didn't even invite her to join us today. You know how she feels about Jason. Gary reminds you of that sore spot. Besides, taking a break. No shit. No shit. How the heck did that happen? My dad's been training me recently, as you're well aware. You've been doing that a lot lately. Entrance exams are coming soon, so we've been kicking things into overdrive. And one night, my dad pushed me a bit too far. Migraine? Yep, Gary confirms. I felt pain all over, even if there weren't any physical traces of the damage. I could barely drag myself out of bed afterward. And I take it Ember didn't take your absence on whatever you had planned very well. Considering I had promised to meet her mom that night, yeah? That sucks, you comment. That's it? That's all you, the daughter of the great Mr. Principal, have to say? No words of wisdom for me? Well, if that's what you're looking for, my best advice is to either date a fellow superhero or find a girl who finds it really hot when you come home mentally battered and bruised. So I should try and take Himiko off your hands? Gary jokes. Don't say that in front of her, you advise. She won't realize you're joking and will cut you for it. I'm invincible, Gary brags. She's not gonna cut me. Trust me. Himiko will find a way. And if she can't? She'll find a way to make you wish you could be cut. That's terrifying, Gary shivers. You can keep her. Don't worry, you reassure. Himiko's better than she used to be. She's just a bit. Yandra? Gary interjects. Where did you learn that word? From Pony. She called Himiko Yandra once, and I wanted to know what the hell that meant. You know, that nickname is incredibly fitting now that I think about it. Though Himiko has killed Hori yet, so I don't think she'd actually resort to such methods. You literally just said she'd cut me if I flirted with you. Yeah, but that's because you'd actually deserve it. I mean, seriously, who would want to date that ugly mug? You point down to the coffee mug on his tray, very proud of your wordplay and teasing, even if a bit childish. Touché, Gary relents, done with the conversation, primarily out of fear that Himiko would sneak up behind him, as she was often able to do. If there's one thing that my girlfriend is good at, it's being stealthy. She was already light on her feet, but our training of her quirk combined with cheerleading has only emphasized her abilities. She might not be a conventional hero, In fact, her quirk is one the general public would more than likely not associate with a villain. But I know Himiko can be better, if a little terrifying, to the people around her. Besides, Ember is trying to get into hero school with me, Gary casually drops. Really? I thought she wasn't interested in that stuff. Well, her best friend Ava's gonna enroll. And Ember's powers are awesome. Ava, you tap her chin. Isn't she the one that works at that soup kitchen? That's the one. When AVS is not in class, she's been doing all types of community service. Heck, sometimes she skips class to attend those events. And she's gonna become a hero? Her quirk is awesome. Well, her dad's kinda a dick. Isn't everyone's dad? You roll your eyes. Now you're just projecting. My dad's not that bad. Why don't I believe you? You've literally met him before. Okay, so not every father has a stick up their ass. I get things are tough between you and your dad right now. But he didn't mean to hurt you or Himiko. You can deny Gary's probably right. It just feels like he doesn't approve of our relationship, that he doesn't trust me to be there for Himiko. He does. But seeing your daughter's girlfriend turn into her dog would freak out any parent, even in a society filled with quirks. You just gotta give him time and reassurance. I guess, you relent before looking down at your phone, deciding to change topics. Okay, seriously, where is Julius? It is weird that we haven't heard from him. You think he's alright? He better be, you groan. The least he could do is call. As if on cue, your phone starts ringing. Fucking finally. Picking it up, you place the device to your ear. Yo, Julius. Where have you been? On the other end of the line, you can hear Julius huffing and puffing like he's about to blow his lungs out of his chest. No? Julius? Get everyone out of here? No. The line goes dead. Your jaw can't help but fall limp. Kes? What's wrong? I don't. Boom. The entire island shakes, an earthquake knocking pedestrians off their feet. And in the distance, a building is up in flames, and another, and another. People begin rushing out into the streets in a panic, only to be met by multiple armored vehicles painted the same dark, murky hue. The emblem emboldened on them marks them as belonging to the same organization. Midsummer Night's Dream. An order of so-called paladins of justice, self-titled vigilantes, and Robin Hood figures, who, more often than not, are focused on attacking the trade of illegal drugs or other high-level criminal enterprises typically left untouched by the highly regulated heroes. I doubt Island employs these guys as security. Himiko, Hori, Jason, Melissa, and Ray run up to you in the chaos. Kazuha. Himiko tackles you in a hug. Are you okay? I'm fine, you soothe her. What's going on? Jason basically orders, taking control of the situation. We don't know, Gary responds before noticing someone is missing from the group. Wait, where's Miles? We lost him in the crowd, Melissa explains, a bit of panic teetering on the edge of her voice. I thought he'd meet us here. Guess we thought wrong, Ray retorts, her astral projection flickering behind her, ready to pounce at the first sign of danger. Nearby, a jumbotron bursts to life. On the screen is a masked man, one whose infamy has steadily been growing over the last year or so. The leader of Midsummer Night's Dream. Not. Despite the lack of facial features, the mere presence of the speaker and the charisma radiating from him is captivating. The cloaked figure dressed as royalty continues. You can hear the Cheshire grin in his voice. People, fear us, or rally behind us as you see fit. We of the Midsummer Night's Dream stand with all who have no weapons to wield. We have learned of dangerous technology being developed here on the island, many devices of which were developed at the cost of human experimentation. So many lives have been lost, and yet the secrets behind these machines have been locked away in a vault, forever hidden from the eyes of the public. What does that mean for the people who, willingly or otherwise, gave their lives to advance society forward? Those who made actions that have been made wanton meaningless should be honored. Therefore, those who took the value of those lives and treated them as tools have to be punished. Is he talking about David? What exactly is going on here? We cannot stand by and allow such cruelty to be carried out, and so we made them pay for their actions, hence this formal hijacking and protest. Protest? More like a hostile taker. Those who would join us in peaceful protest are free and welcome to do as they please. But to those who would use us as a shield for their misdeeds, you best remember the mantra of our order. The only ones who should kill are those who are prepared to be killed. Wherever oppressors abuse their power by attacking those who are powerless, we shall appear again. No matter how mighty, how formidable our foe may be. Naught throws out their arms, undoubtedly playing things up for the camera, craving to be the center of attention. Those of you with power, fear us. Those of you without it, rally behind us. For we will be the ones to stand in judgment of this world. Judge, jury, and executioner? Haven't you heard of separation of powers? You hear a confident voice quip as they swing around the building, landing in front of 3 paladins who all raise their weapons defensively. Well, are we gonna stand around all day, or are we gonna fight? That's Arachnid. What is this, Vigilante Expo? The spider-themed vigilante arrived on the scene a few months before you came to New York, and he'd undoubtedly left an impact in that time. He'd also made himself a firm enemy of the Midsummer Night's Dream, treating them less as fellow vigilantes and more as a league of villains. As far as you were aware, his powers were doing anything a spider could do. The most notable feature of the hero, however, was the 6 metallic spider arms emerging from his back. What should we do? Jason whispers as loud as possible. If the knights truly mean what they say, shouldn't we stay out of their way? Ray suggests. And what if they don't? I'm not saying we abandon everyone. We just need to guide the citizens away from any potential harm's way. There has to be something more we can do. Maybe we can help Arachnid? Coming from the guy who didn't want to take on the hero training course, you pointedly remind him. You think those guns are giant tasers? You need to get a reality check. Besides, you don't have a quirk. Which means I can't get in trouble for using my skills to defend myself, Jason reasons. Cool your jets, hothead, Ray scolds. You're gonna get us all killed? Then what do you suggest we do, princess? Shouldn't we be trying to find our friends? Mark suggests. We have no idea where Miles wandered off to, and that call didn't sound good. Yet you add, why did the knights need to blow places up for a peaceful protest? That doesn't seem peaceful to me. They're after technology, right? Melissa deduces. Then the people in the central tower aren't safe. The blonde looks down at her phone, which isn't getting a connection. My dad and everyone in that building could be in danger, especially with the security system not seeming to be online right now. Didn't the island partially dock so they could repair that system and update it? Maybe the knights got fed that information somehow? Himiko tugs on your sleeve. We have to find Hori, she presses. Family comes first. I'd like to find our classmates as well, Pony says. Everyone is scattered all over the place, and this city is like a maze. There will be safety in numbers. Whatever we decide, Gary reasons, we need to stick together until the knights get what they want or the pro-heroes show up to clean up shop. Everyone should do what they think is right, Jason declares. We can't be everywhere at once. We're only high school students, Melissa reasons. And a lot of us are quirkless. Being alone is dangerous. Don't go playing hero and lone wolf at the same time. I don't know, Ray admits. We all want to do different things. Maybe it would be best to let everyone do what they want. It's not like most of us aren't capable of staying out of trouble. Whatever we do, we should figure it out together, and right now, Mark presses, seeing Arachnid putting up a fight against the paladins. Because once backup arrives, we aren't going anywhere. You put your thinking cap on and get to work. So, there are 2 primary questions. Firstly, are we planning on sticking together or breaking apart? If we stick together, then it could lead to some hurt feelings depending on the course of action that's agreed upon. But there's safety in numbers, and we can back one another up. But would I rather hurt feelings or get people actually hurt, because that's a genuine possibility? I could be dragging people into a situation where they could get harmed physically and mentally and get in trouble for using our quirks in a quirk-regulated zone. Maybe everyone properly knows their limits? Who knows? But as the youngest in the group, even if I think it's possible, forcing them under one banner will only truly work if it's something we can all agree upon. The short of it is, can I trust them to not do something stupid? And then there's what to do. Jason seems surprisingly intent on going up against the paladins, helping Arachnid fight them off. So long as we work together as a team, I think we might be able to hold them off or at least buy Arachnid some time to finish them. The problem is Jason himself is quirkless, as is Melissa, but at least she knows to stay out of the way. Jason seems keen on using his skills and proving himself. The other issue with Jason's idea is that this wouldn't be self-defense. Because of that, we'd technically all be acting as vigilantes. We could get in serious trouble here, especially if we're seen working with Arachnid. And there could be reinforcements too. Ray seems to be suggesting that we alternatively blend in with the crowd and steer them away from the battle while Arachnid handles things. It would be good to help the pro-heroes out by separating the enemies from the civilians when they eventually get on the scene, and it helps keep people safe in a less flashy way. But even in the panic, we're students. It would take a lot of charisma to actually do anything, and the more voices in the pot, the less likely we would succeed. It's a solid activity, but maybe not the best for an entire group, where that might be counterintuitive. Gary seems worried about our missing friends, especially Julius. And to be honest, I'm somewhat concerned about him as well. He's been a bit secretive about what he's been up to out on Island, and it seems like wherever Julius was, he got some sort of advanced warning. He could be in some serious trouble. The problem is that it will be a wild goose chase, especially with him not giving too much information, only that it was some meeting related to his mother's old hero agency, which he still technically has a hand in due to her founder's share. Still, it's pretty strange it would happen on Island. What's actually going on with Julius? My gut is telling me he's not giving us the full truth. If I wasn't so intelligent and charismatic, I might not have caught on, but there's something wrong about this entire thing that just feels fishy. Still, do I want to be dragging everyone into this mess? Melissa is pretty worried about her father for good reason. It makes sense that if Not is smoke-screening the stealing of technology through the guise of a peaceful protest, he'd be going after the central tower. Still, that could end up being incredibly dangerous, even more so than taking on the guards outside. I should only do that if I think I'm ready because it will be seriously deadly. But what happens if Melissa goes in there alone? However, I have some faith that Melissa wouldn't do something like that alone. Honestly, if they don't have backup, I'm not sure how many people would end up teaming up regardless, choosing to help someone else's goal. Finally, Pony and Himiko want to regroup with our classmates, particularly the juniors. I am worried about Hori, and her quirk could seriously come in handy right now, but much like with Julius and Miles, this is essentially a wild goose chase and retracing their steps. Still, it might show Hori that I genuinely care about her. It's a weird way to build bridges, but I've done stranger things before, right? Still, most of the seniors barely know Hori and the juniors. I don't want to call my friends selfish or jerks, but how many of them would really think this is the best use of their time in this clearly emergency situation? In either case, I have to make a decision. Time is of the essence.